first is a delay, right? Go ahead, say it really quick again. Say it really quick. This
Okay.
update. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Currently, we're in a delay. We're on a break, so that Booger can talk to Nature Nut to give him his options. His options for today are stay in the courtroom and allow this trial to continue. Go into lockup, in which case he will be in orange jumpsuit and in lockup, viewing from closed caption. Or the judge said she can give him a tablet so that he can view the trial again from inside, like the courthouse lockup.
Mm.
Okay, those are his options. Now, the issue is they don't know how he's going to testify and take the stand himself if he chooses to do these things. So, in other words, if he chooses to not be in the courtroom physically, they don't know how he's going to take the stand if that's what he's going to do. So it's still, first of all, up in the air if he's going to testify. But if he is, it's going to be a problem if he's not physically in the courtroom. Booger's issue, Booger's claiming that it's not fair to Nature Nut for the jury to see him in lockup because they're not supposed to know that he's actually in custody currently.
I don't understand that.
The jury doesn't know that he's in custody. And if he views the trial outside of the courtroom, he will no longer be in his street wear, or if they allow him to stay in the street wear, he will still be handcuffed and with
Hold on.
with the
The
deputy.
jury doesn't know he's in custody.
No,
So where they think he at?
they think he's out, free.
What the hell?
He's in it. Well, that's the purpose of having him appear in street clothes, because if they believe that will prejudice the jury if the jury sees him in custody, like handcuffs or in a jumpsuit.
I mean, they must be a really dirty, sorry person. They got to protect his image that bad. I mean, you must got nothing. You know what I'm saying? But for them to go through them extremes.
Well, that part is pretty standard. The only time you see people in this type of trial not in street clothes is like really innocent people who don't have that kind of support system or wherewithal to have our street clothes.
So what about the C word?
Okay, so the judge is adamant. We're continuing with this trial because the chief judge has given her approval to continue court today. But Nature Nut is adamant that his health and his life is at risk by being in the courtroom, being as though she has not been isolated for 5 consecutive days. Now, she stated very clearly that the CDC guidelines say that it's 5 days from the time that you first get symptoms, and she literally went through it and counted off that it's been 5 days since she first got symptoms. But that's not good enough for Nature Nut or for Booger. So Booger's trying to word it as if the judge is ordering him to not be in the courtroom. And she is stating very adamantly, I am not ordering him out of the courtroom. I want him to be in the courtroom. But he is the one with the problem with being here. And so I'm doing everything I can to give him some options. If he doesn't like the visual of the jury seeing him either in a jumpsuit or handcuffed, that is his problem because he's the one with the issue.
Uh-huh.
So that's where we are right now. Booger and Nature Nut went back into the holding area in order for Booger to try to convince him or at least advise him of what his options are, and that if he chooses to not be present in the program, the judge is not going to allow him to change his mind later on. So if he goes out, he's going to have to stay out.
Now, what about,
where we are right now.
So is he testifying for himself?
We don't know yet. He has the option, but it's under. He hasn't made that decision yet. And the problem that the judge said is flat out. She said, "I don't know what we're going to do if he's choosing to testify."
Well, who said that?
The judge.
She don't know what.
Booger just shook his head like, "I don't know either." Booger's discussed it already this morning.
So they don't have. Wait, that lady who left from Dallas is his only witness?
Booger didn't say that's his only witness. He said that's his main witness.
Oh. Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to go back and forth because it was just supposed to be a few minutes break, but I did want to at least provide that update and let you guys know, where things stand right now. We've just kind of been in a holding pattern since court started because Nature Nut started with the dramatics and theatrics, as soon as court came into session this morning.
Yeah, if we look up law in the dictionary, his face will go right there. You doing too much stuff. You doing too much for a person that's innocent, right?
Exactly. Oh, and by the way, it was the judge is fully aware about the Instagram call he made the other day, and for that reason, she said if he chooses to watch outside the courtroom on a tablet, he will not be allowed to touch the tablet because she will not have him Instagramming, Googling, or doing anything with the internet whatsoever. So a deputy will be there monitoring him, and he will not be allowed to touch the tablet if that's the option he chooses.
So it was legal for him to even discuss the case like that?
No, it wasn't. But it doesn't appear that there's anything they're going to do with it at this moment.
He just getting away with him and his people's getting away with everything, but they claiming he's getting railroaded. But I'll discuss that more with the people. You get back to work. I nay, I report, and don't and you with the press, right?
Absolutely, you know
it. And you don't? Did you ever get that, or you didn't have a chance to get it?
I started it.
Oh, you did.
It's in the works.
Okay, that's cool. All right, this is the latest up to date. Okay, thank you, Nay.
No problem.
All right. So, guys, there you have it. There you have it. There you have it. There you have it. Nature Nut done sat up there. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He done sat up there and causing a ruckus. Damn, I'm on mute and didn't even know. Oh, hopefully y'all heard it. Hopefully I wasn't on mute the whole time. Shit, did y'all hear the update? Or was I on mute? I don't even know. Did y'all hear what Nene said? Or was I on mute? God dang it. Oh, y'all didn't hear me. Oh my goodness, I was on mute. Well, this is the update, right? God dang it. Y'all didn't tell me I was on mute. This whole entire time she was speaking, y'all didn't tell me nothing. God dang it. Y'all are all so fired. Well, this is what's going down. First, Nature Nut says that because of the C word, he don't feel safe for his safety. He wanted to postpone it for 5 more days. Judge said no, right? Then his main witness from Dallas, Texas, she was supposed to come to testify. But what happened was she went back home. So now she's going to testify through Zoom, right? And Natureboy is trying to figure out, do he wants to be in the court or does not want to be in the court because of his health issues with her having the C word. So the judge let him know, giving him some time to think about it. And she's saying to him, listen, you could be in the court or not. But if you're not in the court, then you're going to have to put on an orange jumpsuit. And he does not want to be in the orange jumpsuit. He wants to be in the regular clothes. So the jury does not know that he's in lockup. He wants the jury to believe that he's not in lockup. And that's why he is wearing the regular clothes. So they don't be biased against him, right? And so now at this particular time, he has to make a decision. Is he scared for his health or not? Right. And then uh what else she said? Oh, and if they could let him sit in the holding space with the tablet, he could be live, but a deputy would be there to watch him because he went live the other day. They would not have that permitted again because she said he would not be on social media again. So right about now, we already know Nature Boy is not going to feel ain't gonna feel nothing wrong with his health because as we already know, they don't know, but he said it ain't real anyway. He's doing a lot of stuff for a person that's innocent, right? For a person that's innocent, he's doing a lot of theatrics, right? A lot of acrobats and theatrics, right? He's doing a lot of performing for a person that is so innocent, right? So yes, it is a halt. It's stalled right now because Nature Boy has to make a decision. Nene just called. She just explained the whole story, and nobody didn't say, "Hey, you on mute." Y'all are all so fired. Exactly. Yeah, he's doing too much. He's doing too much. Yes, exactly. He's doing too much. So he feel that he's safe. Like I already told you guys, it ain't gonna be one day that she was going. He was thinking that I know that she's not gonna test negative in one day. So I'm gonna get 5 more days out of it and say she wasn't in quarantine for 5 days. But she already got cleared. She already got cleared to do it, and the judge want it done. Technically, they're letting Nature Boy get away with a lot of stuff, right? And they're gonna have this key witness speak, right? So, I think that all of a sudden she's not going to be there because I mean, unless she has like some solid proof, whatever that lady name was that they kept asking, did you speak to her again? 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 And they kept saying no, right? I mean, it's a shame that people have decided to feel sorry for the abuser, right? Well, I don't feel he needs to go for life in jail. I mean, like, oh, not for that. I could understand that for people who don't know, like Nature Nut. But for the people who don't have a voice no more, and for the years and years and years of abuse, he deserves life. Guess what? He didn't have to get life. And oh, she is a manipulator. Let me tell you something. If I'm getting ready to leave, I'm not the one who initiated the malicious intent. People talking about her going back upstairs, but she could not have initiated the malicious intent. He initiated the malicious intent when he called her back upstairs. They weren't about her saying goodbye. It doesn't matter. She never had the intent. She was leaving. The malicious intent falls when what did he call her back upstairs for? Right? And I see people saying, well, she. No. What about he? You called her back upstairs for what? I know it's no sound this time, but y'all didn't tell me that last time, right? When we was getting the news straight off the. Remember, it's only a quick break. It's a quick break, so Nature Nut could make up his mind. Does he feel his life is in danger or not? Right? And if he feels his life is in danger, he cannot testify. He will have to testify sitting in the back. So we already know people are figure, hey, my life is not in no danger. I am not going to catch the C word. Right? He didn't quarantine when his behind went to Hawaii, right? Well, I'm gonna play a song and play a song while I look for something. Yes, I am. I'll play a song up in here. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, rock on that. This time, now I'm not on mute, right? Oh, yes, 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 yes. I'm dropping it right now. God dang it. It's dropped. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sick of these people. And it's a shame, like, justice might not be served because of everybody. Well, he shouldn't get life. I mean, he did a lot of things, but he shouldn't get life. We gonna have to start making some decisions. All right, here we go. Go ahead, girl.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, people. We are currently in a 30 to 40-minute recess because Nature Boy has decided to go back to the county jail. I repeat, he has decided to go back to the county jail, dress out back into his orange jumpsuit, and proceed with the rest of the child trial from the county jail.
What?
And yes, ma'am, he is allegedly doing all of this because he's so concerned for his health and life. That's why they didn't follow CVID protocols in the height of the pandemic. But now all of a sudden he's so concerned for his life. So he said that he is still undecided as to whether or not he's going to testify. So the judge said that after the defense rests their case, they will then give him the option to testify at that time. But he will spend the rest of the trial at the DeKalb County Jail in the orange jumpsuit.
I, it's a
I'm
shame.
speechless too.
It's a shame the damn mockery that he's making there. This is just woo.
He is making a fool out of everyone. His attorney, the judge, literally everyone. He is making an utter fool out of this entire process. And for some strange reason, his supporters are outside of the courtroom thinking this is an actual strategy. I just heard them myself personally
Well,
strategizing.
it is a strategy.
It is, but it isn't going to work and it's not very bright.
Mm.
So their strategy, I'm going to let the cat out the bag. Their strategy is to demand that A, he get to take a CVID test, and B, that the trial be postponed until the results of that test, even though he has not come nowhere near direct contact with this judge.
It take like 30 seconds to get the results.
That's why I said this strategy is going to fall right on his face. When
Mm-mm-mm.
you got very not bright, not smart people thinking they're the smartest people in the room, this is the
Mm-hmm.
kind of stuff that goes down. And it is
Mm-hmm.
very frustrating. You could see how frustrated Booger is, the judge, the prosecution, the people in the gallery. Everyone is tired and frustrated with this mess.
What day is this?
This
For
should be
what trial date
day
is it?
6, I believe.
So either way, he gets to uh uh either way he gets to store time because he has to make a decision
Correct. On whether or not to testify. Correct.
whether or not to testify and if his life is in danger for the C word, which he didn't even show. They need to see the Hawaii video. God dang
They
it.
sure do. Keep in mind, this is in part why they were put out. And now all of a sudden he's so concerned about his health and welfare. So concerned that he assaulted people from the behind unprotected multiple times. That's how concerned he is for his health and welfare.
Mm, 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 mm. So basically, eeny, meeny, and miny, mo is not going to they're not going to testify.
I don't believe so. For one, they're nowhere to be found. There are quite a
They in
bit
there.
more.
They in there because remember, people see them leaving.
So there are quite a bit of supporters. Which eeny meeny miny mo are we speaking about? The guys,
The
because
drone
the guys are
sisters.
there. Okay,
The drone
if they're
sisters.
in here, if they're in here, I haven't seen them, and God knows I've been looking. I have been looking, so they very well
They're
could be
they're more
here
protected
incognito.
than they. They're more protected than they.
Now that I believe wholeheartedly, wholeheartedly. So, the two guys hanging off his sack, they're still here, as well as a number of other supporters. I counted no less than 8 and maybe even 10.
Mm. I mean, that's
I'm
nothing.
I'm so
Yeah,
disgusted.
for him to be God, like 8 people, like you would think he would have a plethora of people, right? Where all you BMO
Exactly.
people at?
Exactly. Where's all the people that like to come to our comment section? Where y'all at?
And then for all the people again who's saying, well, he shouldn't do live. Like I could understand people who don't know him, but forget about all their testimonies, right? Forget about 5 people who said the same exact thing, including Joy, even though she wasn't. I'm going to call her Joy. I'm going to tell her real name, including her,
Hmm.
who says the same exact story. Like none of, it's a shame that none of they, even though their voices will be heard, but they will not get no justice. And at this last minute, being that they're getting themselves together, they didn't take out their own charges. So they thought this is the best that I could do for them to hear me, but they don't understand they need their own set of charges. But nobody voices will be heard.
Exactly.
Mama Dia voice won't. I mean, Mama Dia, thank God they brought her up, but so her voice won't be heard. Baby Love voice won't be heard.
Exactly.
So, like, when did we stop thinking about all the damage he has done, and if he's out, what he's going to do? When did we lose concept of who this man is? That we gotta feel sorry for him to get life when he could have just took the 7 years. So again, he made that choice.
Exactly.
He made the choice. They making it seem like they're going to give him life. No, it gave him 7. The same way these 2 years went quick, the other years would have went quick.
Exactly.
And even if
He's a,
he just, because you there,
Go
I
ahead.
got to
I'm
listen to
sorry.
you.
I was no,
You're
no. I
there,
was
I
just
got to
venting.
listen to you.
I wasn't doing nothing but venting. Go right ahead.
No, vent along. You there, so we got to listen to you. Live coverage, live coverage.
No, I was just gonna say he apparently isn't listening to his counsel. Uh, Even though I will say Booger is still arguing on his behalf, even though Nature Nut embarrasses him and makes a mockery of him every chance he gets. Booger is still standing there trying to argue the point that the whole trial should be postponed until the judge completes 5 days of isolation. So much so that the prosecution actually had to pull up the CDC guidelines and read them out to the court because Booger is trying to state that she should not be in court right now and that everything should be postponed. But the guidelines from the CDC, which they're only guidelines, this was a point the judge made, they're not the law, they're just guidelines. But the guidelines state that if you have to be in public and you've tested positive, to continue to be masked. So according to the guidelines, because she's masked and because she's 6 feet away from him and everyone else, she is okay to continue to be in public. Now, I'm not saying that the guidelines have been the greatest, but they are what they are at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So Booger's argument is not holding weight. The judge made it very clear that this decision he's making to go back to the county, that he's doing this of his own volition, and he will not be able to flip flop and go back and forth between the county and the courthouse.
So why is he scared to come back? Like he knew he was going to pick the orange suit, right? What is he scared of? Because even if
I
he
think he's scared
testified,
of this trial ending.
so even if he has to testify, it has to be still done in the armor suit.
Correct.
So it ain't no okay. Now you're testifying. Now you can get dressed again and come on the stand. I think he's
No,
scared.
ma'am, because oh, sorry. No,
I don't know
the judge
nothing,
made
girl.
that
Listen to you.
clear.
Mm-hmm.
The judge made that clear that if he's in the county and that's where he chooses to be during this trial, that he will follow the same guidelines as anyone else in the county, and they do not get to walk around in street clothes. The Booger tried to argue that that was unfair to his client, and the judge made it perfectly clear that this is not her doing. She is not
Uh-huh.
ordering him back to the county. This is
Mm-hmm.
his choice. And I want to
Mm-hmm.
quote her exact words. that she said, give me 1 second to pull it up. She said to Nature Boy, you are doing everything you possibly can to get the trial to go away or get me to go away from the trial. And that's not how this works. That was the judge's direct quote to
Was the
Nature Boy.
jury in there? Was the
Again,
jury in
no.
there?
Again, no.
Shit.
He's timing this just right for these games. See, these are arguments that have to be made outside the presence of the jury in
Uh-huh.
case what's discussed is something that the judge is not going to allow.
Mm-hmm.
Finally,
What you say, sis? Hello? Sit. Day Day. Uh-oh. Something happened here. I don't know if she dropped or something. But Nature Boy would not be there for the remainder of his trial. Yes, you first heard it here. You first heard
victims
it
at this
here,
point.
baby. All right, you dropped. We couldn't hear nothing.
I'm sorry, I had a call coming in. I
Oh,
was
okay.
saying that I was saying that there is a victim here, and that victim and the other victims are getting lost in all of these
Mm-hmm.
games. And the
Mm-hmm.
victim is not Eligio Bishop, but right now his wants, his thoughts, his feelings are overriding even that of the victims.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. So he, again, all the attention is on him.
Correct. Which we know this is what he wants. This is what he likes.
And and she has to sit there all this time also because remember he has to he's supposed to bring her back up again. So again, what about like you said? Oh man, you said it so perfectly well. I can't even repeat what you said, but you said it perfectly well. And she has to sit there. Does she get to hear this too?
So interestingly enough, she has not made her presence in the courtroom. I
Mm,
suspect that she's here, but she is not present in the courtroom. I
mm.
suspect that she's here because, again, where we left off the other day was she was giving testimony on, she was being questioned by the defense attorney, and the prosecution had yet to offer a rebuttal.
Mm-hmm. Now,
So,
damn, I was going to ask something else. Say what you were saying again.
about
Oh,
her
okay.
presence.
Did the judge have her composure more today, or did he rattle her again? Because I know he's pushing everybody nerves, and now she know how they feel, right? I mean, if
You
the judge,
know, it's not in her outward expression so much. It's, you can feel it, you can feel the frustration, but she is doing a good job of keeping her composure. And she even stated, I've gone above and beyond to give him multiple options.
and that's being recorded.
It is.
I'm
It
I'm
is being
surprised he
recorded.
asked that, and I'm glad she said that too to cover herself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's crazy to hear, and I understand that, he has to fight for his client, but for him to actually say, Booger, I'm talking about, to actually say that he's being ordered, those were his words, he's being ordered out of the courtroom, when that is the furthest thing from the truth. She is
Oh,
not ordering him out of the courtroom.
so when he said that, did the judge correct him?
Yes, she did. She
Good,
said,
good.
I am not ordering him out of the courtroom. As a matter of fact, I want him here.
So they
She
try to be
said, this
slick
is
because it's
his
on the record.
choice.
Mm-hmm. So how long did it take him to make the choice to put back on the orange suit?
They were, he was in the back with Booger for maybe a little less than 10 minutes. And again, the reason why he's having to put on the orange suit is because he's choosing to watch the trial from the county jail. And so at that point, once you go back to the county, You dress out like any other inmate.
Oh, so he's not even gonna be at the court. He gonna be back in the. So he
Yes,
figured
he's
two
going back
things.
to the county.
He figured two things. When I walk out of here, I walk out of here. Oh, I'm just gonna stay right here, right? But
I
it's
guess,
something.
but
It's mhm.
he must not understand how the the significance of um, inmates who are being charged and standing trial, the significance of them being allowed to dress in street attire is so that the jury isn't prejudiced against them by seeing them shackled in handcuffs. So, he is taking away one of his own uh, sort of rights, and the right to not be prejudged. He's removing that from himself. It's a very
Mm.
unwise move.
Ooh. And then I had something else. You always be hit. Oh, can you repeat again about the something you were stating before that you were saying, but all that time you was talking, I was on mute and nobody told me, so I fired everybody.
Oh, that's funny. Y'all supposed to be hooty hooting and Suge when
So
she stays on mute.
something you were saying before, and I it did I heard the thing was on mute and they didn't say nothing. But something you was
Was it
expressing
about
before.
what was it about who's in the courtroom, the main witness, or
No,
about
no,
him him being considered more than the victims?
no.
Okay. Now you asking me to remember.
But
I ain't got
okay,
no camera crew here with the cue cards.
right. So basically, okay, he walks up in there. The first thing he does is says he doesn't feel good for it. He was trying to get it the 5 days. He made his choice, and they let it be known. So Booker, he should be happy. He ain't got to see his face. Shit, Booker, like, thank you,
Book
right?
now, interestingly, Booker is the one visibly frustrated today, as opposed to the judge.
Hmm.
You see that he is quite frustrated and over it. I mean, I can't imagine what it must be like to fight for someone who is not really fighting for themselves. They're fighting against you as you're fighting to defend them.
And
So
as
I
he
don't
shall
like
learn.
his style of being a defense attorney, but
Hmm.
I do understand why there were so many positive reviews, because he's putting in more effort than his own client at this point.
Hmm. Hmm. He's still bad for business. He realized, I mean, everybody is starting to realize, even though legally, like, they can't say or do anything about it, but they're getting a feeling of what these people had to go through. Shenanigans after shenanigans. Now imagine when they say that switch flip,
Mhm. Mhm.
and they like, damn, I could see exactly what these people are saying. You understand? And again, oh, y'all heard me, but I went on mute. One, oh, dang, she just had the fire truck pass. God, oh, y'all heard that. Oh, so y'all did hear something. Thank you, Karen. I was feeling so bad that y'all missed something. I'm not that bad, huh? I'm not that bad.
So
Oh,
I
okay,
do
y'all
want to
hired again.
I do want to clear up just a couple, or at least one point. He did have the option to watch the trial in the back of the courthouse. There's a lockup in the back of the courtroom, excuse me. He did have the option to view from the back of the courthouse. He chose to go to the county instead.
So when is that his one defendant supposed to come in?
She is already connected to the via Zoom and is on standby until he gets to the county.
Mm.
And we all know who this person is, right?
Mm-mm. Was that the lady he kept
Uh,
saying? You sure you didn't hear from her? You sure you didn't hear from her?
I believe so. And this is the one that allegedly she may have gone to stay with in Dallas. Allegedly.
Yeah, but at that point, wouldn't it be hearsay?
My words exactly.
But
Those were my exact
at
words.
that point, at that point that'll be hearsay. You will have to hearsay for somebody that was in the house, and you have somebody named Sheba that was in the house who stated this is I don't who stated when she came out. Miss Friday, you stupid, right? She not you so stupid. But
What she
who
said?
state she said Jaguar.
Oh no. That's
Right.
funny.
So who stated that the condition she was in when she came out?
Uh-huh.
Right. And then for all the people keep saying she manipulated him. Oh, help people. He caused this on himself. The
Yes,
same
ma'am.
way she went back in that room. He could have let people, oh, she should have left. No, the question is he had the malicious intent when he called her back upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
She couldn't plot revenge. She didn't have no plots of nothing. She was leaving. Her intentions was to leave. If you called her back upstairs after you look out your window and see she's leaving, you now have the malicious intent when you says
Intent.
tell her to come upstairs.
Absolutely.
So we don't have to keep going through the semantics of her. Nobody's making him be accountable. Like, no, Ninja, you the one. I haven't heard nobody say that yet. I haven't heard now one person say, no, Ninja, you called her back upstairs. What was your intent for call? She, all that she couldn't get what she wanted. She didn't want nothing. Y'all keep saying she was leaving, so you can't put that in the same sentence. Somebody is leaving, but I got intent for revenge. No, I was leaving.
Exactly.
It doesn't go in the same sentence. The intent will fall on him.
Yes, ma'am.
He called her like, what was you thinking when you called? Oh, we made so your intent was to make love to me one last time, like you said in the previous video. You thought you was going to give me the smackdown so good I was not going to leave. That was his intent. But just so happened she was ready to leave. So if somebody's really ready to leave, of course they're going to say no. I got to go. So now you have to coerce her into staying so you can get what you want. That is common sense. But they don't want to, nobody wants to put the blame on him. Talking about revenge. No, he the one who would have the revenge. He called the who would the revenge rely on? The person who's leaving or the person who's calling you back upstairs? But he shouldn't have to go to jail for life. Now, yes, he should. This baby love ain't here no more. You call baby lover. What he called baby love?
Wasn't it a demon?
Yeah, you call baby love a demon.
Yep.
You said it's good that she's not here.
Yep.
Baby love ain't here no more. Mama D is not here no more. People's lives is totally messed up. What do you mean he shouldn't get life? Again, that was his choice. He could have got 7 years. Nobody is crucifying him for none of his choices, and they keep putting it on her. Even if I did not know about this story at all, and I'm just hearing it, that's the point of you
Hmm.
calling me back upstairs. The intent will now revenge and intent will be on you. I'm outside it. So it doesn't matter if, hey, Queen Kish, all the cult leaders get double digit sentence because they did so much stuff. And now we have to wait for this man to get back to county jail. So he would be in the orange suits, baby.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
something. So obviously they just waiting for her. I don't know because it didn't really look good for them to testify anyway. But again, we don't know. Hopefully the jurors are smart enough because I'm like, if you didn't, I don't care what people are saying. If you could be a jury and you can hear them people testimonies and you don't have a thought process, I don't know what to tell you. Somebody saying they bust open and you heard all that, and as she said, don't listen to them. Y'all might not be human. I don't. If he walks away from this, that means the jurors are not human.
I have to agree. And anyone still standing with him, by him, near him, are lost. Just lost.
That psychiatric help is not going to it's not going to help, but he needs to be where they're at, right? Though, if they pull that, God dang it, that is another option, right? Because they could bring up the records, right? That might
Too
be
late for
another
that.
option. It's,
It's too late
I
for
don't.
that. He's
They can say,
already proven himself competent.
oh, oh,
Just in his communication and how he's articulating what he wants and what he doesn't want. He's already proven himself to be competent. So it's too late for that.
oh. When you was talking about something about the phone call and stuff like that,
Hmm.
when you said and what you were saying about the judge had knowledge of that, what was the description with that?
Okay. She is very much aware. The prosecution let her know, but the prosecution, you know, they had already, excuse me, the prosecution let her know. However, she had already been emailed the the video. So that's exactly what she stated. She was emailed the video. She got to see and hear it for herself. And that is the reason why she said if he chose to remain in lockup at the courthouse, he would not be allowed to touch the tablet. So, because her words were, I don't want him Googling anything. I don't want him going on Instagram live or anything else. So he will not be able to touch the tablet, and there will be a deputy standing next to him.
Did she ban further use of the Instagram until this case is over? Because he's letting out too many things to even like even the witness, right? Who even though she's not there, she still have she still have she knows what's going on with the case and what she might could say because he put that information out on what's going on with the case. Just like the jurors is not like people are not supposed to know, so they can't get the story. That's the purpose of separating them, so they can't get their stories together because you don't know which questions they're gonna ask or whatever. But now
Exactly.
she now has knowledge. She could say she don't, but we all do. She now have knowledge of what's going on and how to put stuff and how what she said. And we already knew that. I guess Nene didn't realize that maybe she seen her or whatever. But I want to
Hmm.
see if she put the date. And then, but Nene also stated that. But the thing is, the T said that what people don't know, she already, she already filed. She already went to court before she did the interview, right? So the date,
Yes.
so people don't realize you cannot blame the T no more because it's dated when the interview was, and remember, it was live. The
Yes.
interview was live, and the date from the interview, according to the date that she filed, are two different dates. She already filed.
Absolutely. Oh, and I forgot to mention that the judge also stated, I can't say it verbatim. I can't remember verbatim, but she stated, I don't know how he is even able to go on Instagram from the county jail.
See,
So I do believe that what I know that I don't know if him and his crazy ladies know is that the the court, excuse me, the county can bring him up on charges for that. And that's why it doesn't have to be addressed by during this trial, because those are separate charges that the county can charge him with, and it'll be
and
treated
he
as a separate case.
and what and again, people are also wondering, as I hear, well, they didn't hear the whole tape, and they're hiding that from the people. From what knowledge that I found out, they cannot use it because the drone sisters released the information. It's evidence. The evidence was not supposed to be released to the public.
Exactly.
So, so I don't know. That's why people wondering why. Well, we didn't hear the whole thing because it you wasn't not supposed to take none of that evidence. So they kind of messed up Booger too, because now if
Right,
it could
because
have helped them, they can't use it because they already released it to the public.
exactly, it can't be evidence once it's all over the web. That's exactly right.
So I don't know if I'm not in there, but if they speaking upon it, um, if they speaking upon it, could that be one of the reasons why they have not came? They did not use. whatever of her talking or whatever. But I do
Hmm.
know. Remember, every state is different. But I do know in certain states, like you, so you put it out there. He called the Wi-Fi, and they go live on the gram. And it's still his voice there, right? It's still him doing it, him discussing the court, right? But again,
Absolutely.
people
And
are
naming the victim
confused.
by name.
Oh yes, they did. Them Tabitha, the judge, everybody.
Yep.
But
Yep.
so again, the tape that we are wanting to hear in full. The reason why I heard it cannot be used, I am not sure, is because they leaked it. So I don't know if that was stated in the court or not, or was it even discussed. So do you know about any of that
It
type of discussion?
it wasn't discussed during my time here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of this is from an innocent man, right? Oh,
Correct.
he's trying to show he's fighting for that. If the truth gonna speak, like you said, the truth gonna speak for itself. Innocent people don't do all this.
Exactly. And
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 if
of
you
course he's trying to delay it because for one thing, he wants to, I believe it's two things. For one thing, he wants to put some, like, put the jury on ice, right? Give them more time to sit with this trial and be ready to go so they can quickly come to a verdict. And two, I think he's trying to stall just that, them coming to a verdict.
so that's why he don't want that face to be seen on TV. He said, "I'd rather do that." The defense haven't presented his case yet. I get.
They only one person, but no, they have not finished. And the most they were able to do was bring back up the star witness. That's it. But you're right, they have not presented their full case yet.
They haven't presented their case yet, but what I'm saying is they might not cannot be able to use the evidence that was leaked. You cannot do that because also that could sway the jury too. If they use that and then that the minute they use that the prosecution could say, "Hey, that's that could sway the that could sway the let's say the jury could see that, but say, oh, I didn't know that was him." They could say they don't know, but what if they seen? You can't do that. You presenting a case, yeah, present the case, but you don't present their evidence that because that's swaying the case. So again, he wanted to whereas it's not biased, but you just made it biased for her. So you made them may think she wanted it and all this other stuff because you made it biased for her by putting that evidence out. So at this point, again, it can go either way.
All right, Shook. I'm about to go back inside. I will provide the next update on our next break.
All right, baby.
All right.
Thank you. Nene, reporte.
Absolutely. Reporting live from the DeKalb County Courthouse.
All right, baby. So he will be back in that orange suit. So they can't use it because it was leaked. So he's complaining about something he caused. Yeah. Now, yeah, he is. He's complaining about, as usual, he's complaining about something he's caused. And I'm so sick of people talking about, well, he shouldn't get 100 years. He shouldn't have to do life in there. No, he could have did 7. He could have did 7 and came on home a little bit early, right? But he's thinking that by him proving he want this exonerated, I don't want nothing on my name, blah, 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 blah. It's like, nah, innocent people don't do that. Innocent people keep their composure. and other real stuff. Mm-hmm. I know one thing. Can we get these likes up? I'm bringing you guys up to date stuff. Up the state the up lawyer had been playing lawyer but don't know the law, so prevented his own evidence from being shown. Like again, we don't know if they're gonna bring that up again. We don't know, right? We don't know. This is definitely a shit show. Yes, ma'am. This is a shit show. So he would be for the rest of the remaining time of uh this case, he would be in the county jail. You will not be seeing Nature Nut no more. No more. Um, you will not be seeing him anymore in the court. If you do see him in the court, he will have on the armored suit. He will not be looking nice no more. They're gonna take them glasses, right? And then again, he didn't know how to strategize because again, if he this people worried about his life more than him. People, oh, he's going to get life. Well, I don't think he should do life. I don't think Mama Dia should not be here. I don't think Baby Love, who's the most innocent person here, who haven't lived any life, I don't think Baby Love should have been called a monster. I don't believe Baby Love should have been called a demon. I don't believe that he should have made her uh, drink that alcohol and kept her so intoxicated and so stressed, right? To the point we don't even know. We don't know. Mm-hmm. Y'all worrying about his life. What about them innocent people lives? Baby Love didn't ask to be treated like that. Baby Love was, we seen Baby Love growing in an intoxicated environment. Baby Love got life too. I know it ain't about, oh, yes, it is about Baby Love. Yes, it is. Baby Love need a voice too. Baby Love got life because of him. But it's not what the courts talk about. What they ain't gonna do when he come out? They ain't gonna come out and be a good one. Well, I don't think he should do life. I know because you want him to come back out and mess up other people's life. See, the key word is life. The key word is life here. Then Miss Leo, she arguing on the wrong panel. She arguing with them nature boy, them lovers there. I couldn't go help her because I was not watching that because I don't have no time to be sitting up there. And people act like they don't know what violence is. They act like they don't know what a cult is. And then they want to feel sorry. Again, if this was an isolated incident, I mean, I was still, if I didn't even know Nature Nut, I would still say the malicious intent falls on him. She could not have wanted revenge on the man. She could not wanted him in jail. She didn't want none of that. Her Uber was outside. So she didn't have anything malicious. She was leaving. The malicious intent will fall on him. When he called her back upstairs, told her to come upstairs and led her into that room. He could have spoke to her downstairs on the couch. Why you told her to come upstairs for? I mean, it could go either way, but we can't take away his accountability. We can't take away what did he call her upstairs for? And I seen people say, well, she wanted a sorry. She didn't want, we don't know what she wanted, but technically she didn't want anything. She didn't say, hey, let me go say goodbye. She's saying, well, you know what? He called me upstairs. Let me end this on a good note, as she always did. But we already know he had contempt for her because She loved Sola. And besides that, how many times you got to hear him say, um, every time you left, you talked about us, and I let you back in. And look how you talk about us. And then in front of his face, when he orchestrated, he is the one who, oh, why she the one said she wanted to be queen. Guys, again, this is not being allowed in court. So you are not getting the full spectrum. She didn't want to be queen. Malaya left. They ran after Malaya. Malaya comes back. He beats Malaya up, kicks her all in the stomach, got her holding her ribs, and then he decides to say, hey, not the mind you, Malaya is not even queen, right? He's the one, and everybody say the fucking. I'm like, people act like they didn't see. I mean, the people who cover him, did not see what we saw. Then the next day, he said, I'm looking for a new queen, right? And then all of them were lined up, and they were saying why Aya should be queen. Y'all seen the phone calls coming in. Why Aya should be queen. Wow, they all got put in that predicament. And this is why she said, if I be queen, I want the girls to get along, whatever, whatever. She didn't come up with I wanted to be queen and she couldn't be queen. Nature Boy, again, Nature Boy did that to himself. Just dropped in to give a like and to share publicly on my other social media accounts. I reckon you can. So we acting like we don't know what happened. But because they said the word life, well, he shouldn't get life. Two people. And then we can't speak upon the other lady when other young lady when she took her mama out, right? We gonna talk about all the people's lives that's messed up. That's still a life too. Oh, they testifying? They testifying? Oh shit. Oh Lordy. Girl. Oh, but he not there though, right? Oh, that's so they probably couldn't slip and say Poppy and stuff like that. Uh-oh. I told you the Drone Sisters is there. Damn it. The prosecutors, I wouldn't ask them. ooh, mm-mm. Girl, you're going to definitely have to keep, girl. That's all my name they say. The drone sisters are there. And that means the defense goes first and the prosecution goes second. Mm-hmm. Y'all getting the first here. So, and But isn't it like crazy? They are testifying, and he decides, to go back to the county. Right? They will not be seeing their puppy. What are the chances? I don't know why they didn't let Tabitha do it. I really don't know why. Everybody was saying Tabitha's going to come in. Tabitha's going to come in, but it didn't happen. Like I said, either way, justice will or will not be served. Either way, we know what he did to them young ladies. We got to stop acting like he didn't mess up people's lives. And for all the people, well, that's not about this case. Yeah, you're right. So if you come back out, what's think gonna happen? It's gonna be some other lives. He's going to destroy some other babies that he's going to incest. He gonna mate his kids. It's gonna be up. Yeah, because he gonna get them young girls if he come back. Guy gonna get the young girls. Mm-hmm. Only thing is, it won't be televised. So we can't say no more. Oh, that person. Nah, he ain't gonna, all the good stuff will be televised. Once he, if he come out, can you imagine? That's talking about he shouldn't get life. Well, f everybody else, right? f. Oh, he could rehabilitate. He this ninja from young, but had dogs licking on him. Right? He had dogs, and he said the dog liked it. Y'all saw it, right? The dog liked it. He, that's what he said. We didn't say these things. He didn't change then. He didn't change when he said he used to touch on little boys and stuff. But he went from touching on dogs to boys, little boys. But at that point, he's still underage. He was still deviant there. He didn't change then. All he did is get worse, worse. Every time you turn around and get worse. So if he beat this, if he kept getting worse as the years go, you think he's supposed to get better? But you talking about life. Baby Love got life. She got life too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She sure did. But there, that's exactly. I agree. We said that from the beginning. We said that from the beginning. Judge wanted to end today. Mm-hmm. Let me go see, baby. Let me go see what's going on. Mm-hmm. Let's see if anything is live. Mm-mm. So far, there is nothing new. Mm-mm-mm. They still got Young Thug live though. Mm-hmm. They got Mr. Young Thug live. Uh-huh, uh-huh. A whole lot of other babies that even Maderi. A whole lot of other babies there aren't named also get life there. That you got that right. Fufu. Fufu 2 kids. Fufu 2 kids. That they got life too. Mm-hmm. They got life. People forget he didn't let he same way he didn't want baby love. He didn't want them 2 kids neither. That's three babies, including others. Others got knocked up too, right? Others was knocked up too. Remember, we were so happy when Fufu was knocked up. Did y'all forget that? We were so happy when Fufu was knocked up. The next minute, baby gone. Baby gone. The second one, he let her grow a little bit, if y'all remember. But at that point, he was letting it grow because he didn't know if it was his or Calibur's. Sonny baby almost got life. Mm-hmm. He set that up real good. He set that up real good. Sonny's baby almost got life too. Mm-hmm. And then not even the fact that he wanted to jump in that water when she thought about her child. He went in on Sonny all freaking day. All day. to the point she had to jump. She had to jump. None of them went to the doctors. None of them had no prenatal care. There was a lot of lives there. But y'all worried about if he get life when he could have got 7 years. I don't know if he was mad, but when it came down to True, you gotta remember he didn't know who the father was. Musa, Serenity, he didn't know who the father was neither. That's why when the baby came out, he was like, well, you could see, right? We don't know. And then, and this is the same man who said he don't want nobody kids there. Because if people kids are there, he is not going to stop doing him. So we got all these babies here, but this man just said, I'm walking around with no clothes on. I'm going to do whatever I want to do with your kids here. But all the babies are being born there, though. Wouldn't they count as kids? When they count as kids? Who had to see this? Mm-hmm. Y'all heard how he was yelling at poor baby child? I guess his life don't mean nothing either. Just Nature Boy's getting life, right? Just Nature Boy. F everybody else's life, though. They got life for real. He got life and he's still living. He gave them life, not here no more. The crimes he's committing during this trial alone. If he gets off, they can charge him for all the other crime. They need to get them together now. He said he is naturally instinct to unalive. I mean, all you know what's so crazy? All the people who covered him, right? They forget that we could look at old videos to see what you said, right? All of this, people who started their channels, some started their channels going in on Nature Boy. Now they got to think about it, right? Now you have to think about it. Like, that is so confusing. You said check it out. Check what out? Oh, can I do it? Uh-oh, hold on. I'm gonna see. Hold on. I done did the wrong thing. I'm gonna check it out now. Mm-hmm. But it's crazy because we didn't know that Nene was gonna end up with the press because we should have had her a camera. So we could have been live with this. She got permission and everything, right? But we didn't know they was gonna stop showing live, right? Okay, let's just see. This is at from Nika Knight. I don't know if this is what you sent me.
Use it. In the meantime, let me just do how I know how to do. He's going to show his evidence and he's going to release this and he's going to release that and all of these things that he talked about. I'm not going to hold you. He did kind of make a couple points where I kind of agree with him. Like, I feel like some of the evidence that's being withheld, I don't agree with it being withheld. I feel like leave it up to the jury to make their decision. Like, you put on your case, you put on your witnesses, you put on his.
They leaked it, Neek. That would be why, Neek. They leaked it. Right?
Character, and then you put on if she said
the title, Nature Boy rants from jail about his ongoing trial and say he would leak evidence. They did that already. Well, let's go.
Any statements, and then you put on if she made any new statements or inconsistent statements. I feel like that is all relevant and should go in front of the judge to be decided. But as I share with you in my other footage
Oh, we
that
see somebody there. Who is that? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that?
I have been posting, that they said that the interview that she did with the T is not admissible, and there were Bishop did was read excerpts from it, and that's how he got those things added in. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to play his jail call first. Then once I play his jail call, then we're going to get into the testimony from the detective and how
and she got sucked back in. Of course, she's talking to a hater, right? So she got this nigga saying
We
like,
heard that
"Oh, I didn't."
already.
That shows. Right now, she could be crazy as she wants. She ain't going to no damn cops telling lies on me because she can't get her way. She's a rider. You see what I'm saying? And you think y'all so weird because y'all. I told you live in the internet world, confusing the jury. Remember? You remember that? Real nigga moments? What was real niggas moments about?
Let me
real
tell you. Then he starts singing, "Well, we are having a real ninja." This ninja is good. This Nicolette is good, right? This Nicolette is good because he don't want you. He's trying to throw you off, and everybody is still focusing on him. I don't hear nobody else focusing on the victim, right? I don't. He made the whole crowd listen to him like we stupid. No, you had the malicious intent. You called her upstairs. Why do we need to hear all of that? Why did you call upstairs? That is crazy. They got Young Thug here for real, though. They got Young Thug here for real. We don't even want to see Young Thug no more. But people do. We just don't, right? Let me see if I can catch it. Don't forget, guys, take this time out. And if you didn't hit the like, hit the like. Let's get these likes up. Can we at least get 5 more likes? 5 more likes? Okay. I'm on it like the Green Hornet. Here we go.
I don't want to lose you. Let's go. In a courtroom where someone who has tested positive for COVID within the last 5 days is at. He believes you're outside the CDC's advice and guidelines, so he does not want to be present. He wants to be present for his own trial, but he doesn't want his own health at issue. And so he is objecting to you being here for that purpose. Secondarily, he is not going to sit in the back with an iPad. I can state, Judge, as an officer of the court, I've known Mr. Bishop for a while. He has no desire to post on social media or anything like that with an iPad. But he has indicated he's going to take advantage of going back to the jail. He will go back to the jail and he will observe his trial from there. He also has indicated that he'd be happy to listen to you for purposes of his right to testify or not. But he's going back to the jail. He understands he will not be brought back here. He will observe his trial from the jail.
All right. Have you discussed his ability to testify or not
I have
testify in that context?
And that's another objection that we have, Judge, because obviously his ability to testify and to defend his case from the jail. He doesn't feel like the choice or the option that he has. He's happy to be in court if the CDC guidelines are followed in his opinion, but if the CDC guidelines are not followed, he feels compelled to follow his own health and his own best interest. And so he is going to go to the jail and observe his trial there. He understands that his ability to testify, and I believe his ability to testify will certainly be encumbered if he chooses to testify. But at this point, I think he's going to take his own health over anything else. So I advise him of his right to testify or not testify. I do think that he will not choose to testify under these circumstances, but you can certainly inquire of him and explain to him his right, because obviously that's what the court will do.
All right. Well, the trial is going forward. We've been through that significantly. We, just for the record, we did recess Tuesday afternoon for the rest of the day Tuesday and all day yesterday. We are back here this Thursday, and we are ready to go forward. We had a company come in and sanitize the courtroom. We have a machine, an air circulation filtration system going in the courtroom. I've provided masks for all of anybody who wants them, spectators, anybody, jurors, lawyers. And you can have 2 masks. You want a double mask, you can double mask. I am going to continue to wear a mask during the trial. And I think frankly, folks are safer now than they were on Monday, because now I'm wearing a mask. Oh, we have shields? Where's the shield? Okay. What did we do? All right, put it over the mask. All right, we can, where is it? We get one? Okay, we have a face shield too. We can put a face shield on them. Deputies, are they okay with that?
He's not going to want a face shield.
He's not gonna want, he doesn't want a face shield.
He's not asking for a face shield.
I understand.
He's indicating that the court is still positive for COVID, and because of that, he does not want to be in the courtroom. He's elected to take advantage of his own health. He's entitled to do that.
Sure.
That's
all right, just make sure the record is clear that I am not instructing that he leave the courtroom. My preference is for him to stay and participate in his defense with his attorney. However, if he does not want to be here, we will make arrangements for him to observe the proceedings in the jail courtroom.
But he does want to be here, Judge. He just
it's his choice. So I want him here. Everybody else is here. Everybody else is fine.
I'm not there, Judge. I want to be there, Judge, but I'm scared too.
Person that has a problem is Mr. Bishop. So that is his right, and I'm not infringing upon that. If he is uncomfortable being in this courtroom, I will consider it a voluntary absence, and we will bring him back to the jail, where he will put on his orange jumpsuit, and he will observe the trial.
Is it really voluntary?
He's aware of that, Judge, and he would just go ahead and go through his right to testify or not.
Yep. All right, Mr. Bishop, do you understand? Mr. Bishop, do you understand? I need to know you understand these things. Mr. Bishop. Yeah.
Mr. Bishop would like to inquire if the court would state on the record whether you're still positive for COVID.
I have no idea.
What? You don't have any idea, Judge? You could have took it, Judge. What are we doing here, Judge?
Better today than I did on Monday night.
He just wants the record to reflect that you're here in court. You could be potentially still positive for COVID, and his options are to be positive in the courtroom with someone who's positive for COVID.
All right, we've gone through. Yeah, I understand. You've made your record, Mr. Bishop. You've made your point. It's interesting to me for all sorts of reasons that that's your concern. But
wow, she took shots fired. Whoa, whoa.
We have made at your request, because you are indicating you do not want to be in this courtroom.
Whoa,
hold on. Jail and observe the proceedings in the jail courtroom. Do you understand that if you...
Hold on, before we continue, did you hear what the judge just said? That judge said, it's surprising that he's concerned. Well, she just said anyway, she didn't say okay. I'm talking about. This is a family-friendly show right now. But the judge shared traction. I don't know if the judge, everyone is there because of, let's go.
you do that, you're not going to be able to talk to your attorney necessarily throughout the trial. You're not going to be able to whisper in his ear. You're not going to be able to consult with him periodically. It's going to be a lot more difficult for you to communicate with your attorney. Do you understand that?
I do not understand.
Okay, well, your attorney can explain it to you. Also, you will have the right to testify in this case in your own defense if you would like. You do not have to. It is entirely up to you. If you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination like any other witness. If you do not testify, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed to hold that against you in any manner. And you can consult with your attorney about whether or not you want to testify, or whether or not it's in your best interest, but ultimately the decision has to be made by you. So,
we have, Judge, we discussed whether or not he wants to testify or not. So, but he wants to make sure the record is clear that his ability to be here in court, he doesn't feel like he has any other option but to take his own health. That issue is not something he's just electing to do. He's indicated that he's not going to be here in a courtroom where someone testifies with COVID. He's not going to. And so he understands that going to the jail is his option. So he comes to the next. He has indicated that he's not on trial to start until he's at the jail and on the camera and able to see what's going on in his own.
okay, well, again, as I mentioned, he's the only person who has an issue with this. So the trial is going forward.
Well, actually, Judge, I do too, but we'll talk about that later.
Also, Mr. Bishop, if you choose to go back to the jail to observe the trial, you're not going to be able to change your mind and come back. There's too much involved. Time, it's going to take about 30 minutes to get you there, just out and back into the courtroom, and we don't have time for the back and forth business. So once you exercise this option that I'm giving you, this is, make no mistake, okay? If you exercise your option to do this, that's on you, and you're not going to be able to undo it. You're not going to be able to come back for parts of it. So you either stick around and we finish this trial, or you go to the jail courtroom and you observe. No.
He's asking, he understands it, he's asking that we will just kind of get back to the jail because now, and you just asking whether or not you intend to testify. Ms. Bishop, do you intend to testify in this case? Do you feel like you have an option to testify? I have an option, but I don't know if I want to. Okay. If you are, so you're gonna have to do the court, yes or no, do you intend to testify or not? I don't know.
Okay, well, then we'll ask him again. I notified him of his rights on the record. I will ask you again outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of the defendant's evidence, if you want to testify or not. And if you do, you'll have to testify from the jail courtroom without having your attorney there. Your attorney will be here. Do you understand that? No. Okay, well, I can't make it any clearer. Yes, Mr. Coveney?
I understand.
I can just put two things on the
Yes,
record.
please.
One, I just want to establish that we do have technology that would allow Mr. Bishop to testify from the jail courtroom.
Yes.
And stream that live into the courtroom.
Yes, we do.
Possible.
Yeah, I said you could testify from the jail courtroom.
Secondly, I think there was some confusion earlier about the current CDC guidelines. We all know they're in the process of changing, but I have it pulled up, cdc.gov, isolation protocols. If you test positive for COVID-19, stay home for at least 5 days, but then it counts day 0 is the onset of symptom, or is the day of symptom onset regardless of when you test positive. So it also says you're most likely to be infectious during these first 5 days, wear a high quality mask if you must be around others at home and in public, and don't go to places where you're unable to wear a mask. So it contemplates being around other people.
Of course it does.
It says wear a mask. We are in 2024, the end of February, beginning of March tomorrow.
It's been 4 years.
4 years removed from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a legal system, we need to learn to live with this. The state is asking the court to go forward. And that's what we like.
And if I got a chance to respond to that. Only, I get the word 4 years, but right over here in the.
That was polite lawyer, if y'all remember.
That the judge can't be decided. We had only 4 years ago a few million people across this world and country that die as a result of COVID-19. There are people, the hospital cells were overwhelmed. My client, he gets one life, and he's electing not to be in a courtroom with someone. His position is that we don't even know if you're positive or negative at this point. You haven't taken another test. And so ultimately, Judge, his position is
The
that he
judge should have
understands
brought up
that
Hawaii.
that
Thank you,
exists,
Izzy,
but it's not a
for the
president that he
donation.
feels
I sent it
that he is
straight to
created
Nene.
by being placed in
I
a jail
sent it
court.
straight to
He's
Nene.
going to
Thank
go
you
back
so
to the
much,
jail
my
court. Whether
sweetie.
he chooses to testify at that point or not will be a decision that he will make. Because at this point, I don't know that he's made a ultimate decision, but he's going to test. And so ultimately, Judge, his position is that he understands the prejudice that will exist, but it's not a prejudice that he feels that he has created by being placed in the jail court. He's going to go back to the jail court. Whether he chooses to testify at that point or not will be a decision he will make. Because at this point, I don't know that he's made a ultimate decision, but he's elected to go to the jail court, and he will dress out in his own garb, and he will pop up on the screen and watch it just like everybody else. So we're ready to get going.
All right, let's do it. We'll be at recess until we get Mr. Bishop on the jail courtroom. Oh, yeah, and to the woman the witness, you're just gonna have to hang tight. We gotta take a recess to get Mr. Bishop back. Okay. Yeah.
Now, ladies, brolic, 300-pound muscle-bound dude with COVID. Real quick, I'm gonna drop the part 2 to let him know he was upright, but in hard questions, he started slouching. He's going back to the jail to get dressed out, and we're going to continue with the trial. I think we're going to stay live. We're not going to. All right, guys, we're back here, and
If y'all remember this guy face, this was the guy, remember, polite friend? So look who talking. Remember when polite used to be talking and the man used to be on the side? So need I say more? Need I say more? That was polite homie. So we already know which way he goes. Okay, let's go. I don't know if y'all been watching that long or y'all remember his face, but let's go.
I have a special guest, legal. Happened the other day.
Okay.
This morning, Natureboy.
The judge is not going to go for it. So she'll sit his ass in the back and they'll continue the proceedings without him. And he can watch from the back.
Tell the people how dangerous that is from a defendant's perspective and how that's going to be viewed by the jurors.
Yeah. So obviously the jury is going to be confused because this person was present and now the person is not present, and they're going to speculate. Now the judge is probably going to give them a limiting instruction, which is going to tell them something like, you saw the defendant here for the first, so how many, where it comes from. And I don't need to say no, municipal court, right? And so that is consistent with the testimony that was given by the long-term friend, former coworker, Miss Yurdi, who said the relationship began in 2019, right? So the judge has enough, I believe he has enough to conclude that the relationship did in fact start before he was appointed. And the next step in the analysis is whether or not Ms. Willis received a benefit as a result of that appointment. And that might be a little bit more difficult because I'm sure the judge does not want to say that Bonnie Willis is not a credible witness. What I think he will say is, while I will not make a credibility term replaced.
Right, they had a jury.
That delayed.
He's the ball. Well, Ike, I appreciate you coming on. I know that we're waiting for.
And we gonna stay live too. We gonna stay live too. We gonna stay live too. Don't forget to hit the like. Yes, can we get these likes up? Come on, guys. We need at least 5 more likes. Don't forget, if you would like to send Nene some coffee money, y'all could donate $1 or two, every dollar is something. She got to pay for gas. She got to pay for parking. And we was the first ones to get this information. We got it straight. So, and whatever y'all send me, I send it straight to her, or I will put up her Cash App. I will put up her Cash App, and if you guys would like to donate, y'all can donate it if y'all like. This should be her Cash App. This should be her Cash App. So now at this point, the drone sisters are testified. The drone sisters are testifying. I know we in a world. We are in the world that we got to go by evidence. But technically, we can't go by evidence because all the evidence against Nature Boy would make them biased. See, this is the system is corrupt at this point. They are absolutely right. The system will be corrupt at this point because I don't know if that's his uncle, but he used to be there. If y'all remember, he used to be there. He used to be. Remember that face? He's the one used to sit right next to her. So again, just remember, they don't want. How do you not want what he has done to people to be swayed? If this is the person he is, why they don't need to know the person that he is, right? Everybody know the type of person Nene is. He don't even call Nene a prostitute, right? We even heard him say in his thing, how can you bape a prostitute? So everybody get to hear everything about her, the people she's been with, but we can't talk about none of the heinous things this man been through. Unbelievable. That has not been confirmed. That's just what's been said. I didn't say, I'm not the doctor. I didn't say he no, that's has what's been said. But this is the same guy, throw them under the cake, who went to Hawaii when everything was locked down. This is the same man. He says CV doesn't exist. He wasn't concerned when his ass was in Hawaii. See, this is what I'm saying. These little nuances, like they could believe that, but we know better. He went to Hawaii. He wasn't worried about his health. When all of them got on that plane and they told him to quarantine for 2 weeks. Because at that point, when you left one state to go to another state, you had to quarantine for 2 weeks. Did Nature Boy do that? No. And then on top of that, he jumps in their water and he touched the turtles that they told him these turtles are not to touch. He chose not to even wear a mask because he said it doesn't exist. Now all of a sudden it exists. So we don't want to talk about his concern with his health when in the midst of it, he had them all out, the whole crew outside. Who remembers? They outside talking about it don't exist. I ain't wearing no mask, blah, 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 having parties and everything. When we was right in the nitty gritty part of it. Mm-hmm. 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 So now they want to people to care about stuff. This is why I can't argue with people because they're only hearing these things. Not you, sweetie. I'm just talking about on other channels. I'm not talking about you, but this is why that's why he's not concerned about no C. Exactly not. And they would have hit him with that that Hawaii thing. That was the purpose of them being deported and kicked out. Because not only did they violate the law, he didn't quarantine. Yes, no means no. And then people, I heard somebody say, a woman have to keep saying it. And you got to put your foot down and you got to say no. Again, I would tell you men, if women say no, you stop right there. Right? You stop. So the joke would be on her. So if she's playing games or not, you are not playing the game with her. Ladies, tell your sons, when a woman say no, that means stop. So if she's playing games, that would be on her, right? Because at that point, once somebody says no, and you keep coercing them and bribing them to the point they give in. But again, they are going to have to prove, which they are not even trying to even prove, what was the purpose, the intent, and the revenge was on him when he called her back upstairs. They keep talking about her so much, nobody's concentrating on him. Everything is, oh, he shouldn't get life. He. Nature boy, nature boy, nature boy, nature boy, nature boy, nature boy. Oh, they wanted to get me, so they used her. Well, you helped them out when you called her ass upstairs. Everything still goes back to you, Nature Nut. Everything goes right back to Nature Nut. It goes right back to him. When she was leaving, you called her back upstairs. That's you. That would be you, right? You put yourself you put yourself in that. Why you didn't just let her go? If you said they could leave, she leaving. No, you wanted to. Even if she came back in, it don't matter. You called her. Maybe she thought it's gonna be peaceful or something. I don't know.
Multi-song music album.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they under the name of Carbon Nation?
Yes.
Okay. And were these things that you guys recorded and created there together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did it include singing and other things?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Sustained, you have them on direct.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. So when you were present in the house, was Mr. Bishop in a relationship with several women?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Bishop in a position where he was being violent toward women?
No.
I want to take you specifically. I think you said you got there first in 2021. Was there a time that you were in California in 2021?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a time that you were ever with the group in California?
No, sir.
Were you with the group everywhere they went?
Well, when I got there in Puerto Rico, yes.
Okay. So from March of 2021 until how long were you with the group? For what time frames?
From March 2021 to March 2022.
Okay. All right. So let's go to March 24th of 2022. Were you at the house that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At that house, that's the same Atlanta house we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
How many people had cars there?
There were 2 cars.
Okay. Do you know what kind of cars they were?
No, I don't remember. I know it was a burgundy car and a black car.
Okay. And were those cars used to transport everybody around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who had access to those cars?
Yes, I had access to the car. Mr. Bishop, True had access to the car. I believe Musa.
Musa did?
Yeah, Musa did as well.
Okay. All right. And on the board back there, which name did you go by? And was that a name that you had before you got in the group, or was that a name that you had after you got in the group?
That was the name I had before I got in the group.
Okay. What is that? If you could tell us, what does that name mean?
God has been gracious and shown favor.
God has been gracious and shown favor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a name that people before. So did people know you by that name before 2021?
No, that's the name I gave myself before I left Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. So on your way to Puerto Rico, you wanted to create a name for yourself, so that's the name you created.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going on March 24th, 2022, can you describe the party? What's happening in the house?
That day we had company over.
Okay.
The usual. I think we went live, had some music playing.
Anything unusual about that day?
Well, we had a meeting with Ms. Noel. Ms. Noel wanted to leave. In the midst of that meeting, I was cleaning up, organizing, because we were about to take it down for the rest of the night. She wanted to leave. I was asked by True to go get her bags along with another member of the shed with her paintings and bring it to the door.
Okay. All right. So you were asked to go get her bags because you understood she wanted to leave.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said before we go further, you said you were shutting down for the night and cleaning up. Shutting what down?
We were cleaning up.
Okay.
We were going to take it down for the night, go to sleep.
Okay.
We were cleaning up while the meeting was going on. We were in the midst of cleaning up, getting the house straightened up.
Okay. So did you go get her bags?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you take her bags to?
From the shed, took her bags and her paintings to the front of the door on the landing where the door was. You can see her Uber outside.
Okay. Where was she at?
I don't remember where she was upstairs going to get the rest of her things, her belongings.
Okay. Were her bags already packed, or do you know?
Most of her luggage was already packed in next to the door. She probably only had to grab a few things from the stairs.
Okay. All right. Did you witness her leave outside the front door?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you witness her leave at all?
No, sir.
Did you ever see her again after the bags were placed at the front door?
Yes, sir.
When did you see her?
She came downstairs, and I seen that I can see that she cleaned. She went back upstairs.
So she came downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear anybody say anything to her?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she appear to be disheveled or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody hit her, punch her, or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. So she came downstairs, and you said she went back upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm teasing myself. Yes, sir.
Okay.
When she went back upstairs, how long was she downstairs before she went back upstairs?
A couple seconds.
Okay. Did you hear anybody call her to go back upstairs?
No, sir.
When she went back upstairs, what did you witness her do?
I didn't witness her do anything. She just went up the stairs, and I continued to keep cleaning up.
Okay. All right. Did you ever see her come back downstairs after that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you hear anything or any noises of anybody fighting upstairs, anything like that?
No, nothing of that nature.
Did you hear anything that sounded like any type of violence or confrontation upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. And was that all that you witnessed from her on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her bags being moved by anybody from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as the time that you spent in the group, is it your testimony that you never saw Mr. Bishop punch or hit anyone while you were present?
I never seen that happen.
Okay. How many devices would you say were within the house, electronic devices were there that you guys used? Was it a lot of computers and everything, or what was there?
There were a few computers.
Okay.
Everyone had a cell phone.
Okay. So the cell phones, was that the primary method of production?
Yes.
Okay. And did the production, was everybody in the production every day?
Yes, everyone was included in the production.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop have different characters that he would do for the production?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us some of the characters he would do?
Mr. Bishop, Dr. Bishop was like a psychologist character that he would play to help some of the members go through anything that they were going through. Yeah, Uncle Fernando.
What was Uncle Fernando?
It was just like a comedian.
Okay.
Just, you know.
Okay. Anyone else that you saw him act as?
3 guys.
Okay, what was that?
That was just a character. If you look at the spiritual meaning of 3, it's the perfect number. It means knowledge, wisdom, and being in harmony with the universe. Okay. So that was a character that he played, and we all agreed to push that character to the public.
Okay. Anything else that you witnessed that you can remember as far as characters?
No, no sir.
Was there a time that was called Real Talk?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What was Real Talk? And maybe what was it called? I hate to say it. Real
Nigga Talk. Real Nigga Moments.
That okay. Yeah. What was that about?
It was just. Well, I actually wasn't there when those moments were
okay.
happening.
Then I won't be that sure about
that. Yeah, I wasn't there.
Okay. But that was another segment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Outside of the music on Spotify, was there any other produced music outside of Spotify?
On YouTube, SoundCloud.
Okay. Was Velvet Marquez ever at the house when you were there?
No, sir.
Okay. Was Brianna Jacobs at the house when you were there?
No, sir.
Had you ever met Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
And you had never met Velvet Marquez either?
No, sir.
Okay. But Janae Newell, you were around her?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How long do you think you were around Janae Newell during the time? How often did you see her?
Not too often. In Puerto Rico, she was only there for like not even a month. Atlanta, probably was there with her for a couple weeks.
Okay. All right. And you never saw Mr. Bishop hit her or have any act of violence or her?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Mr. Britt.
How you doing today?
Still morning, I'm doing all right. My name is Michael Coveney, I'm a prosecutor on the case. You were pretty good at wrestling as a kid, were you not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you got a scholarship to go to Pitt for wrestling, right?
Yes, I did.
I think you testified you started watching videos online after you left Pitt and left the other college you attended for a little while. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? And it was at that point in your life that you found Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you still find Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're currently a follower of his.
Yes, sir.
And do you reside with other people who follow Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir.
You reside with Tanisha Dulé?
No, I don't, sir.
You reside with Juliana Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Jayon Hamilton?
No,
Caleb Buckner?
no, sir.
Does Mr. Bishop pay you rent?
Pay whose rent?
Pay rent on the place where you reside?
No, I pay rent where I was.
Now, you said you were not in California with the group, right?
Yes.
Because that happened. Are you familiar with where the group was before you joined, just from learning about it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with a few spots.
Okay, so they were in California during 2020?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Bishop provided for the majority of your meals and things like that, right?
Yes, sir. Well, we all will provide. All of us will provide.
Were you working jobs?
No. We will all pull in resources.
Asking for donations?
No, we will all pull in resources. We wouldn't ask for any donations per se.
You testified about the 2 cars at the Arbor Chase property. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
And you said you had permission, Aaron had permission, and maybe Musa had permission to drive, right?
Yes, sir.
But the 3 of y'all would still have to ask Mr. Bishop before you could go somewhere, right?
No, sir.
So your testimony today is you could just up and leave.
Not just up and leave, but if we need to go get groceries, we didn't have to ask Mr. Bishop to go get groceries. We could just go get groceries from home.
Anybody else to drive those cars? If Janae, someone else, they would need Mr. Bishop's permission, right?
They wouldn't need permission. They weren't driving at all. so drive and go get whatever need to be get. We will bring it back to the home.
Those cars belong to Mr. Bishop.
Yes, sir.
He made the rules related to who got to drive them, where they go, stuff like that.
There weren't necessarily any rules. He didn't make any rules.
He didn't make rules for
He
that.
didn't make any rules on who was driving the car. There was just a specific people that were able to drive the car because they were able to drive and they had licenses.
Okay. And he did make rules about a lot of other aspects of your life, right?
No, sir. I wouldn't say any rules. I would say more so morals and principles for us to abide by, and we all agreed upon to live with those morals and principles.
Okay. So as a condition of being a part of the group, anybody who's joining would agree to abide by certain morals and principles, right?
Yes, sir.
And there would be consequences if they failed to abide by those morals and principles?
No, there wouldn't be any consequences. There would maybe a meeting. We would have a discussion, or those people would just leave in the middle of the night.
That's usually when people left, right?
Well, I've seen two people left in the middle of the night. One person decided to call and Mr. Bishop talked with them, and they decided to leave still.
You said you were telling the jury a little bit about the last night Janae was there. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And I think you kind of finished that conversation by telling Mr. Booker that was everything important that you witnessed with Janae that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So everything important that happened with her, you just testified to.
That I've seen.
So is it your testimony that you did not observe Zoka hit Natiri that night?
I did not observe that. I was cleaning up.
So the question that day.
Any redirect?
Okay.
All right, may you be excused? Thank you. All right, free to go. Call your next witness.
Judge, may he remain in courtroom since he?
Sure, if he's excused, he can remain in the courtroom. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as per the court's ruling, I must exercise the elimination of the victim's name whenever possible. So if the beeping bothers you,
It's just a quick beat. Y'all gonna be okay. Y'all'll be okay. Y'all be okay. He, if he didn't witness, he said he packed the bags, right? He the one packed the bags. Then he was cleaning up. He didn't see nothing. We know he's doing a terrible job, but listen, it's live. It's live, and you don't know when they're going to say the name. So people are trying. Please don't worry about the beeping. It's live. So we're doing our best to bring it to you live. So please, I understand about that, but we're trying. It's live. Them, listen, them names been out. Them names been out. But at least they can hear we're trying, right? Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody.
Who was a negative critic you saw online?
Well, there's actually a lot of them inside of this courtroom. The main one that has been emailing the detectives to.
All right.
They all got on the same colors. Nature Boy had that color on too.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
They're talking to each other.
Can you guys approach for a sec?
Sure, Judge.
all right, something just happened, and the judge has to have a sidebar. they may have to caution the witness about naming names. Uh, this is the young man on the stand is a member or a follower of Nature Boy. I did see him throughout the proceedings, but he was asked to leave the courtroom.
When did you physically meet him?
March 29th, 2021.
March 29th, 2021. And
Yes, sir.
where'd you meet him at?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I caught a flight.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
Chicago.
Okay. Were you a student in school or what were you doing?
Well, during that exact time, it was, I think COVID was going on, so all the schools were shut down.
Okay. All right. And how did you fund the flight from Chicago to Puerto Rico?
Well, I had a job that was, the job closed down too, so they had sent me a check, $2,000 check.
Okay.
And then I just used that check to pay for the flight.
Okay. And so when you got to Puerto Rico, what was the living arrangements there?
The living arrangements were actually very beautiful. The men, we were just together. We were just together, united. Mr. Bishop, he actually wanted his own space. He actually ended up leaving to Atlanta in his own space, while we were actually alone, not isolated, but we were alone instead of holding down the hub by ourselves. We were actually alone.
Right, he just asked you about the living arrangement, so just answer the question.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. It was really beautiful.
Anybody, hold up, if there are any comments, you're gonna be kicked out of the courtroom.
And Judge, I'm going to try that, but I want him to have an opportunity to explain it.
He certainly can, but he has to answer the question. If it warrants explanation, that's fine, but we're not gonna go off on tangents that are not relevant.
Right. I think he's determined that it does warrant explanation. So you met Mr. Bishop, left and went back to Atlanta. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We were at the house.
Okay. And how long were you in Puerto Rico for?
Say one time.
How long were you in Puerto Rico for?
For about 6 months.
Okay. How many people were there with you?
About probably like 30. It was probably 7 men. 7 men.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there any women there?
The ones that had wives, the men that had wives, they were there too.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Bishop's wives were also there.
Okay. So there were women there as well.
Yes. But except for his main wives, they went to Atlanta with him.
Okay. Do you know who his main wives that went to Atlanta with him were?
The main wives will be Malia, and Afro, Naya.
The rest of the women stayed there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And they stayed there because they were not a main wife, or they were in a relationship with another guy.
Well, the thing about the whole tribe is we're spiritualists, we're spiritual teachers, we're spiritual gurus. So we teach spirituality. So people come and join on a spiritual journey. Nobody is being recruited, nobody is being persuaded to join.
Okay.
Like for instance,
Sustain the objection.
Okay. So let me re-ask the question. 3 women went to Atlanta with him. Does that sound right?
Sometime.
3, his wives went to Atlanta with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were mentioning that you don't recruit and things like that. People were just showing up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after you were in Puerto Rico for 6 months, where did you go after that?
After Puerto Rico, we went to Atlanta.
Atlanta? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so from the time that you got to Atlanta, did you remain in Atlanta or did you go somewhere else?
After Atlanta, we went to Philadelphia.
Okay. And when you say we, who was we?
The men, we went to Philadelphia to network. I did a few music shows.
Okay.
Really to network.
Okay. All right. And you did some music shows. What kind of music do you do?
It was a music video I did on YouTube for music. I just did a video. It was a open mic, some type of open mic night.
Okay. And was Carbonation, were there music production happening within Carbonation as well?
So one time?
Within the group, was there music production being happening as well?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of production.
Okay. All right. Were there albums that were created and produced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they placed on Spotify and other places?
On all streaming platforms.
Okay. All streaming platforms?
YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, really everywhere.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you were in March 20th, 2021, did you know Velvet Marquez?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
All right. And Kendra Carter, did you know her?
Yes, sir.
You knew Kendra Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what name Kendra Carter went by?
Mama Sheba. Mama Sheba.
Mama Sheba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know Janae? Okay. Do you know what name she went by?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the time that you were there, how often would you see Kendra Carter?
Kendra Carter, well, she was actually his wife.
Okay.
And their his wife, so it was quite often I was seeing her.
Okay. Aaron Dixon was another member of the so when she was around, was she staying around Aaron Dixon?
For the most
part. Okay. And Janae knew how.
Well, when she had got to Puerto Rico, she had came to Puerto Rico and she wasn't there for long. She ended up wanting to leave again. Okay. So when she left, she ended up going back to Atlanta. Okay. So I didn't really see her. I seen her more when we was in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In March of 2022, were you at the house in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
March 24th to be exact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the living arrangements in the house? How did people stay? How did they sleep?
Well, we ended up dividing ourselves into the living room, the dining room. Mr. Bishop had his headquarters. There was also two other rooms that were open and available. Okay. The middle room it ended up being turned into like a studio / production room. Okay. Yeah.
And a typical day, how much production was done on a typical day?
It was a lot of production. Like it was music being done. It was videos being edited. It was a lot of acting that was being done. It was a lot of production.
Okay. And the acting would entail, was it dramatic acting, comedy? What kind of acting?
It was really all type of acting. It was like it was really all for entertainment purposes. We decided that right now humanity is in a very special time right now, and we come with a very important message that needs to be delivered to humanity. So us realizing that humanity is getting distracted through entertainment and drama, we chose to meet humanity where they are and give them drama and entertainment. Okay. So collectively, I was actually there when we came to the collective agreement to do this, okay. to do certain performances, to say certain things, to deliver the message within that performance. Okay. Spiritual improv is really simple.
And was the purpose of that to get people to some shock and awe so they would pay attention to what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So March 24th, 2022, was there anything, was there a party going on in the house or anybody over that day that you can recall?
I think we were having an interview, a Sonetta interview. I'm not sure, but the most that I can remember that day is cleaning up. We were cleaning up. I was cleaning up. I was helping cleaning up the kitchen, and then we ended up feeling the energy inside of the house as if it was a meeting going on. So as we dismissed the kitchen, that's when we attended the meeting, and then the conclusion we already come to a conclusion that she was ready to depart from the group.
Okay, so Miss, when you say she was at Janae Newell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the meeting, what happened after the meeting? How did you know she was getting ready to leave the group?
Well, it was discussed, and it was said that she was ready to leave and to make arrangements for her Uber to pull up. So after that was discussed, I was asked to get her belongings from the back. So I went to the back and I got her belongings, I got her paintings, I got her suitcases, and I organized them. I helped organize them right there by the door so she could leave. Okay.
Where was she while you were doing all that? What was Miss Newell?
I didn't really see her.
Okay.
I think she was right. She was in the living room. Yeah, she was in the living room. That's nice. She was right there.
Okay. And where was Mr. Bishop? Did you see him?
I did not see him.
Okay. Okay. So when you came back in with her bags, did you give them to her or you put them by the door?
We placed, she was standing right there by the door, so I remember coming in, placing them right there by the door, and she had certain paintings that I actually liked. She had a Pharaoh painting, and I remember asking her about the Pharaoh painting, and she said she wants to keep it. Okay, so I remember placing them right there by the door.
Okay. You want to keep the Pharaoh painting for yourself?
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she didn't let you?
Yeah, she was like, she wanted it, so I'm okay.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So after you did that, did you continue to stay there with her, or what did you do next?
After I helped organize her bags, I just went about my business and waited until she left. Once the Uber pulled up, she walked out the house. I thought that's when I went about my day. She just no longer existed for my people. Like, okay, now she's going into the world, she's leaving.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Did you see her come back in the house?
I did not see her come back in the house, but I know she did. When she came back in, it was.
Hold on.
Or can you state how you knew she?
How does he know?
Because the Uber, when she had walked out to the Uber, she had ended up turning around. And then I was told that she came back.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. You can't base your
Well,
knowledge
she
on
turned around.
Hold on. You cannot talk about what someone else told you. Talk about what you saw and what you observed, but that's it.
Okay, so what I observed is I observed that the Uber was no longer there.
Okay.
And her bags were still outside.
Okay.
So I went outside and grabbed her bags because we're not going to leave them out there. And she has a history of coming and leaving and coming and leaving.
Okay.
Several times throughout the years.
Okay. All right. And so you brought her bags back inside?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see her yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see her go back upstairs or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what did you do with her bags?
We just organized them right there. I left them right there. When we brought them back inside, we left them right there by the staircase.
Okay.
Because I didn't know she was going to leave again because she has a history of leaving and coming back, like I said before.
Had you ever witnessed any acts of violence between Mr. Bishop and women?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him punch or hit or kick somebody?
No, sir.
How about surround them and body slam them or anything like that?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen him commit any physical acts of violence against Ms. Newell?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen her with any bruises or anything like that that Mr. Bishop would have placed on her?
No, sir.
What about women? Did you see or hear Mr. Bishop direct women to hit other women on his behalf?
Not that I've seen, sir.
Okay. All right. During the time that March 24th, 2022, were there was a mixture of men and women staying there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were for sure there that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you hear any scuffling upstairs or any fighting or anything that sounded like violence upstairs in the house?
No, sir. It was actually very it was peaceful. The music, we went back to cleaning. As we went back to cleaning, it was just a peaceful night. Everybody knew about their business about the day. Okay. And this is why I feel like Mr. Bishop.
All right, no. Now, your feelings aren't relevant.
This is why I know.
Stop.
You can't convert it to I know and I feel. The judge is not going to allow you to say that. Okay. March 24th, 2022, April 7th, 2022, were you interviewed by police?
No, I was not asked no questions, and I wasn't asked no questions.
Okay. Did police come and search the house?
They did.
Okay. Who else was there during the search of the house that you can recall? Was it a lot of people?
As far as the police?
No, not the police. Who was staying in the house when they came to search the house? Do you remember?
It was probably about 15 maybe.
Okay. And then
12, 15 was
12
around that range.
Okay. All right. Do you know who the police questioned there?
No.
Okay. But they did question you?
No, I was not questioned. Okay. And this is why I have reasons to
No,
believe.
sir. Stop.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna end this if he keeps this up.
You have to answer the question and not go beyond that. Okay. So there were 12 to 15 people there. Were the devices that were there, were they devices that were used for production, the phones and cameras and things like that?
Yes, sir. We actually had cameras set around the house. We were working on a documentary for production purposes, so there was cameras set up.
Okay.
Still be clicking.
Okay. All right. Want to run back over something, then we'll sit down. You said you first came across him. You're 21 now. You were 17 when you first came across him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were living in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were what year were you in high school? Had you dropped out of high school or were you in high school?
Currently during that time of period, I was not in high school. I was in alternative school. And that's when I started tapping into the realization that,
Okay. And were your parents in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you continue to communicate with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your parents know where you were?
They actually did.
Okay. How frequently do you think?
Rico. Oh,
Yes.
Well, when I was in Puerto Rico, I was actually FaceTiming my parents. I was FaceTiming. So yeah, everything's okay. I'm here. I'm protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the group? Did most people have cell phones in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody has cell phone.
Okay. Were they allowed to use them?
Of course.
Okay. And do you recall if any other parents came to Puerto Rico or any other family members while you were there?
Puerto Rico.
If you can recall.
Not that I can recall while I was there.
Okay. And during the time that you were in Atlanta, did everybody have cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were people allowed to use it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. The state's gonna have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And just remember to be responsible with what they're asking you. Okay?
All right, across.
All right, Mr. Diaz, just a few questions for you. You just said that your family knew where you were.
So what's that?
You just testified that when you were with Mr. Bishop, your family knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is it?
It is true.
Okay, there was an occasion when the police came to the house because you had not contacted your mom in several months and she was concerned about you, right?
The police have popped up, but they popped up because it's a lot of online hates. It's a lot of online critics online that make us look bad. So her being a mother, caring, of course, but she sees these online critics making us look bad. She's gonna be worried of her son. So she reported that to the police. It's a lot of videos that's making us look bad. So she's worried. But I told her where we were. I told her I was.
Here's my question. She was concerned because you had not contacted her in 4 months. Yes?
That's not true though,
Okay.
because I was in contact with her. I would actually call her and FaceTime her.
Okay. And you just testified on direct that you had never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group.
That's a fact.
And that's not true, is it?
That is true.
There's a video where Mr. Bishop is there with you and Lloyd, right?
Right.
And he slaps Lloyd in the face. And you were present on that video, weren't you?
I was present on that video, but I have already stated on the record that a lot of things that we had did were for production purposes. It was called spiritual improv. Like I said, we have come with a very important message to proclaim the kingdom.
Okay, all right, you're getting far off the response now.
So,
Hold on.
I would ask that he be allowed to answer the question. She asked a question.
And he has a right to explain his answer, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on about things that are not relevant.
But I would argue that it is relevant to explaining why the slap that she's alleging of violent, he should be able to explain why that happened.
All right, overrule the objection.
Okay. Mr. Diaz, here's my question. All right. On direct, you said you had never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group, right?
Right.
That is a lie. That is just not true, is it?
That is true.
Okay. You've seen him be violent with people in the group, right?
For production, it wasn't violence, it was out of a joke.
But it
I was there collectively when we came to the agreement. We came to a collective agreement. We were actually in the living room watching the TV so-called Living Colors with Jim Carrey and Jimmy Fox. We were in the living room collectively. I was there that night. And we came to the collective agreement that we need to do certain things and say certain things, performances, to slip in the message to humanity. Give humanity entertainment, give humanity drama, and meet them where they are, so we can slip the message, the divine message that we have for them inside that performance. So any physical activity that is being presented online, we have already stated, and it's actually a live video on the internet where the telephone will be passed around. Like for me, the phone will come to me and I'll be like, "Hi,
Judge, I'm not responsive.
judge, she's asked a question, he should have a right to explain.
And he does, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on indefinitely and about information that isn't responsive to the
Well,
question.
he's given an example. She's
Okay,
accused
well.
of lying and of being involved in violence, and he's given an example.
All right,
of how it wasn't.
overrule the objection. He's had ample opportunity
I
to.
didn't make an objection. I'm asking.
I'm overruling you, whatever it is you're saying. Sorry. I know. They objected, you responded, so I am I'm overruling.
I don't believe there was an objection.
Y'all have gotten me so confused now.
Well, I just asked that you find that the answer is non-responsive.
Non-responsive. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm gonna ask a really, really specific question. It's a yes or no question, all right?
He does have a right to explain his answer, but you need to answer the question first.
There is a video on YouTube with you, Mr. Bishop, and Loyal. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, you are all three facing the camera. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, Mr. Bishop slaps Loyal in the face. Yes?
I don't joke.
Okay. All right.
It's called spiritual improv.
Wonderful. All right. So you joined when you were 17 years old, pretty young.
Right.
And you said that you were going through some things.
Yes.
And so you looked at Mr. Bishop as God.
Yes.
You still think he's God.
Yes, but I also know that I am God too, and you are God too, and everybody in this courtroom is God. God is energy, molecules. When we observe reality, if I was to take a microscope and zoom into the essence of who you truly are, it's just a whole bunch of energy vibrating. So I understand that Mr. Bishop is God, and I am God, and you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay. And with Mr. Bishop, you look to him for your spiritual guidance.
Yes.
And y'all talk pretty regularly.
Since when?
Since this case has been going on, you guys still talk, right?
It's kind of not as much as we used to, because it's been a lot of not as much.
But you have talked to him since this trial started, right?
Since the trial started, not really.
Not yes or no. Have you talked to him since the trial started last week?
Since the trial started last week, yes.
Okay. And he kind of gives you an update about what's going on in court, right?
Not really. It's just more so it's like Mr. Bishop. I look to Mr. Bishop as a mentor, as a tutor, as my tutor, as a teacher. So since we're going through it's trials and tribulations that we are going through right now, so as like a disciplinarian, a father figure, that's how I look like a father figure. He keeps his students, make sure he motivates his students, he inspires his students, he inspires me, he motivates me to keep going, to stay strong.
And when he motivates you to come in here and tell him what he said, right?
No, he just motivates me to speak the truth.
Okay. Now, let's talk about when you joined the group. There were some rules, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you had a $2,000 check you got from your job, and that helped fund your fare to Puerto Rico?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the rest of that money you gave to Mr. Bishop when you got here?
Yes, ma'am. It was just in the pot. I just gave it to the pot. It was a donation from my heart.
Okay. Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got here or to the group?
Did I what?
Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got to the group?
No.
And any credit cards or anything like that?
No, I have no credit cards.
And as far as sleeping, if Mr. Bishop was up talking and teaching or having your meetings, y'all couldn't go to sleep until he said y'all could, right?
I mean, it's not that we couldn't go to sleep till he said that we could. It's just if we're in a classroom and the teacher is teaching, it's like, why would you want to miss out on a lesson that the teacher is teaching? Why would you be here? Why are you here? You're gonna miss out on a lesson. If we're in school and you're in class, and the teacher is teaching, and you fall asleep during class, isn't the teacher gonna tell you, hold on, pay attention to the message?
Okay. And as far as eating, y'all couldn't eat until he ate?
That's not really true because I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop not eat. I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop fast for 7 days while the rest of the members inside of the tribe eat as much as they want to eat. So that really isn't true.
Okay. When y'all were out in Puerto Rico or wherever you guys were, y'all couldn't use the bathroom inside, could you?
That's not true because we actually had an inside bathroom that was connected to a septic tank.
There was
it's not that.
Go ahead.
So it's not that we couldn't use the bathroom inside. It's just we understand what the earth is and we care for the earth. And we understand that when you flush that toilet, it goes through a plumbing system to harm the waters of the earth, which is causing the earth to be harmed and destroyed, and that's when natural disasters occur. So us being naturalists and spiritual gurus, we like to live in tune with the earth and protect the earth.
And a part of being in tune with the earth was pooping in a hole outside, right?
I know it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but poop is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. It's actually soil. When you eat a lot of toxins, you fill your body with these toxins and these parasites, and then that's when the poop turns into something parasitic. But it's actually soil and dirt that's supposed to be given back to the earth.
Okay.
But when we were inside the bathroom, it was connected to a septic tank. So if you flush the toilet, it's gonna get pushed through a septic tank and gets to the earth. So we were never not allowed to use the restroom inside.
Okay. And so when you released your soil into a hole in the ground, you were allotted 6 squares of toilet paper, right? 6 squares of toilet paper. That's what y'all got to use when you had to use the bathroom, right?
No.
No.
I don't
Okay.
know where you got that from.
All right. So Mr. Bishop, he defined the roles between the men and the women, right?
Define the rules as far as what?
Women being less than men.
Women being less than men. It's not that woman. Mr. Bishop never stated that. Mr. Bishop actually stated that women were actually equal in value. We are not equal in function. And you can clearly see that when you look at how our bodies are structured. We are all equal. We are all one. We just have different purposes. We have different genomes. We have different activated genes that make us who we are, that make us different from each other.
All right. And he told you all that if you left the cult, that outside would be hell.
No, not really. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a tribe. For instance, me, I joined the tribe on my own free will, on my own accord. I'm the one that texted Mr. Bishop saying that I like what he's doing, and makes a lot of sense. I can feel it. I see the movement, and I wanted to join and be a part of the movement. You understand? So me doing that, what was the primary question?
Yeah. The question was, he told you that when people left the group, that outside was hell.
Oh, no. Actually, this whole realm, hell is a mentality, it's a state of mind. So when you are at discontent with who you are, when you are miserable within yourself, when you are depressed with yourself, this is when you are in hell. It's all a state of mind, it's all mental. It's the first rank law of principle, the law of mentalism. So hell is like a moment in a state of mind. You could, just because you're with us, don't mean that you can actually be in a heavenly state. You could be anywhere you want to be and be in a state of hell because you're depressed within yourself, because you are going through a lot of situations that you don't have proper answers to. So it's not that when you believe you're going to hell, it's just that with us, we hold a very healthy perspective. So you trying to turn your back and denounce us and join the online critics as you believing into your lowest self because now you're going against what we stand on, which is truth, morals, and principles.
Okay, just a couple more questions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about social media.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bishop, back in March 2022, had a Twitter page. Yes?
Yes.
And nothing got posted to that Twitter page without his permission.
I'm not really sure about how he ran social media. I wasn't really running the social media. I was more so doing like the editing videos, working on the studio. So I'm not really sure how he ran the social media.
And you talked about Mr. Bishop being your God, your Lord, your Savior, all that, right?
The Messiah, yes.
The Messiah?
Yes, he is the Messiah.
The Messiah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can't say no to the Messiah, can you?
It's not that you can't say no. Mr. Bishop never said Mr. Bishop pushed everybody to be real and be themselves. That's actually one of the MODs, which is morals of desires, morals of principles that he teaches, transparency, which is you being your authentic self, being you. So whenever somebody was holding back, he will feel it. Whenever, like, he will push people to speak their truth and be real. So he never said, don't say no. He never said that.
And if someone said no, there would be consequences, right?
Not really. If someone said no, it is be like, okay, elaborate on why you're saying no. Put your ideas out there.
All right. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused.
Yes, sir. You remain in court.
You may.
Also, Mr. Bishop
No,
was very
no,
initially prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
No.
Well, let's just
You know what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom, deputies. He can be escorted out.
malicious prosecution.
All right, he is no longer welcome in the courtroom. Call your next, who's your next witness, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm not sure if the court wants to continue work about certain charges.
We're gonna continue on. I would like to get as much evidence
I
done
have
as
2
possible.
more witnesses, Judge.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
okay.
They should scratch everything he said. They should scratch everything he said.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this trial is off the rails. This trial is off the rails.
He set himself up. He came there
What
on
do
a
you
mission.
think about this particular witness and his testimony?
God damn it!
And why the prosecutor didn't press him even harder?
They could have.
My guess is the prosecutor wants the jury to take him for face value.
Yeah, you ain't got to do no more.
We're back.
God damn. They should scratch everything that man say. Malicious prosecution, but
pull it to the microphone now.
Oh shit. Da.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you present to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but
God
truth? So
damn
help you
it.
God?
I do.
State your name and spell it for the court, please.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Ms. Wade, how old are you?
She has no papers. She can't.
Okay, you won't be able to do this way. You'll have to turn
You
over.
got them from her. I cannot use my vote. Man, belong.
You can't use it.
Okay, take your, you got the papers. All right, very good.
I have a purpose, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Wade, how old are you?
Okay, before I start,
No, before you start, you answer the questions.
I do want to put on the record that I did file a complaint with
Okay.
Judge Hyder.
No.
Judge, if we get.
You're not listening. You're not
Are
listening.
you gonna listen? Are you gonna?
Thank you so much.
answer the questions? You don't get to just.
I can answer the questions.
Okay, so let's try, deputy, stay right there. I'm not gonna let her do this again. I'm gonna give you one more chance to act appropriately. Otherwise, you're gonna be removed from the courtroom. So ask a question, Mr. Booker, and answer that question and that question only, ma'am.
Ms. Wade, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. I know that there are more things that you want to say. Let's just try to get through the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. Where were you born in, Ms. Wade?
I was born in Pasadena, California.
Okay. All right. And how long have you lived in Georgia?
I've lived in Georgia for going on 3.5 years.
Okay.
To 4.
Okay. What kind of education do you have?
I have a high school education, some college.
Okay. Where'd you go to college at?
I went to college, Pasadena City College.
Okay. Do your parents live in California?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you stay in regular contact with them?
No.
Okay. Is that by your choice?
My mother is deceased just recently, and my father is honorable discharge from the military.
The U.S. Army?
Yes.
Okay.
U.S. Marine Corps.
Marine. Okay. Do you stay in contact with him?
No.
Okay. Is that by your choice?
No, it is because of his medical condition from being
In the military?
in the military.
Okay. All right. Do you have any children?
I have one.
Okay. And how old is your child?
14.
Okay. All right. Where did you live in Atlanta?
I lived at 2993 Arbor Chase in Decatur, Georgia.
Okay. And who did you stay there with?
I stayed there with Alethea Bishop and a few other people. Do you want me to name them all?
No, you just about how many people stayed there?
Oh, it was roughly around 15, 16.
Okay. Was it a mixture of males and females?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. And during the time that you lived there, was there music production, video production happening?
Yes, there was a constant music and video production daily.
Okay. And did you take part in the music and video production?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I was an actor.
Okay.
So basically, I was one of the main people who were always on camera. Whether it was we were singing, whether we were dancing, whether we were doing a skit, or whether we were just teaching.
Okay.
I was one of the main persons that was on.
Okay. And was it decided before you got online what the skits would be about, or was it just improv?
Sometimes we would decide what they would be before. Most of the time we would improv. But before we would improv, everybody was well aware that we were, because people were, there were certain designated cameramen.
Okay.
So you had the camera around you, knew that it was, we were live.
Okay. And was that something that was done every single day?
It was done every day. There was a time that we did take off for a few weeks on social media, and that's when we were harassed.
Okay. And when you were harassed, was there were there people that came? Did the police come thinking that you were in some sort of trouble?
Yes, they did.
Okay. They are, of course,
Yes. Okay.
All right, guys, make sure you are smashing the like, smash the like button. Listen.
Yes, definitely make sure you guys, if you haven't smashed the like button, smash the like button. She came there with notes and she thought she was gonna ask the questions. God dang it. She bought a whole note and what she thought she was gonna read off the list. Yeah, God dang it.
Reason why the sound is the way it is because we have to mute out or beep out certain names. So if the volume is high,
I think they should know that part by now, man. Yeah, he's 14 now. Crazy. He's 14 and he got to see his mama like this. I would love to hear the lies that she is saying. Yeah, her son watching us right now. That's FBI, your boy. They all come in. If Kendra said,
and I'm not going to put the guy on blast who got booted from the courtroom.
We know.
But I heard the lie you were telling.
Thank you.
But I know the truth.
Thank you. Yeah, we can't hear all her lies. Nene will fill us in with all her lies.
There's a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever the lawyers approach the bench, the sound is muted. For those who don't watch trials, that's the process.
Yeah. They like, that's why he went back. That's why he went back, because they know the assignment. They have 2 years to think of the assignment.
Once again, the judge mutes the sound from her bench. We're back.
use the mic.
Rather than me watching it and not looking, I'm sorry. Rather than me watching it and then making a relevant subjection, I know I'm going to make a relevant subjection. So
That's
can
fine.
I
Let's
play
just
it?
go ahead and play. Count, just for the record, could you explain what we just said at the bench conference, Mr. Rivera? Put that on the record.
Yeah, at the bench conference, the state indicated to the court that they would have an objection for relevance regarding the body cam video.
You can't. That's the court sound. That's the court sound, sexy.
The entire court. The question was whether or not it was relevant or not. My response was it was relevant because it deals with whether or not people were being held against their will, and it also goes directly to the question that she just asked.
Booker helping them lie. Goddamn. Booker working with a bunch of lies.
Not online, and then people were being sent to the house and control them. And it's deals directly that she's on video. She's actually the first person to get out.
Okay. Go ahead and play. Mr. Booker, do you know which portion of the video it is?
It's a very short video.
That's fine.
It's the entire video, maybe 5 or 7 minutes. I'm not sure.
All right. Where
It just started.
let me hold on one second. Yeah, I've got to fix this. Let me okay.
Booker scared.
Oh, it's well, you have to get it to where is that your computer screen?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. The program is opening now.
Is that it? Okay.
Hey, girl. Hey, boo.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
And it's 6 minutes.
Okay, 6 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will not
You
be.
want to keep the witness on the stand while we're doing this? It doesn't matter.
She was there.
Okay.
This is a body cam footage, so I will not be muting it because it's public record.
And they should throw the video of Malaya getting her behind whipped. Booker. You can't hear, but
Yes, I did say it's proportional. We got schools online. I need to meet you. I'm online. So I say, Bishop. Yeah. So the trolls online, they keep calling the cops to get attention to us. Let me ask you a question. It seems to be, it's on governmental research on all that. Seems to be one person. Do you know who that one person might be? Well, this is a group of people who's probably world news. But it's the same, most of these calls, it's the same phone number, they've been with the same person that's doing it. Yeah, they're trolling us. They're just doing that to troll. And I ask what kind of stuff you might be doing on the internet that's spiritual teaching, but we get arguments and debates online. You know about Young Pharaoh, and I be debating Young Pharaoh. It's just like a bunch of little like.
And you're good.
Okay, that's all I have. Last name, let me double check. Okay. They don't know what They don't know our last name. They just let's say whatever. So, but they may have access to your first name. Yeah, yeah, that's worse. Yeah, they keep doing this. They making us look crazy.
No, that's your neighbors.
Yeah, my name is. How do they know where you reside? How do they expect that? Well, on my house, they look up like things that look, you know what I'm saying, similar, and they look up online, and then they find your address and they post it online. What's the tip? Couple more people. Like people. Are you two girls? I heard voices. That's why I said, no. Yeah, no, it's okay. Y'all can come in and check if y'all want. We got. I'm sure that that way we can make the comments. Yeah. This leads to a basement or something?
I don't see the importance of this, but okay. I don't know what this means. Like, help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. He want us to see his house. Like what?
Usually I go live every day. You know, some closet door or something. That's what that. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, cool. I want y'all to report it. Yeah, I can go upstairs too. Okay, you got it? You okay, man? All right. That's a closet. This is a closet bathroom. We got a call for somebody saying they're being held against the will. You okay? Absolutely. That's why I'm asking everybody okay. I just want to let
She
you know
got off that camera.
crazy, and it's been my body camera record everything, so I just want to make sure for my body camera purposes, say y'all okay. And right here.
There's 6 minutes out of my life.
Right, in the bathroom. Oh, when they get done, y'all just tell them. Yeah, I know that don't. Go ahead, check this.
It showed none of the minutes there.
Anybody in the bathroom? She's in the bathroom. I mean, she's in the kitchen. I already spoke to.
Oh, I'm going to tell them to bring me the light for my dad.
If everybody's okay, everybody's here on free will.
And they supposed to tell the police the truth, right?
I'm like when I say why you my girlfriend, I see you married. But we do not really that's what makes it like, you know what I'm saying, a thing. So like they been watching us all live, you know what I'm saying? We get paid. I'm y'all here.
Thank you. I've always said that. Always. Always.
The objection is relevance to any issue, also hearsay to almost all of it. Obviously, Mr. Bishop's statements that he made to the police officers are not admissible. Obviously, I would also argue that the statements at the beginning that Ms. Wade made to the police officers explaining her why she believes people are there because there are trolls online that are attempting to essentially swat them.
Didn't she say that nobody was being held against their will?
She testified.
She testified to that, right? Mr. Booker, she testified to that, so what is the relevance of this?
Judge, this is the most relevant issue. So I'm assuming the state in their opposing is not going to argue that people were held in this house against their will. That's been the thing that we've been in this entire trial, that they have argued that people have been held against their will by Mr. Bishop. There's count 2 on there for false imprisonment. All these people are there, they can't leave, they got to run out at night. This is an extraordinarily relevant issue. Secondarily, it goes toward the fact, we're not saying that she's held against her will. What she said is that police would come there because there were times they did not produce videos, and they came there during a time that they were down, and they were being trolled, and she's explaining that. Thirdly, if the state's going to argue that this is somehow hearsay, across this entire state, Judge, there is body-worn camera that people are saying all types of things on throughout the entire camera. It has not been used as hearsay throughout our courts, and it's not hearsay here today. It's extraordinarily relevant. It's not hearsay.
Body-worn camera, there's no hearsay exception for body-worn camera.
It's true. I agree, Judge, but it's played every day in the courts.
Well, that's a separate issue, Mr. Booker. Mr. Coveney, what's your response?
It's not relevant to the extent it's relevant. All audio needs to be redacted with the exception of a few statements near the end.
She's already testified that people weren't, I mean, I think you can ask her about what happened that day and, you know, nobody indicated her being held against their will. I don't have a problem with that. And she's already testified it, but I don't think this is relevant.
So what's the legal ruling, Judge?
The legal ruling is it's irrelevant. She's already testified that they weren't being held against her will. So if you want to ask her that on a particular day when the police were there, nobody said no one reported that they were being held against her will, that's fine. But I don't see the need for the video footage. I don't think it's relevant.
And it's not relevant to what issue is what I'm asking the ruling for.
Well, she's already testified to it. Whatever the information on the video, she's already testified about it.
No, that's not the relevant issue, Judge. Now I'll state it so we will have a clear area. The relevant issue is that throughout the entire case, the state has had a common thread that these women and men have been held there against their will. Okay. This video gives the exact opposite. I agree that she said it, but it also further goes to support what she just testified to, which was that they were getting trolled. There were times that people would call the police and make certain assertions to them that, hey, police, these people are being held there against their will. That's exactly what that video shows.
She can say that the police came out, nobody reported that they were being held against their will. That's essentially what the purpose is of this video footage. So I'm fine with her saying that, but I don't see the relevance or the need for the video. So I'll allow her to say that the police came out on whatever date that was, and that nobody reported to the police they were being held against their will. The police came in, searched everything, and nobody said anything about being held against their will.
Okay, but your rule is that it's irrelevant because
it's cumulative.
So not relevant.
It's both. It's both, Mr. Booker.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, bring the jurors back in.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
It makes no
what
sense.
Just happened here?
It was
that footage, in my opinion, is very significant.
No.
Because you see the demeanor of the people in the house.
No.
You see the demeanor.
No, because see, this is where people who know the law don't know the circumstances. Once that video is produced, then they got every right again to produce the video of Malaya getting beat up and they were not acting. You got half of the people say they not acting. Half people say they was acting. We ain't seen no contract yet, right? We ain't seen no contract, no insurance, no nothing, right? Yeah, he's gasping for straws. That didn't make no sense. No, it makes no significance at all. Yeah, that's trout mouth, girl. Mm-hmm. There. If you in a cult, you're not gonna say, "Yeah, help! They're coming to get me." Stop! You in a cult, damn it! What you supposed to say?
All right, everyone have a seat. Thank you. All right, we are ready to continue.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Was there a time that law enforcement came by and attempted to search the house because they believed that you were being held there against your will?
Yes, there was many times that they came to the house to search. because people were calling saying that we were being held against our will.
Okay, were the police allowed to search the entire house?
They were allowed to search many times.
And inside the house?
Inside the house.
Did they
Yes.
question people in the house?
Yes, they did.
Were they allowed to look in every room in the house?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and were the police wearing body-worn camera when they did that?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And was everything shared with Mr. Bishop there? Were you guys there during that time frame?
I didn't understand your question.
When the police came to search, was Mr. Bishop there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and
there was a time that they came to search where he wasn't there. We were just, me and Caleb Buckner were just coming back from the grocery store.
Oh gosh.
And they pulled up on us. It was just me and her. We were getting out the car.
Okay.
And they asked us if everything was okay.
Okay.
And we let them know that, yeah, we were just coming from the store.
Okay. Do you remember what year that was?
That was the same year, 2022.
Okay. All right. And you and Kayla were coming back from the grocery store?
Yes, we were.
So you were actually allowed to go to the grocery store?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. And how did you get there?
I drove.
You did?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. You could actually drive to the grocery store. All right. And Mr. Bishop didn't have to follow you or anything like that to go to the grocery store?
No, that's ridiculous. No.
Okay. All right. So women were allowed to go to the grocery store if they wanted to go.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now,
book is dramatic too.
Improv versus acting, singing, things like that. Were you trained in acting or singing, or is it something you just learned how to do?
It's something that I just learned how to do.
Okay. When you were in high school or college, what was your major?
Prostitute.
My major changed.
Prostitute.
It was nursing, and then I changed to arts. But when I decided not to pursue nursing any longer, I did withdraw.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Bishop, where did you meet him at?
What was that question?
Where did you meet Mr. Bishop at when you first met him? How did you learn about him? Where did you meet him at?
Yeah, so I met him, initially I first saw his videos online. It was a music video, Shining Bright song. And then I started to go and learn more about his teachings on YouTube. I saw what he was teaching, and I saw that he was very handsome. And I was like, oh, I want to know more about him. So I started to learn more.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I met him September of 2018. That's when I first met him.
In person?
Yes.
And where was that at?
Mexico.
Okay. And from September of 2018 until now, have you been around him?
Yes, every day.
Okay. All right. And so going back, that's 6 years? Sounds about right?
It sounds right.
Okay. During that 6 years, have you ever been hit by him in a violent manner? Has he ever punched you, kicked you, beat you?
No.
Okay. Have you seen him act violently toward other women?
No, I've never seen him act violently toward other women.
Lie.
Now, he's
Persia.
a communicator. He likes to talk, so he is very passionate when he speaks, and most people mistake that for being violent, but he's not aggressive. He's just very passionate about what he says.
Okay. Has he instructed other women, including yourself, to hit other people that you wanted to have?
There was a unanimous decision made by the group of people that were there. We all had a meeting, and it was a unanimous decision that we would implement the slapping part as a part of spiritual improv for the documentary we were recording.
Okay. And what does that mean for people who are not under? What does that mean?
Which part?
Well, we were slapping each other for improv. What was it for attention purposes?
It was for attention mostly because what we teach doesn't get a lot of views. The drama gets more views than the teaching.
Okay.
We're more interested in people learning about what we have to teach. So we did get creative on different ways where we can get more attention. The slapping was a part of it because once we saw Will Smith slap Chris Rock,
What?
we thought it was very funny.
What?
Everybody thought it was funny.
Well, I'll be damned.
Attention, we'll do that. Everybody agreed.
Okay.
Well, I'll be
For
damned.
the purpose of intimidation or
Will Smith got thrown in this.
All right. So
I'll
during
be
the time that
damned.
you've been in the group, you you got to know, do you know Velvet Marquez?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Kayla Butler?
Yes, I do.
Brianna Jacobs?
Yes, I do.
We'll start with Brianna Jacobs. How long was she around?
Brianna Jacobs wasn't around long. She came and left a lot. Maybe
It was twice.
But she wasn't around us a lot.
Okay.
She had her own relationship that she was in, so she mostly was just staying with us.
Okay. Was there a time in 2021 or 2022 that she called and asked to become a member of the group again?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And had she been gone from the group for a while when she did that?
Yes, she's been gone for years.
Okay. But she called and
Exactly.
asked, could she come around?
She called and asked to come around, and then when she did come to our house in Atlanta, we did an online interview of her, asking her why she decided to come.
Okay. Was she permitted to come back?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
She was.
Did she in fact come back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Kendra Carter, how often were you around her?
I was around Kendra Carter a lot. We both cooked in the kitchen
Okay.
a lot of times.
Okay. And during the 6 years you've been in the group, Kendra Carter was in the group for a good portion of that time?
Oh, yes.
We're just muting her, but we don't have to mute that name.
Really? Okay. All right.
It's good practice for me.
Was Velvet Marquez around a lot as well?
Yes, she was. When she decided to come back, she was.
Okay. Did she and Mr. Bishop have a child together?
Yes, they do. Beautiful girl.
Okay. Was she around when you first got to, I think you said Puerto Rico or Costa Rica? Where did you meet him first at?
Mexico.
Mexico. I'm in the wrong place altogether. So was she around at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. All right. Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop hit her or punch her or body slam her or anything along those lines?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop tell someone else to go hit her in order to? Okay. All right. Now there was production done every day. Was production done in such a way where it was recording frequently?
Yes, there was recording all the time.
And these were these videos that were placed on the internet?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were there people that were following you are following your group on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. Was the acting, were there different characters that you would act with?
We had a lot of different characters. Leo had a lot of different characters as well.
Okay. What were some of the characters that he had?
His most popular character was Dr. Bishop. He had Leroy. He had Totally Todd, Uncle Fernando the Commando, and his most recent character was Three God.
Okay. And these were all characters that he used online?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to jump on forward to March 24th. Well, let's deal with the Mexico out of the country first.
And y'all want him free, right?
Outside the country, did you guys use the bathroom outside the house?
Using the bathroom outside the house was everyone's choice. We have restrooms everywhere that we went. There's restrooms in house. You could use the restroom in the house if you wanted to. Everybody did. They took showers. It's regular. It's normal. If they wanted to use the restroom outside, they could.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why there was using the restroom outside is because of our beliefs, which is protected by First Amendment. I mean, that we believe that essentially there's
First Amendment.
a natural flow of exchange with the earth that we live on. So use the bathroom on the earth, you get blessings.
Hey, welcome.
All right. So after you left there, jumping forward to March 24th, 2022, were you in the house that night?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was Janae Newell, have you been around Janae Newell?
Yes.
Okay. What name did she go by?
She went by Nateri.
Okay. What do you remember seeing regarding Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022? Tell the jury.
What was that question?
What do you recall about Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022? About her interactions with Mr. Bishop? What did you witness?
Well, I know that she did get into an altercation with the women. And then after there was an altercation with the women, she decided that she wanted to leave. She did tell us that she really didn't want to leave, but she was just upset with the women. Um, After she said that she wanted to leave, I mean, we helped her get her stuff.
I thought it was
And then
the boys.
get her bags. I mean, and of course the women arguing with her. I believe when she went upstairs to grab her panties and stuff. Mr. Carter was upset with her and giving throwing her panties in her suitcase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are hearing the names, I must end the stream because we making a aggressive attempt to mute out the victim.
Yeah. And this who y'all want free, right? We could listen to all of their lies, right? But I know they lying for a bigger cause. Oh my goodness. I cannot. I the guys just said Juju and Jax just say they packed the bags. Now they're saying they packed the bags. Everybody packed 2 bags, right? They went from cleaning to we packed the bags. We got her stuff. Now they packed the bags and got the stuff. Oh my goodness gracious. All his peoples. Shoot. Mm-mm-mm. Aya boy. Ooh, he trained them well. He trained them well, but it was already too much testimony. It's too many testimony, and they put themselves in the hit. You know, they already said they're not performing, but they want to keep this going. Uh-huh. Tell some truth. Damn. She confirmed that lying, and a juror like me would miss that.
The bump is all the way to the end.
Okay. All right. And were bunk beds the only beds in that room?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And were you laying on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The bottom bunk.
Okay. Does this bedroom have a bathroom as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it connect to another room?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So you saw her come in first and him come in afterwards. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Was he
Damn it.
her, pushing her, prodding her
No.
anyway?
No, when she came in, first. They weren't holding hands or anything like that. He came in shortly after.
Okay. All right. And they talked and they asked you to excuse them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you witnessed?
Well, when they first came into the room, they did a quick hug or whatever, and they were talking. They were talking very low, so I did not hear what they said actually. But then they turned to me and they were kind of sad. Said, "Oh, you're laying in the bed," and I was like, "Yes, I'm right here." And then they were like, "Okay, excuse me for a moment so we can talk." I said, "Yes, I will." And I went into the bathroom that's right there that connects to two bedrooms.
Okay.
How she
What
lying?
was the next thing that you witnessed regarding?
God damn it.
I was in the bathroom that whole time.
How long do you think? Just an estimate.
If I could estimate, I would probably say I was in there for around 6 minutes.
Okay.
During that time,
That's how you
I
know it was
turned the
bait.
lights off, and it was kind of lower dim because I did have a headache.
Okay.
And so I could hear everything that was going on because this bathroom is very small and it connects both bedrooms.
Okay.
So when I was in that bathroom, I didn't hear any noises or anything that was directly.
You didn't hear anybody hitting anybody or crying or
No.
anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. And so do you see Janae Newell again after you come out of the bathroom?
Yes. 6 minutes, around 6 minutes after I came out of the bathroom, I opened the door.
The case is rest.
Open again. So I came out and I saw Janae. She was there. And I said, I smiled at her. I was like, yeah, of course. Why are you asking me that? You know you can use the bathroom. And then she was like, oh,
Just in hearsay.
Okay, I don't think it's for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but sure, we'll skip beyond that.
All right, well, just for the record, I'm sustaining the objection. Go ahead.
All right, you're not able to say, they don't want you to say what Mr. Newell told you.
Okay.
Did she go into the bathroom?
She went into the bathroom after that. Sure.
Okay. Did you see her again after that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you see her at?
I saw her walk into the master bedroom where we were. We were all in the closet getting ready to go to bed. Mr. Bishop was live. We were in the bathroom, the closet, we were getting dressed. She came in briefly and she gave us a hug. And then I asked her, was she going to sleep? Which room was she going to sleep in?
Huh?
She told me which one.
Sustain, don't repeat what someone else told you.
Okay.
So,
God
you
damn
communicated
it.
with her and you learned, without saying what you learned which bedroom she was going to sleep in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you see her again after that time?
After that, I didn't see her.
All right. Did you guys go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Mr. Bishop was on live?
Yes, he did a live that night.
Okay. All right. And that was in the main bedroom?
He was in the main bedroom.
Okay.
And he was in the main bedroom and he would walk down to the bottom of the living room area. He would walk around.
Okay. All right. Had you seen Miss Newell and Mr. Bishop being affectionate together? Were they affectionate in front of the other people?
They were affectionate all the time in front of everyone. There was many photo shoots that we conducted with myself included in these photo shoots. There were many dances that they did together. They just had a nice relationship. Yeah.
Was Mr. Bishop in a polygamous relationship? Was there more than one wife that he had?
Well, technically, he's not polygamous because he's not married to legally to more than one spouse. He did have, like girlfriends, women who likes him there, but he's not polygamous.
Okay. Was there one woman who was considered to be his queen?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tanisha DeLay, she goes by Queen Leah.
Okay. Was there jealousy among some of the other women regarding her?
Regarding Queen Leah?
Yes.
Yes, there was. There was Janae. She was very jealous. She did compete a lot to go to, to get to the queen position. We held a queen pageant where it was Queen Malia, Janae, and I myself. We were all nominated to be queen. And Janae, she just wanted to be the queen, so she did a lot of stuff to try to get that spot.
Okay. All right. Was all that recorded online or was just within the house?
Yes, the queen competition is recorded.
Okay.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
A couple of questions about your beliefs that I have to ask you. Do you believe that Mr. Bishop is God?
Well, God essentially is a spirit, and a spirit is something that essentially is within every person. So I believe that
We all need a drink.
God, because they essentially have that same life force energy within them.
Okay. All right. When Mr. Bishop was at the house, did you guys have rules that if someone were to break, there would be some sort of physical violence on that person?
No.
Okay. Were there scenarios where Mr. Bishop, if he didn't eat dinner, then nobody would eat dinner? Was that a rule?
No. If anybody was hungry, they would just go say, I was over the kitchen. I cooked a lot. I made sure that there was food made. And so I put it to the side. If anybody wanted to come and eat, they could just come and grab something, like say, for instance, this pot is here. It would be food there just sitting there for people to eat.
Okay. All right. So there was no food was not kept back from the group?
No.
Okay. What about if he didn't go to sleep, then nobody else can go to sleep? Was that true?
No. I would sleep all the time. When I got tired, I went to sleep.
Okay.
People could go to sleep if they want to go to sleep.
Okay. And if people disagree with Mr. Bishop, would he do things to them, like isolate them, put them in a closet, beat them up, those types of things?
And no, he wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to ask you because I'm sure the state's going to ask you. Have you been in regular contact with Mr. Bishop over the last year or two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you talk to him frequently?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you lie for him? Would you come in court and just say stuff on his behalf that's untrue?
No, I stand on the principle of justice, and Eligio is my friend, but I will tell the truth.
Okay. Has he told you what to say to that?
No.
Okay. Has he influenced what you said today?
No. Thing that has went on, like I said before, I've been with him for 6 years, so I've seen a lot of things that going on. So what I'm saying today is the truth of what my account of what happened on all of these events.
Okay. Do you care about him now?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live here in Atlanta now still?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you talk to him on a pretty frequent basis?
Yes, I do.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure the state's gonna ask you this. Where you stay now, is the rent paid on your property by him?
No.
Okay. Do you have income of your own?
No.
Okay. Where do you get income from?
Essentially, there's people who look out for us or they donate to us. I reach out. My sister, she sent money for us to pay out the rent and stuff like that. And just people who are concerned with us, they send us money to pay their rent.
Okay. Couple more questions and I'll go sit down. The April 7th, 2022, were you at the house that day?
April 7th.
When Mr. Bishop was arrested?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did everybody have a phone in the house? Was phones frequent or were they kept from people?
Yeah, everybody had multiple phones and devices.
Okay. And so were people able to call their family members if they wanted to?
Yes, if they wanted to call anybody who they wanted to call, they could.
Okay. And during the 6 years that you have been in the group, did people's families sometimes come and visit them?
Yes, Kayla Buckner, her family visited on two separate occasions. One back in 2020, she came over for a get together. Her mother, her grandmother, and her brother.
Okay.
In 2000 and I'm not sure, but I believe it was in 2021. They came over at the 2993 Arbor Chase address, and we had to get together with a lot of people there. It was a lot of people, a lot of different family relatives, just people who came.
But if a person wanted to stay in contact with their family, they could.
Yes, and there was many occasions where my sister reached out. She, and even if she did, she reached out online. And we did a live on there. We were talking in front of the public. Then she calls me afterwards, and I talked to her some more.
Okay. So going back to April 7th, 2022, the police, did they question you on that day?
April 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did demand to know what was happening on multiple occasions from the detectives, and they did not tell me what was going on.
Okay, so you were not interviewed that day?
No, I was put into a room, and I was told by Monica Pinoza.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. I was put into a room, and I was waiting for someone to come and talk to me. I waited for some hours, and then once somebody came by, I asked them, when am I going to be questioned, and when am I going to be let know what's going on? I was moved to another room for questioning, where I waited another hour, and no one ever came to question me.
And so you ultimately were released after that.
Ultimately, after that, I was released.
Okay. And within the house, the devices that were within the house, they were typically devices that were used by the youth in order to make music production and video production?
Yes, there was a lot of cameras, equipment. People had tablets, cell phones, computers. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Stacey, I have a few questions for you.
Carl? Good afternoon, Ms. Slade. Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, just a few questions for you. So I think on direct examination, you talked about witnessing the Chris Rock slap.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I did.
And that was funny to you all?
Yes, it was.
And you thought that would get you all attention?
Yes.
Because it got Chris Rock attention?
Yes, it did. Among other things, we do notice that from our experience with more than just the Chris Rock slap, but before that, we noticed that our numbers go up in the room as soon as there is some sort of drama or an argument or some sort of something that somebody can look at and pay attention to.
And you realize the Chris Rock slap was March 27th, 2022, right?
I'm not aware of that.
So it was after this incident occurred.
Okay.
All right. So when you joined Mr. Bishop's group, and you're still a member, right?
A member?
Yes, of Carbon Nation.
No.
Okay. Are you not a member of Carbon Nation anymore?
Carbon Nation, that is just a very touchy subject. I was affiliated with Carbon Nation, a member. I don't know if it could be called a member technically, because I mean, we were just a group of people that joined his life. We just wanted to come and meet with him.
Fair
So
enough.
I don't know if I could call it me being a member.
Okay. You're still in his group, joining his life?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
All right. And when you joined his group, you had to sell any belongings that you had?
Can you repeat that?
When you joined his group, you had to sell any of the belongings that you have?
You said myself?
Not yourself, any of your belongings. You had to sell them to get money.
No.
Okay.
No. I
And
didn't sell anything to get money.
all right. When you came to the group, did you have money?
No, I didn't have any money.
And while you were in the group, you weren't allowed to work, were you?
I wasn't working before I came to the group. I wasn't working for about 5 to 6 years prior to me joining the group.
And other folks in the group, they weren't allowed to work, were they?
If they wanted to leave and work, they could.
Outside of the group, they could work?
Outside of the group, they could.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the rules. Mr. Bishop had rules for the women.
You said roles?
I want to talk about rules.
Rules. Okay.
Rules. There were certain roles for women, right?
Rules.
Rules.
Spell. Are you talking about role, R-O-L-E, or rule, R-U-L-E?
I'm talking about general rules, R-U-L-E-S, and then the roles are O-L-E-S of women, okay?
Yes.
And he thought women were less than the men, right?
No.
Y'all were on equal footing?
Yes, and I just want to say most of the things that he does say online are for a wow factor, but he doesn't. He probably did say that one time in his videos that he felt that women were beneath him. Essentially, no. He has had said in many other videos where he thinks that women are his equal and that women are essentially above him because we are, we carry him and men, children inside our wombs.
Okay. And he thinks women are property, right? His property.
He doesn't think that all women are his property. If he believes that if you're in a relationship with him, that you're his woman. And it's not to say you're his property as in like a tag or something like that. He's not saying it in that type of term.
And he tells you all how to dress, dress, right?
No,
He didn't tell you how to dress today?
no.
He didn't tell you to make sure you wore something that was different from what you normally wear?
A lot of people give me advice on what to wear because I'm a public figure. So I get many phone calls every day. People tell me, don't wear this, don't wear that. Essentially, it's my choice on what I want to wear.
But I'm asking specifically about Mr. Bishop and what he told you and the other wives, girlfriends, women that he's in a relationship with. He told you all what to wear to come to court, didn't he?
He didn't pick out my outfit. He doesn't know what I have.
You gave this, your testimony today about Janae coming in the room. They smiled at you, they asked for a moment. You testified to that on direct, right?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure, sure. On direct examination, when Mr. Booker was asking you questions, you testified that Janae and Mr. Bishop came into the room, they smiled at you, they asked for a moment.
Yes.
And that you were in the bathroom the entire time.
Yes, I was.
And you have never given that statement to law enforcement, ever, have you?
I was never asked by law
That was my
enforcement,
point
and
from the
this
get-go.
This all happened on April, when we were arrested on April 7th.
And you wait 2 years to tell us this, right? F out of here.
No one was ever asking me any questions. So I don't know the legal process, and I was reaching out to several different people to, help me on what should I do. But essentially, no, I didn't give this to any officers, but I did give it to Booker. And I believe when he first came onto our case as a lawyer, I gave him this same story.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
You said that he told us that outside was hell?
I don't know if I said Mr. Booker, I meant Mr. Bishop if I did. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
Well, our beliefs are protected under the First Amendment rights. We don't believe that outside essentially is hell. We believe that this is the earth, and we wake up every day, there's another chance and another opportunity. Hell is a mental state. So if you are living where you did something wrong and you feel guilty and you feel regret for that, then we would say you're in a hell state of mind.
Okay. And you believe that Mr. Bishop is your Lord?
No.
You don't believe he's the Messiah?
Yes, he is the Messiah. He does bring a certain message for a general group of people.
And because he is the Messiah, you can't say no to him, can you?
Yes, I say no to him a lot, actually.
And there's consequences when that happens, right?
No, I don't know. There's no consequences when you say no.
You just say no and everything's fine. He's fine with it.
Yeah, essentially he'll ask, well, why? And then you say, well, I just don't want to. And it's like, okay.
All right. Now, social media, you all had an online presence back in March 2022. You still do, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Bishop had a Twitter page.
Yes.
And he was the only one that controlled that Twitter page.
No.
Nothing was posted without his consent.
No. There were things that were posted without his consent. There was things that I posted, videos that I posted on there. But then mainly that was his page. Mainly he was in control over his own page. But there were times where I would post something on there that I liked.
And the videos of Janae, you didn't post those, did you?
I posted one because I am in the video with her.
Are you admitting that you just posted pornographic videos of Janae on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did, because I'm in the video with her.
You know that's a crime, right?
No, it's not a crime was when the person agreed for the video to be posted. And I'm actually in the video with her, with several other women that day, and we were teaching a class after that video. His Twitter page is open right now. There's multiple videos that show the date that those Twitter videos were posted. It was posted before she left. She was there. There was many videos that me and her did together to promote that we were posting on Twitter. There was one post that we did where we were sitting, me and her, sitting on Mr. Bishop's lap with our butts showing. So yes, she was well aware that we posted the videos because I was in the video with her.
Okay. So you're saying you posted one of those videos?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, let's just talk about your contact with Mr. Bishop since this trial's going on. Y'all talk every single night, right?
Yes, we do.
And when y'all talk, it's you,
Yes.
Malia, or Tanisha DeLay,
Yes.
and Caleb Buckner.
Yes.
Every time y'all talk, it's the three of y'all.
Yes.
And he's called Miss DeLay's phone 59 times since last week, since this trial has started.
Yes.
And he's called your phone 18 times since this trial started.
Yes.
And he's called Miss Buckner's phone 5 times since this trial started.
Yes.
So y'all have talked in the last week at least 82 times.
Yes.
And in those conversations, he gives you updates about what's happening in the trial.
Yes.
He tells you what people are saying.
Yes.
He's telling you what Janae is saying.
He doesn't tell me what Janae's saying.
But y'all talk about the trial, right?
Yes, we talked about the trial in general. We don't talk about specifics all the time of the trial. That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
Oh, Your
All
Honor.
right, is she be excused?
Yes, sir. She can remain in court.
She can remain in the courtroom as long as there are no outbursts.
She's not gonna have an outburst.
Okay, she can remain in the courtroom. All right, next witness, y'all doing okay?
All right, no, that's very good.
Okay? And we still have that person on Zoom.
Did you have the camera on?
I don't know, let me see.
Judge, if we can have just 5 minute number.
5 minute comfort break, that's fair. Okay, we're gonna keep pushing through though. All right, step back and through for a quick comfort break on
For a person that is so innocent, for a person that, she put herself in there and they didn't ask her no questions. Because if you was in the bathroom, didn't the other young lady go to the bathroom and take a shower? God damn. Yes, that fool. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Baby, if liar had a name, I'm not talking about FBI. Y'all just sealed that this was bait. Yeah, I was muted because I didn't want y'all to hear that when the lights go like that, where all the colors come in. Y'all thought y'all was complaining about the beeps then, so I muted the sound for you guys.
There any fights? Were you a witness to any fights? And she said no. That is a now the prosecution gonna have fun with that
let me
because
ask you a question because
go ahead.
I haven't seen fights. But what is your take on them saying that this is all acting and scripting? And
well, again, I've been following them since 2017.
Okay.
So she's correct in some of it being scripted,
okay,
but then some of it wasn't scripted. You understand?
Here's the problem. When she made the reference to Chris Rock, the timeline didn't match.
It was just, when you have to lie, if I have to lie to you, I gotta say some of the most ridiculous stuff to cover up because you're asking me questions trying to lead me to the truth. And I know the truth, but I gotta lie to you first.
Okay.
I gotta throw distractions and say, what about this? Or I heard, or it's really, really sad because this is hurting him. This isn't helping him.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, brother. I'm going back in the chat.
Okay, all right. We might pull you back up. I see you, sweet ma. I see you. I haven't seen you in a while, but that's my sweet ma there. I see you. But I'm gonna bring in my timeout. Let's try it again.
Thank you. Sorry. The witness and the prior witness.
Only for you, St. Hudson. If St. Hudson want to come up, only her click the link.
And
that's
he
it.
Mentioned it. So did she.
What's up, Trey?
The prosecution brought it up, which shows that they were rehearsed and that they're lying.
The scripting is scripting.
Only St. Hudson, click the link.
It is. And the prosecution asking how often they talk. Does he tell you this? They posted to their IG a long conversation that they had with him on a jail call. I think it's very significant to show it. Her mentioning how many times he's called them shows the controlling nature of him. 89 times.
That's pretty excessive. It's almost like
y'all know I like to do my own commentary because I think our commentary is just as good as theirs. Say Hudson is going to hold this down for a second. Okay, go ahead, girl. I gave me like a couple of minutes, but you knock this out and tell us how you really feel.
Okay, first of all, like I said many times, we've been following them for 7 years. A lot of us have had back and forth and debates with these people. I, for one, have never read a script. If there are scripts, where are these scripts? Stop using terms like quote unquote script colloquially. No, that's a specific. These were not rehearsed or calculated incidents of abuse. No, they weren't. He's crazy. He's been crazy. He was crazy before carbonation. He was crazy before social media, and he will die a crazy person. Were they scripts with Maisha? How about that? Was it scripts when he was banging on the windows looking for velvet all over the islands? And scripts don't. I don't know. I watched Living Single. I never seen the characters have a baby or black eyes or anything like that. Not with each other. Not with their play husband or play wife. Ain't no scripts going on. And that Chris Rock example was a terrible example because that wasn't seen as favorable in the press. What is wrong with them? And I know for a fact the judge is going to get a whole bunch of videos combating everything that these people have said. And do they know? Somebody needs to remind them that perjury gets you locked up. Let's see what's going on in the comments. Oh, you can't hear me? Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Oh, okay, thank you. Michelle said, and the Chris Rock slap happened after the incident, so that was a lie. Absolutely. That's only since the trial started 89 times. That's a lot. I am King says, I think you're talking about the phone calls. They weren't even supposed to be in contact with him. After they sent the drone, there was supposed to be no contact. Artist on Electric Design says facts. The fight between Malia and Velvet had hickeys and teeth bites. Yeah, some script, right? They have
I
all in
think they
jail
saving
conversations.
that
That's another
question
thing
for
too.
Malaya. I think they saving that question for Malaya.
It was better just saying I plead the fifth with stuff because now they could bring up videos, they could bring up jailhouse calls, they could bring all of that up. If they would have just said no comment, there would have been like a spew of doubt. But they threw that out the window. Good job, guys. And Porsche, remember you sold your car? Because when you first went there, they went to the wrong place, and then you went back again and you sold your car. We've been walking through this with you live, full effect. And don't think that just because you don't see certain videos on YouTube anymore, there's gone. People put them in their archives. It just took them down. They could pop right back up, booby. Keep playing stupid.
See no violence. They forgot about the fight. And who orchestrated, even though they fought, but that wasn't an act. So you said no, remember, y'all two was breaking it up, and I'm like, Joe,
They
somebody
have
need
record of
to
his abuse in Atlanta prior to this whole thing too.
Somebody send that fight there because they even though two girls was fighting, they never witnessed it, right? They never witnessed nobody getting hit, right? And the thing is, they're trying to say it's us against them. Let's see who they're going to believe. See, the difference is y'all got all y'all dates together. So I ain't going to believe none of y'all, right? Y'all got the dates to the T. He ain't do no math equations with these women at all. None of them had math equations. None of them. So to make it seem like they're, no, I would believe the ones who's kind of mixed up and don't remember. Right, I caught that angle. What other angle did you catch? Even though it's not working, but I'm just saying.
IS/Crochet even brought up her sister. Well, let's call her sister. Call her to the stand. They can add
And they didn't even ask her the last time she heard from this. They didn't even ask her the last time she heard from her son. And what she said, the son 14, 15, 16, how old is the little boy now?
She said 14,
That's
but
a
it seems like
shame.
he's been 14 for a while. I thought he was older than that. We gotta ask Fee.
And she got mad when she's like 36. They looking at her like that. See, this is why I tell people, long as you is still under these people, I know you are the enemy. Like if you are not under them, you're trying to get help. Good luck. I hope you get your help, but they are still the enemy. And look, it looks like if I'm a juror, that's scary to me because it looks like at any point in time, if he carry out, if he say do this, it's gonna get done. They literally have no mind of their own. That's some scary ish.
And they was on. She talked about it was different after the live ended. Y'all, do y'all forget how long y'all was on live? You would just pounce from platform to platform to social media to app to app to app. So when was there time when you wasn't online? How much do you eat? How much
Oh
do you
yeah. Did that? You know what? That is so true. Did she forget when they was arguing in front of that baby? And should I cut it off?
Yes, that's another thing. I put that in the chat earlier too. She was the one holding the camera. That's your voice. Should I cut it off? So what's T?
I was laying, and then I was laying in his bed. No. Do you see what you come out? No. You wasn't in that room. That would be Like, who would I believe, right? And then she says, I had no way. That's because she's too busy listening to us, right? What they do, listen to us all day and take our suggestions, right? But again, I didn't know who to report it to. Get up out of here. You didn't need to report it to nobody. You could have just sat. I was in there. What you talking about?
So you 36 apparently, because I remember you being like 31, 32, if not older when you got there. I could have seen even her 34, but you 36
She
now.
must have been
And
30 because she been there 6 years. She been there 6 years,
that's what
she
she
say.
said. That's what she said.
We don't know
But
what to believe.
yeah, we when it comes to the ages, and also it's scripted. But was that newborn baby following the script too? When she was screaming for her life as her father was pulling her leg and beating the crap out of her mother? When you were holding the camera, ma'am, send all this stuff to the, if you and anyone speaking up, she's really literally like pissing on you in your face, spitting in your face, saying that you never was hit, you never was abused, and she never saw it. So your silence is compliant, like with the when it comes to stuff like this. You want something for silence to be compliant with? It's letting shit like this slide.
If you that I mean if you I don't even have to discuss the case no more. If y'all got to go through all of that, then he did it. He did it. The truth, as he speak for themselves. Oh, okay. All right, let's be quiet.
Okay, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or
Holy
affirm the
shit.
testimony you will
Oh,
give in
that's
this court will be the
oh
truth, the whole
her.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, state your full name for the record, please.
Eva Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Booker.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
All right, Ms. Wilson, where are you located at today?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Were you present in court here Tuesday morning here in Atlanta?
Yes.
Did you fly here to testify in person?
Yes.
Okay, but you had to go back home.
I stayed. I was there 2 days, and then the COVID situation happened, and I had to go back home.
Ain't that some shit? And she high now. Allegedly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we got.
How long have you known her?
Okay, we got a problem. We got a problem.
It's
I
just
knew
a
her
delay
on
in getting her
Facebook
words.
only, or are we talking about like once I knew her in person?
Have you met her in person before?
Yes.
Okay, when did you meet her in person?
2021.
Okay, and where did you meet her at?
I picked her up from the airport, the Dallas airport.
Okay, and did she stay at your house?
She came to live with me.
Okay. Do you know where she was coming from?
Her mom's house. Her parents' house. Her mother contacted me, but she had just came from, I believe, Puerto Rico.
Okay. And so how long did she stay with you?
No, you can't look at your phone. Put your phone down.
Okay.
She's cheating, Nike. She's cheating.
The end of June until the
It sound like a bunch of muffled bullshit to me.
For a few months.
I'm trying to
Make sure you say yes or no, okay?
Oh, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay. And she stayed in your house with you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You met her online prior to her coming to your house?
Yes.
How did you meet her online?
At the time, she was doing like vegan recipes and yoga, and she was with another herbalist at the time. She wasn't in carbonation. She was with another herbalist, and so we would just be on there with the recipes and the readings.
What kind of readings?
Like psychic readings.
Okay. Is that something she was doing?
Yes.
Okay, you had her do that for you?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
At the time when she came to stay with me, she had given me one reading before.
okay. All right. And so she stayed with you for a few months. Did you guys stay in contact after she left?
Yes.
How did you stay in contact? By phone, social media?
Well, phone and social media.
So to jump forward, in May 24th, or May of
Is this Cookie?
March of 2020, did she reach out to you after that?
No, that's the lady he kept asking her in the beginning.
What did she reach out to you about?
You sure you didn't speak to her?
Coming to get her from Atlanta, from Natureboy's. She left Natureboy's house, and I was gonna come get her, or either see if I can get them to work out their issues. So she was either gonna stay. They were gonna work it out and stay, or she was gonna come back with me.
Huh?
But I wasn't aware that she was back with him until then, because when she left, when I asked her to leave my home,
She in Texas.
I just assumed maybe she went home or whatever. I didn't know if she was gonna go back, because she came to me because she was needing to be rescued from the situation with him.
Huh?
That's what she told you.
Her mom.
Okay. All right. And so she told you that she wanted you to come pick her up, and she wanted you to fix things between her and the Bureau Bishop.
Yes, she gave me his number.
Okay.
And had me to call him.
Okay. And this was after March 24th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
Huh?
Do you recall giving me a screenshot of a phone that you took from March the 28th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a picture that you took of your phone?
Yes.
And did you give that to me yourself?
Yes.
And the picture that you gave me, has it been edited or modified in any way?
No.
Yes.
Judge, I have no way to show her because she's on.
No, this is not her mom.
She's going to have an objection. I would need to tender the picture that she's giving me on her phone that she described as defense exhibit 2.
That's why she went home. That's why she went home.
This just proves that he has satellite locations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an objection. No objection. Well, once foundation's been, well, I guess.
How are you gonna lay the foundation?
Keep talking, goofies.
I mean, she identified the picture. I'm not sure what else the foundation, of course, that's for.
What the fuck?
Maybe she can authenticate the number who is going to.
Then why is she a witness?
Okay. The picture that she provided me had a phone number at the top. It also has.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And it also has 2 messages on there, and they're both sent March 28, 2022 at 12:45 p.m. Do you recall who that phone number, who that phone number is on?
I mean,
Okay, and it was it a phone number that was given to you by Ms.
Yes.
And did you use that phone number that's at the top to reach out to him, and he replied to you with a text?
If this was so important, she would never went home.
What happened was I called
And this was not
him.
part of the testimony, so how is this allowed?
We talked. Then when the phone hung up, that's the text he texted back saying that they would call me back. Okay. But I had talked to him.
Okay, so you actually spoke to Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
And this was and was it through this 939 number that's at the top?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I think she's identified the photograph.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, go ahead.
And I've marked that as defense.
Defense 2?
I believe so.
Okay.
One word of messages for the detective.
All right.
I moved to tender as statement defense exhibit 2. Is it admitted? And I think you already have.
It sounds like there was no objection. Admitted.
Okay, and so that message includes communication that you communicated with Mr. Bishop. There was a text that was
What
sent.
the fuck?
You had not communicated with
Oh,
him, correct?
not until she gave me his number out. Any other times they've ever gotten into it, I've never been able to talk to him. She's never wanted me to. She would handle it on live or Vigo or whatever she would do, but she's never like went as far as to give me his number. This was the first time.
Social media counts as contacting DMs and stuff, y'all.
Yes.
All right. Did you continue to text with her throughout 2022? Um, were you and her on friendly terms?
For a little bit, we were. Basically, until I got ready, we stayed in contact because I was trying to get help because she had asked me to gather money for her and go to my social media and ask people to help her because she needed to start over again.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
And then at some point,
Hold on.
Did you not help her?
Breaking news.
What?
Breaking news.
What?
Well,
My Cash App is not correct. My Cash App is not correct.
Mine ain't
You need
either.
to fix that right now.
He dropped out of it and said that he didn't no longer want to get
Ask for a refund, please.
it kept asking him for money. He said that since he had never met her before, that he didn't feel comfortable and he no longer wanted to be involved. And then with me, at first I was really on the guess. She had told me that she had gotten hit, jumped on.
Hey, LaShawn.
So I was trying to come to Facebook as could he and his wife keep her there until I could come get her. We were just trying to find ways. And then he gave me a shelter to give to her. But we were trying to make more of an emergency out of it to where she could get the help. And so that's when it turned into conversation. Well, I was like, well, you say he hit you, or different things that women, use to get.
Oh, this bitch is slick.
When they get into it.
This bitch slick right here.
Spouses, we were trying to go that route, and then we decided not to go that route, and just that she would wait. So I paid. I was under the assumption I paid for a couple of days for a room for her, and I sent her money to eat until I could come get her.
Okay, but you never.
And so, go ahead.
You never came to get her.
No.
Okay. All right. And did you do any type of online, like FaceTime with her or Zoom call or anything?
And for the main thing, we kind of had a little bit of a rough spot when she did give me his number to call. She was telling me not to be. She was saying he's a.
Hold on.
Trying to make it say she gonna say she got beat up for the lie so she can get an apartment.
Definitely Madrero because he takes passports too.
No, actually, we just wouldn't text, but I was always there. So
So give me
I actually
all the text, lady.
And after
This
her
should be
pregnancy
admissible under a
announcement, she
hearsay
sent me
exception.
pictures of her was having a
And
birthday
here though she brought up the tea
and
too.
things like that.
What year?
So we was still talked all the way until 2023.
Okay. And when did she have a baby?
I don't know, because actually that's when after that baby shower, I did totally disconnect with her and I would just talk to her mother. And so the last I talked to her mother was Christmas, when I asked her how was she enjoying her new grandbaby.
But you don't know when she had the grandbaby. Fuck out of here.
This one, this passed.
Okay, so within the last 3 months, you've been in contact with her or family?
Oh, that's why Nay wasn't in the room.
2022, there are additional messages here we're not going
Yes,
Okay, and your communication with her was friendly. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you said after she had her baby, you sent her gifts. Is that also true?
No, I was, but I didn't.
You
No,
just sat
after
finished
the
saying
baby
you did.
shower, the virtual
I
baby
was, but I
shower,
didn't.
we connected and I just dealt with her mother.
And the little mother lived in the United States.
Yes.
She was with her mother.
In 2019 and 2020,
Yes.
okay. Would you ever see pictures of her during the time?
That's a problem we have too, kicking our
Of
kids
that.
out. Black people got to stop doing that.
Yeah, we're Facebook friends, and then I was Facebook friends with her mother as well.
All right, thank you.
Ross? No questions, Judge. All right, thank you. You're
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Come on, that's why she went back. Girl, bye.
Is it me or does this judge hate Nature Boy? I mean,
I don't know. It does seem like that.
you're letting it show, Judge. You're letting it show, and you're taking it out on the lawyer. It's not his fault.
As she should. This is a shit show.
It's not his fault. But you know,
As
not in
she should.
Bishop is not in the seat. So
Right.
okay, gotta catch that smoke.
Somebody gotta get it. Somebody gonna get it.
As they should. This is a. I sat up here and heard.
She most definitely showing what team she on.
For sure.
Uh-oh,
I
here
think
comes
that's
the
pretty
next one.
clear. And I hate when judges do that.
Okay, we swear when the witness in.
She's gonna show them, huh?
I am 25.
And where were you born?
Sorry,
Where were you born?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. And did you go to high school in Nashville?
Yes, I did.
She looked demented.
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any college afterwards?
Yes, I went to Center College. It is a private liberal arts school in Danville, Kentucky. I did 3 years there.
And what years were you there? What was your major?
Psychology.
Okay. All right. And do you have parents?
Yes.
Mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with your mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Where does mom live?
Nashville.
Okay. How often do you see your mom?
It varies. I want to say it's a consistent pattern. Just whenever we cross paths.
Okay. How often do you talk to her?
Maybe like 3 times a month.
Okay. So a few times per month.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go to Nashville and visit her?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you been to visit?
I think last year.
Okay. Has she been here to visit you?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time she been here to visit you?
I think it was 2021. We had a get together at our house and she came over.
At the house in Atlanta? Yes. Okay. All right. Was it typical? So how long have you known Mr. Bishop?
I've known him for 6 years.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I first met him in 2018 in Palenque, Mexico.
In Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in person?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get there?
How did I get there?
Yes, sir.
I flew.
Okay. And were you a student in college at that time?
No, actually, after my last semester, my junior year of college.
How about are you married?
Left school and then started to do my own thing, started to have my own soul business. And yeah, then I made a decision.
Like a soap, a cleansing type of soap?
Yes, natural herbal products. I started my own business.
Okay. Are you still in business?
No, I no longer do that anymore.
Okay. All right. And you were only, I guess, 1 year away from a psychology degree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 2018, you ended up going.
No, she's a lawyer.
And you have been around Mr. Bishop since that time frame?
Sorry?
Since 2018, have you been around Mr.
Yes.
Have you lived in Washington?
Yes.
Okay. In 2018 until now, have you come across anybody named David Marquez?
Yes, that's his baby mother. They have a daughter together.
Have you come across a Kendra Carter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what was her name?
Kendra Carter.
What name?
Oh, her name was Sheila.
And Rihanna Jacobs.
Yes.
Okay. And did Rihanna Jacobs have a name?
Yes, I think it was Syrian.
Syria. Okay. So I'll start with Rihanna Jacobs.
Okay.
Was Rihanna Jacobs around you guys for a long period of time?
No.
Okay. About how long do you think she was around?
I would say a couple months.
Okay. And what cities was she around?
When we went to Las Vegas, she was with us in Las Vegas and Mexico.
Okay.
That's it. Then she left.
Okay. Did she ever reach out to the group after she left to try to join the group back again if you follow?
I think she reached.
Why they bringing her up? Is she not part of the case? Damn.
All right. And then Kendra Carter, was she around the group as long as you?
She was actually there before me.
Okay, so before 2018, Kendra Carter was there?
Yes.
Okay. And she left the group in 2022?
I think around that time.
Okay. And then Velvet Marquez, she was around the group for on and off times as well?
Yeah, she would leave and come back most of the time, but she was there before me as well. When I first came, she had just had a baby, and but she left and come back a lot of times because of she struggled dealing with polygamy. So.
So she didn't like the fact that Mr. Bishop was with a lot of people.
Yeah,
It ain't about Velvet.
She knew that he was polygamous when she entered, wanted to be with him.
Ain't this the piece of bullshit? I thought you're supposed to. It's only about Janae. Uh-huh.
And I thought it was really dangerous because she would just try to walk off in the middle of nowhere because we live in nature, live in the jungle. You drive 45 minutes just to get to our home. So she would just try to walk off, not call anyone to get a flight, not take the proper precautions to actually. She would just do it out of anger.
Okay. And was she trying to leave with the baby as well?
Yes, with no clothes on the baby, no clothes on her.
Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. And this was when she was
Booker going to hell. Right with them.
Yes, she would try, but she was still just too upset.
She would try to keep her involved.
Yeah, she would try to be in a polygamous relationship because they had a beautiful relationship. Like
beautiful.
Very deeply. And she couldn't deal with her jealousy.
Do you ever remember seeing her parents come to Mexico?
Yes, they did come in Mexico.
Okay. Did they come to the house you guys were staying in?
No, they didn't come to the house. Their baby, they actually went out to get her checked up, and they ran into her family there, and we seen it. He was actually live that day, and I seen them. They were in the car. They went out to eat to a restaurant. They were just getting to know each other, and they was making sure she was okay. She was just letting them know that everything was okay.
Okay. And this was all recorded on live as well?
Yes, this is all recorded.
Okay. All right.
Velvet out on trial.
So how old is that right now? So on live, was that something that happened frequently?
Yes, that's actually how I found him online on social media. So I seen that he taught on social media, and everyone else had their own platform to teach on social media. And when I arrived, that was we was pretty much live all the time. Like everything was online.
Okay. Before or after your Not for the show this just two photos.
Yes.
yes, this is,
Well, just say if you recognize it.
oh yes, I recognize it.
Okay. What are those?
These pictures, one picture is, May 15th. My mom, she came down to see me, for my birthday.
Ain't that some shit?
I don't know if it was May 15th, but the year is 2020. She came down to see me. She met Mr. Bishop. She met everyone in the family. She's very familiar with everyone in the family.
Okay.
And then the second one.
These pictures, have they been edited, deleted, or modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, I move to tender these two photos, which I would mark as defense exhibit 3 and 4, which are photographs you identified.
Any objection? All right, they're admitted.
So I'm going to give you back the photos. These are pictures of you and your mother?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And these photos were taken, according to you, where were they taken?
One was at our house in the Decatur address.
They gave you money, duh.
Another house in Atlanta, I believe.
And can you read the dates on the bottom of those two photos?
Yes, the first one says 2020, and then the next one says 2021.
Okay. And do you recall where you were in 2020?
Yes, we were here in Atlanta. The first one we were staying with someone, and then this one, this was at the house that the police actually came to detain us the night.
Sorry, y'all.
No, we'll have it back here during deliberation. So I don't want them, are you done with the witness?
No.
Okay, all right, you go ahead.
Okay, so mom came, she came to visit you, you guys took pictures, she knew where you were.
What does this have to do with the case?
They was able to see their family.
Yes, I always have a phone. Everyone has a phone.
Were people able to call their family?
Yes. Everybody has their own social media platform and had open communication. When I owned it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's trying to Karen their ass. Use the Karen side.
Were you required to use the bathroom outside? Has been something the state brought up. Were you required to go outside and poop in a hole?
Was I required?
Yes.
No. Mr. Bishop, he teaches how to be more connected to the earth, but he doesn't make anybody do anything. He doesn't make anybody do anything. And the thing about Mr. Bishop is that everything that
Thank you, Carmela.
his lifestyle, he posted it all on social media. So everyone who watches Mr. Bishop online, they're very aware of his diet, how he eats, how he sleeps, how he lives his life.
If he were asleep, could other people be awake or vice versa? Was everybody required to go to bed at the same time as him?
No, he just, like I said, everything that his lifestyle and the journey that he took upon himself, he decided that he wanted to go to sleep when it was dark.
Hold on. What's the?
Without the objection, as long as it stays responsible.
Okay. Well, finish your answer.
Let me rephrase the question. Did you have autonomy within the group to do what you felt like you did?
Yes, I did. Yes. Everyone believed in going to sleep when the sun goes down. We were living more in human nature. And you could go to sleep whenever you wanted to. Everybody was in.
Bring the neighbors in. What about the parties?
And it was all recorded every day?
Everything was recorded.
And was the platform, was it something that the world could see inside the life of Mr. Bishop that was with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as during the time that you were in the 6 years, did you ever see anybody, did Mr. Bishop hitting anybody or acting physically violent way toward them?
No, I've never seen Mr. Bishop do that. I have seen women actually abuse him. I've seen that. Like there's a video of his baby mother, Baby Marquez, punching him in the face. And there's
lot of the videos online of the abuse and violence that people brought in his life. It's just that he gets blamed for everything because he's the initiator of the movement and people came into his life, so everybody puts the blame on him.
But you never saw him direct.
She's pouring it on thick.
I have to explain that before I answer because we did start a documentary before this whole case occurred. We were making a documentary. So we made videos for content to grab people's attention online so that we can show them the real teachings.
Well, she got the attention of law enforcement.
So we did that for like content, like for attention grabber. So yeah.
But no one off camera was being.
She's on the big stage now.
No.
You didn't see anybody in a park being body slammed for 45 minutes.
No.
All right. So let's jump forward to mobile production. So in the group, what was your responsibility? Did you cook, clean, do acting, dancing, singing?
Yeah, I love art, so I did a lot of painting. I did a lot of painting, dancing.
She's hitting that mic a lot. I saw Tasha K do that in the federal trial, and that was kind of awkward.
I did a lot of presentations. We did this thing one time. It was called it was a woman empowerment thing, and I was kind of over it, and I would like teach the women how it was important to be in tune with the earth, embrace their natural selves. So I feel like just teaching. I like to teach.
Were you on camera frequently?
Yes.
Was Delvin Marquez on camera frequently?
Yes, very frequently.
What about Caleb Buckner?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, not Caleb. What about Kenya Carter? I'm sorry.
Yes, everybody who was in his personal life was
on a daily basis.
Yes.
All recorded.
Yes.
All right. Could you leave the house if you wanted to?
Yes.
Could you go to the store, for instance?
Yeah. Me and my sister, we actually had the car by ourselves and would go grocery shopping.
Okay. Yeah. So that wasn't an unusual thing.
No.
It wasn't that you had to stay there at the house and only the guys could go and things like that.
No, it was just that when we lived in the jungle, like we had a car, and if we needed groceries, the guys would just go and get it, so we could stay at home. But it wasn't like we weren't able to, or we were being held somewhere. It wasn't that.
And in Atlanta, were the women, or was it just the guys that got to go to the groceries?
In Atlanta? Both. I remember both because when the police kept doing wellness checks, I remember one, we were actually in a car. They had came to us in a car. They were like, we obviously see that y'all are in the car. He's not even around y'all because our, what we call online critics, we have hate groups because we're on social media.
Non-responsive.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Sure. So did you have groups of people that didn't like you?
That would be if there's relevance.
What's the relevance?
Well, we've gone through the same scenario with everyone else.
Well, then it's cumulative.
Okay. Well, I'll answer it.
Okay.
The police officer that you came across, were you in a car coming from the grocery store that day?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Did the police officer come and do a wellness check on you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you well?
Yes.
Okay. There was no one arrested for falsely imprisoning you or anything like that?
No, they would, the online trolls or the hate groups would.
She had the right to explain her answer.
What?
I can't explain.
Okay, but how does she, what's the foundation that, well, I'm going to sustain the objection.
I would ask on what ground I was saying.
That there's no, I think she still needs a foundation to be able to explain why she believes she's saying these things. So that's the ruling. Well, no, don't say anything. You can ask another question or ask it differently.
Were there groups that would falsely report things that were happening?
Yes.
Council approach.
Okay, Ike, what is happening here, Ike? What is happening here because they're trying to get something in, and the judge's like, nah, Playboy, we're not letting you do this. Let me bring you up, Ike. Let me bring you up here.
They sliding it in slick.
Wait, hold on. We lose our stream? Hold on. Oh no, we did.
That's hearsay. Who defined himself as a nature boy?
Okay. Whose phone ringing in the courtroom?
Which group
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what are you doing? You about to be held in contempt.
That's why I'm going in and out on the mute because I'm actually at.
Nobody's asking about that, Mr. Bishop.
I didn't say anybody on behalf of anybody. I said anybody in the courtroom who's any outbursts, anything, that is on my permission to remove them from the courtroom.
Yes, sir. All right, Ms. Bogner, so you are able to leave as you so desire, right?
Yes, actually, left a couple of times.
Okay, and when you say you left, going to visit your mom or other places?
Yes.
Okay, and were you gone for extended periods of time?
Maybe a couple of days.
Okay, all right. Okay, so everything's kept online. Everybody has their own device, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving forward to March 24th, 2022, were you at the house that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What do you recall happening in the house? Let me ask you that question. Let me go back. Janae Newell, did you know Janae Newell?
Oh my goodness.
Actually, close. We were close friends.
I missed it.
And what was the name that she went by? How long was she in the group for? Or was she in the group on and off?
She was in the group on and off for about maybe 2 years. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Estimately.
Okay. So.
But I remember she had started like her own journey in Thailand and stuff even before coming.
Okay. March 24th, 2022. Was there any guests or visitors in the house, anything like that?
Yes, we had one guest.
Okay. And can you tell me what you remember about the interaction between Ms. Newell and Mr. Bishop on 24th?
Their interaction?
Yeah, what did you see them together? Did you see, was Ms. Newell leaving the house?
Yes. I can explain the night. Okay. So we had a guest over. And one thing about Natiri was anytime we had guests over, she would be like, in my opinion, she would be like overly flirtatious or like you're my soulmate and like I love you, you're my soulmate. It was like overly, it would be different from how she would act when we didn't have guests. So I remember we would just bring that up to her, how she would kind of change when we had company over. And it was kind of like a disregarding, like everyone being overly flirtatious.
Who cares?
I thought everyone could do what they wanted to.
So once we made that a point,
I know. Now you can't be flirtatious.
She got upset. She got really upset.
Mic control. Mic control.
And she was like,
who was she upset?
well, her energy was like frustrated and like attitude because we were just telling she was pretty much upset with everyone who spoke upon like her behavior.
And who spoke up for her? Males, females, Mr. Bishop?
I believe I did. I know I did, and Portia. I think Queen Leah did.
I don't like the way this is going right now.
Duh.
If I can recall, but I remember that once we started saying, like, addressing her behavior, she was like, her lip was going up, and like she was getting attitude.
Attacking the victim is not a smart strategy, I don't think, Counselor. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to believe him. So,
because the nature of
There's no objection.
everybody pushing towards to be a
Well,
better
it's
person,
his witness.
to be a better character. So he, if
Right, the prosecution can object.
Wink. He's winking at you to shut up, girl.
they live by, we just addressed it.
Okay.
So
Okay. So, but did you address it in a confrontational, violent type way with her?
well, it it was, I wouldn't say it was confrontational. I would say just making a point, like a certain point, because Nateri, every time she left, she would go online to our hate groups and talk down on us.
The truth ain't in her.
Defame Mr. Bishop character. It says he's this and he's that, and really disrespect us. And then she'll apologize, and then she'll come back. She's like, "I love y'all, and y'all are my family. I apologize." And she did this, I would say, over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I forgot a beep.
Her,
I forgot a beep.
Mr. Bishop is a very loving person.
Oh!
A lot of people take advantage of him because he's so forgiving. And so when she came back that last time, we were just holding her accountable for her actions because she constantly blatantly disrespects, everybody online.
Okay.
If it's that bad, why let it back?
Keeping her, I guess, accountable. Did anybody, including yourself or Mr. Bishop, punch her in the head or face? Or,
No, nobody punched her.
okay. Did Mr. Bishop direct anybody to her?
No.
Okay. So does she decide to leave?
Yeah, she did. So after we, addressed her and she started to get attitude, I remember Zoka did slap her, whatever.
Okay, this is helping the prosecution.
It was a natural family fight. Families get into scrabble sometimes. It wasn't like she was being, it was just tension, I feel like, between the women because at that point we were just kind of tired of like her behavior. So she said she wanted to leave after that. She said she wanted to leave, and we're like, okay. And she started getting her. I remember she went upstairs. She and Zoka went upstairs with her so she can pack her bags. And
I thought the
at
guys
one
did it.
point, she started to get loud. I started to hear like it started to get very loud upstairs. So
And that implies that there was only violence when she was around. What about Malia the day before?
You want to leave? Just leave. Like pack your stuff.
She said she keeping it real. She keeping it really fake. This is an abuser right here. That's an abuser.
Because they're not getting away, not a sane or I want to leave. Like it's out of emotion.
Out of jealousy?
Out of jealousy.
So was Mr. Bishop around her when she was acting this way, or was it primarily?
Mr. Bishop, he was in. I think he was in his room because she was in the back room, and the 2 ladies were with her as she was gathering her things.
Okay. And so did she go downstairs, or did anybody order her to go downstairs?
Yeah. So after she got her stuff,
I thought the guys got her stuff and packed her bags.
Mr. Bishop's room, but she was like stumping with an attitude and pushing through people. And we was like, wait, like we'll go in there and get it because you just have an attitude right now and you're bringing a lot of destructive energy into the home. So somebody went to grab it and then she went downstairs. I remember she was sitting on the stairs for a little bit. I think she was getting her Uber. She was getting her Uber. And then when she was about to leave, she was walking out. It was like, is that your charger? I think it was Zoka. I was watching.
God damn it.
Is that your charger?
They told her that.
When you leave, just take what's yours and, don't take any of our things. And she was like, it's just a charger. And then she was like, she tried to go upstairs. She said that Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat her like this. Since the women, like it was an altercation with the women. So we were like kind of in a conflict at that time. So she was like, Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat me like this. I want to go upstairs and say something to Mr. Bishop. And so Queens told her to go back downstairs because she was just bringing a lot of energy. Like being disrespectful. So she went back downstairs and she went to her Uber.
Did she come back inside?
Yeah, she did.
Did you witness her coming inside?
Yeah, so what happened was when she left, I went back upstairs to Mr. Bishop to tell him that she left. And we told him that she tried to go upstairs to say bye to him. She tried to come upstairs. And then he was like, well, she was trying to come upstairs.
Oh,
And
shit.
What does she want? He said, what does she want? He was like, well, no. He was like, okay, tell her it's okay for her to come upstairs then.
Holy shit.
Out the window, like,
Mm-mm-mm.
Poppy. He was like, Poppy's calling you, you know? So she came back upstairs. And then when she came upstairs, he was sitting, as soon as you go up the
Keep on
stairs,
lying, girl.
there's his
Keep
room.
it up.
He was standing like right in front of the room, and she came up to him. I was standing on the stairs, and she went up to him, and they hugged, and she was like, I love you. He was like, I love you too. She was crying, and they were like hugging. He was holding her, and me and excuse myself.
I love
Me
myself.
and Queen Malia was standing right there, and we were watching, like, because they were having an intimate moment. So it was like we were just sitting there watching, and it was for like 3 minutes.
Oh, Malia could
So
stand?
I was like, should I walk away? Because I felt like we were interrupting their intimate moment because they were like hugging and crying, telling each other.
God damn it.
Where did you go to? Did you stay there?
I stayed there because before I left, they actually walked into the room. I imagine because they probably felt weird too that we were just standing there. So they walked into the room, and
God damn it.
after that, when I went downstairs because there was a lot going on. Later that night, I seen her. We like crossed past each other, and she had a different outfit on. Well, before she went in her room,
God damn it!
each other like, like that's what you wanted this whole time, like to get his attention. Like,
That's not what she was said.
to get Mr. Bishop's attention because that's something that she always wanted. She wanted attention, and she wanted to be queen to have attention. So, in my opinion, when I seen her, she had on a different outfit, so I assumed she's staying. And I kind of looked at her like, like you got what you wanted. And she like was
Objection, hearsay. Whatever she said is
this whole case is stop. Sorry.
So,
All right.
Wow.
This whole time she been talking about hearsay. Now you want to object?
so after you communicated with her, she communicated with you. Did you guys?
This whole case is hearsay.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Hubbard. Let's Sheriff's Department do their thing. Okay, go ahead.
Coaching from the peanut gallery.
Afterwards, did you guys go to bed?
Yes. So after we passed each other, she like was blushing afterwards. After they had their moment, she was blushing. And it wasn't really nothing to be said because it was kind of understood, that she pretty much got what she wanted. Because we talk a lot, and she always said she wanted.
You can't talk about what she said.
Oh, I apologize, but after that, Mr. Bishop, he was live in his room, and I don't know if she was in the room with us. I think it was me, but we were kind of sitting in the closet, picking out our outfits for the next day, and she was like sitting down for a minute, and then after that, she went to the back room to go to sleep. She slept back there with Zoka and Sheba, I believe, and then me, Mr. Bishop, and Portia and Malia, we slept in the other room.
Okay. And
then we woke up and she was gone the next day.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. So the reason she had a charger was because she had a cell phone.
Yes.
Is that fair? So that means she had a phone that she was using herself.
Yeah, she had a phone she was using herself. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, and the state's going to ask you this, so I'm just going to go ahead and say this time. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is God? Do you explain what that means?
I believe that I live by the laws of my yard. And one of the laws of my yard is all things are consecrated from the divine. So I see God in everything. I believe you are God. I believe everybody in this room is God, broken up into different pieces, different vibrations and frequency of the oneness that we all come from.
So when you use the word God for him, you're not giving him you're giving him as he's a piece of God the same way you would be.
Yeah, it's a piece of God, and for our documentary, it was part of our documentary to like make him God.
Okay,
Is
that where the three God characters came from?
Yes.
Okay. What are other characters that he had as well outside of three
Yes,
God?
Mr. Bishop has a lot of characters on social media. He has Three God, he has Dr. Bishop, he has Totally Todd, he has Leroy, he has Uncle Fernando, he has a lot of different characters that he plays on social media, and I feel like he's very misunderstood. And I feel like people try to put him in a box and paint him as something that he's not. And I feel like we can interpret a lot of misinterpret stuff from social media. And I feel like the Three God character really did bring a lot of attention because this is why this whole case is happening.
Okay. Now, going back really quick, almost done. March 24th, you were there. April 7th, once the police come, are you there at the house that night also?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police question you?
No, it's been 2 years. I haven't spoke about this case until today.
Okay. So the statement that you've given today, you wouldn't have given that statement before because the police never asked you, right?
The police never asked us. In my opinion, this case was very one-sided.
Okay, no, not your opinion. Just answer the question.
Did the police take your side? Did they ask you your side?
No, they asked me, did I want some water?
Okay. They never asked you anything else?
No.
Never asked you were you being falsely imprisoned?
No.
Or were you a witness of anything about March 24th, 2022?
No, we didn't even know why we were there. And we didn't know what was going on until we came back to the house and seen the warrant on the table. We were very shocked at this case and charges.
Okay. Were there a lot of people there at the house that day on April 7th? Were there other people outside of you?
Yes.
When he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is the state's going to ask you in a minute, so we can save them question. Since this case is going on, you've been in contact with Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
You talk to him frequently?
Yes.
Like every day?
Yes.
Sometimes more than one time a day?
Yes.
Okay. Has he told you or influenced your testimony in any way?
No.
Has he told you what to say?
No.
Has he told you how you would create what you would say around what other people would say?
No, I'm saying exactly what happened that night, and I'm saying exactly what the accuser said as well. She said that.
No, she said.
Yes. And ultimately, you're here to tell the truth and let your story be told. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that.
Is that a question? Does that require an explanation?
Let me ask her a different question, because the state's going to ask you this in a minute, so we'll go ahead and say this as well. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is the Messiah?
What do you mean? What is Messiah?
I have no idea. They're going to ask you, so I'm trying to save some time. Do you believe he's the Messiah? Whatever that means.
Well, I don't know exactly what that means. I do know that he is. He just started the movement of going back to nature.
Okay.
And teaching the importance of being in tune with nature.
Okay. I'll let them ask you the questions about the Messiah. Maybe they can explain what they mean by that. And then the last thing is, were there rules in place and roles in place for women that they were beneath men in the group?
No.
Was there equality between the men and women?
You said equality?
Equality. Were they on the same equal playing field?
Yes.
Okay. And if the women, for instance, didn't do what Mr. Bishop said, were there physical injuries that would happen to them if they didn't do what he said?
No, I grew up with my mom being in an abusive relationship growing up, and I wouldn't anything or associate myself who abuses people.
Cross.
Here we go.
She thinks she won that battle.
So you joined up with Mr. Bishop and some other folks when you were 19, is that right?
I was 20.
You were 20, and you had finished 3 years of school?
Yes.
College?
Yes.
So you started college when you were 17 then?
I believe I was 18. I was 18.
And you have been with Mr. Bishop, I mean, other than the days where you go to visit, family or whatnot, since then?
Yes. Yes.
Safe to say you've sort of grown up with him?
No.
See, I'm saying like your formative young adult years have been with Mr. Bishop and his associates, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. 3 years in college, I feel like that was more so my adult years. In my last semester of college, I actually studied abroad in Mexico, where I lived in Mexico for
What a waste.
with the family. So I'm well developed in who I am, and I wouldn't say that I spent most of my adult years with Mr. Bishop.
But yet at that point you were sort of looking for something, right, Mr. Bishop? Some sort of spiritual guidance.
Well, I was after I came back from that trip in Mexico when I stayed abroad, I felt like I actually got more into more nature on my own, and it was a very enriching and beautiful experience for me. I feel like it opened my mind a lot to a different culture and all the things in the world. So when I did come back to college after my trip, that experience just stayed with me, and that's when I eventually seen Mr. Bishop online. He was teaching the importance of the human being having their bare feet on the earth, how it gets rid of all diseases, and how it's supposed to be in a tropical environment, breathing the best oxygen and taking the best food for our optimum health and happiness.
And you ended up, in the time you were there, you had mentioned Brianna Jacobs, that she was there for a little while.
Yeah.
I think you had said a couple of the places that she was with you, like Mexico and Vegas. She was also with the group in California and Hawaii.
Oh, she was with us in Hawaii. I apologize. She was with us in Hawaii, and you said California?
Yeah. Which I think would have been immediately after Hawaii, before.
I think so. It's kind of late.
And you talked about, I mean, obviously for a while you all have been in Atlanta, but back when you were sort of moving around the tropics and whatnot, the main thing that you all looked for in a place to live was isolation, right?
No.
It wasn't important to be sort of away from urban society so that you could be more in touch with nature?
Well, we were like maybe 30, 45 minutes from I would say the town. We were surrounded by nature. Yeah.
And so that was an important part of what the group was doing at that point, right?
I wouldn't say isolation. I would just say being in a space where you're not bombarded by billboards and stuff going into your mind. We were like in an environment where we were surrounded by nature and practicing being more indigenous to the land.
And around that time, when you're in Central America or Mexico, I think it was around 2020, there was a time where you were considering leaving the group, right?
In 2020?
I believe it was 2020.
I'm not sure. I know my mom came in 2020. I don't know if that was it.
Do you remember a time when you were in a Jeep driving around? Mr. Bishop was with you. I think a couple other folks were with you. He was live, and he was talking to you about your sort of indecision about leaving or staying.
I don't recall that.
Girl, bye. That was a crazy live.
You hold the camera up in the video
Oh,
because
that one?
yeah.
That was another thing to get the people's attention.
And that was before you all moved to Atlanta, right? I mean, that was when you all were somewhere tropical because you're like literally driving on the side of the cliff with like forests and trees. All right.
That was in that video. What is that in? I think that was in Puerto Rico because in Puerto Rico we weren't necessarily doing the three guide, but we were doing like the other characters like totally tied and doing different things to like get the people's attention. But when we did come to Atlanta, that's when the full character three guide.
So let me just say this, like, anything that is online that looks bad for Mr. Bishop because he's telling someone to slap someone or he's just demeaning you for 45 minutes in a car, or like in that video, that's all acts, right?
Yes, stuff like that, those are acts. Sometimes we really did have disagreements sometimes. And then we had what's called a real, excuse me, but real.
Yeah, she could explain her answer. Well, I think we're beyond explaining the answer, we're just in narrative at this point.
I agree. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ask the next question.
So, I guess we're, at this point, like, the outside world, it was seen as failure of someone left, right? Like, they were a failure within the group if they had to.
No.
You weren't going to your lower self.
We just acknowledge that the industrialized society takes from nature more than it gives. Like it cuts down trees to make buildings. We just acknowledge that. I wouldn't say
What does
that.
that have to do with the group?
Oh, sorry.
Finish your answer.
No, you can go ahead.
What does that answer have to do with how the group felt about someone leaving? Because they were going back into the industrialized society?
Objection argumentative.
From their higher self, right?
I feel like a lot of
Overruled,
people,
Counselor.
well, when you come back into nature, I feel like a lot of I don't know if anybody's familiar with generational curses and like things you have to work
Can you
on.
answer the question first, please? Sir? All right. No, let me finish. Answer the question and then you can explain your answer. Okay, so repeat the question, Mr. Kennedy.
Was it viewed as failure when somebody left the group because they failed on their attempt to become their higher self?
No.
Your loyalty doesn't have an expiration date. You said that about with respect to your feelings about Mr. Bishop, right?
My loyalty doesn't have expiration date.
Exactly. That you will remain loyal to Mr. Bishop, correct?
No, I'm remaining loyal to everything I want to do. I'm a grown woman. I don't feel like these questions have anything to do with Mr. Bishop.
Well, you don't know, that's not part of your answer. You just have to answer the questions.
She's answering, Judge. Let us explain.
So you said before that your loyalty.
What the heck is happening, Counselor?
My loyalty doesn't have an expiration date.
Okay.
Talking about.
He's not protecting his witness.
Is that true or false?
That's false.
You see whose side they on.
I'm talking about my loyalty. I'm talking about my loyalty and what I believe in as far as being more close to nature. I'm talking about my loyalty with human beings being a part of the ecosystem and not going against the ecosystem. I feel like we as humans have come so far away from nature, and I feel like my purpose is to be here and to teach. If you go on all of our channels, we are teaching about our lifestyle. And I feel like that's what I've decided to do in my life. And that's what I'm doing. I wouldn't say that it's a loyalty to a certain person. No.
Where are those teachings?
Anything else for her?
He was definitely reaching.
Any other evidence or witnesses for the defense?
How about lunch, Judge? Can we get lunch?
Okay, all right.
Comfort
What
break.
we're gonna do, I'm gonna send you guys to a really late one. I'm sorry, I was trying to get through all this evidence. It's 2:30, I'm gonna ask you, and remember I said I'm willing to go late tonight, so we're gonna keep plowing through. Go ahead and have your late lunch, be back at 3:30, and we'll resume, at that time. Thank you so much. Same rules remain in effect. 3:30.
What if they were doing spiritual improv and also other bullshit and he was only where was the lesson? That's what I'm trying to get to. Where was the lesson? You were doing it to get people's attention. Now you have your attention, our attention. Now what?
I'm so
It wasn't
speechless.
no
I
E.
swear. Miss Rod, are you here? I mean, if I'm the jury, I'm looking at two different set of people. One is telling. Now. I don't see no emotions, no nothing, and they just straight. They like do 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 do. And then she went into I was there, and then she came out blush like what? They just created a whole new crime scene that we didn't know nothing about. They made
He
it a
was
crime
there.
scene for real.
Aya was in the
One was on the step,
bathroom.
one was in the.
One was on the steps. One was in
I don't
on the ceiling fan. Homeboy making her bags. While the other one's getting her bags. And the other one is helping her get her bags.
But did you hear what the other lady said that released the video? Did you?
Say that again. You're
What you
low.
say, Miss Rod?
She said that she released the video.
Oh yeah.
She posted the
What's
video.
that?
I'm like so, and then prosecutor said, so you're posted the videos. She's going to jail too. She's going there
At
too.
this point, like it's not even about the prosecution or the defense. You don't even have to ask no questions. As you see, they do all the goddamn talking, right? You don't even have to just fuck it, and they tell on themselves. God damn. I mean, I've heard of like a lying here and there, but when everything you say is a fuck, when y'all create a whole fucking new, I mean, if I don't know, if them juries are scratching their head, they should really pay them jury people, and I really think that jury people should not be regular people. Jury people should have some knowledge on what to hear, what to look for, because that bullshit. I'm like, there's no way I heard 5 witnesses say one thing, and they all spoke upon their experience, and they never seen nobody fight, never seen nothing. They threw Zoka under the bus, right? Meaning that she hit her first, right? But she already told on herself. She said when she came back in the room, she said how the girl looked, and she even said she yelled at her and said that what you get. I'm like, no, I'm done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I am so done. I'm going to mute.
They're just
Y'all can
so
talk about it.
goofy. They are just so goofy. It's like, what type of shovel do you want? Because you just digging a hole. All of them.
Yeah.
And then you got the one on Zoom checking her phone and stuff like that, girl. But
Well,
like,
how
they
much
all
clothes?
just so.
How much clothes did she have? Two men had to pack of bags, and 3 women had to pack of bags. How much clothes did she have? Probably a book bag. They
Hold on,
wearing
guys.
real clothes.
Hold on, guys. We see like this Nene. We seen we just want to know what was the looks I gotta know what's going on the inside. We streaming this live. Because this is that bullshit.
Yes, it is. I don't even know where to start. Just asking questions.
No, we just want to know how was the jury looking, This is that bullshit. They don't heard two different types of people.
Yes, I've been paying special close attention to the jury. I'm as close to them as I could get. There is frustration. There is impatience. I caught one juror shaking her head no when Fufu described Natureboy as a loving person. She shook her head no. They are not here for this nonsense. No more than the judge is, or the prosecution, or those of us in the gallery on the media side.
And then first Juju, but who was up first? First Jax went and got her stuff. And then Juju went and packed her stuff. She only had two packs. Everybody went and packed her stuff, right? And then she said, "Oh my, child, what the
Oh no! Don't forget, Aya helped her pack her stuff. So it was one girl
and
that packed
Aya helped her
herself,
pack
one
herself.
boy, and then
That's
Aya helped her pack by
so
herself.
how many?
Like, what?
Every last one of them got there and purchased themselves. Every last one of them.
Then it was one saying it was sleeping. I went to sleep in the bathroom. I went to sleep in the closet. Where
And
all these
then
clothes now?
now they would have even done better. One piece of the truth, the women and the men is separated, right? At least say that part. Don't be like, oh, entire thing is a lie. That's how this anybody who believes like Nene is the liar now, something wrong with you. Because the truth speaks for itself. And now all of a sudden, this one was in the bathroom. One was in the bathroom. First of all, if he said to you, we gotta talk, how did you sneak back in? And Kendra already said she came out. She went straight from the shower. Her hair was wet. She went straight into the room. Now, if they would have said a little bit of truth, maybe the people wouldn't be sitting there looking like, what the fuck? At least said, he believed that, to make sure nothing goes on or goes down. Now we could talk. They can't use what we say. The women stayed on one floor, men stayed on another floor, or they try to keep us separate, because he wanted to protect. Because he wanted to protect. She couldn't even tell that lie. That would have sounded more better. They worried about
angry at some points because they said that every time he was angry or aggressive, that was improv. It was improv. It was a skit. It was scripted. Weirdly,
she got to call me back. She got to call back. The phone hung up. She gonna call back. But go ahead. I'm like, God damn.
Anything like that, you have to set up. Anybody that's been on any type of even a play has done.
They took them. I told you guys they had put the fucking every day. They put their things on the wall, the sticky papers. This one bringing notes, right? This one bringing notes, right? I don't understand what the lady purpose is to say that she spoke to her or didn't speak to her. Like, who gives a fuck, really? Because she didn't tell you anything that was damaging, right? It's to the point that they know these people is lying, and they know at this point she's telling the truth, but there's nothing they can do about it. It's all about the jurors right now. Because they don't heard enough stories.
Nothing like the fact that they all left school too, and how young they are. They sound like a bunch of high schoolers who cut class and got caught and trying to lie their way out of it. That's what they sound like.
And then if you're not a fucking cult, why you keep calling her the queen? They should have said queen or what?
And they all got their hair covered. Ain't none of them Islamic. That looks weird too. I hate to say it, but subconsciously, even not consciously, that to all be dressed the same like that in the jury's eyes, that is gonna look weird.
I cannot put it up because this is live, so I cannot put it up. We seen it live, Jen. So I'm sorry, we cannot put it up because we are rolling right now. We are rolling. There's no way I can rewind it, but we saw it. If the people don't see how delulu they is,
this is so goofy. He's your teacher.
They
then
took
what are
me
you?
out.
And He's your teacher, but
Exactly.
you fucking your teacher?
And why do we go to sleep? Like if we in the classroom, right? Teachers teaching. So
Well, what
why
was the
we want to
lesson?
sleep? What did you learn? Ah,
I learned
ah.
we are the earth, and the earth is
I,
us.
I, I'm, yo, I, I was waiting for one bit of the truth, just one bit. Even they just would have said that we were separate. When the whole entire thing is made up, I'm like, God. And then they made about Velvet. Velvet ain't got nothing to do with this. Try to discredit her. She couldn't deal with the and so what? She didn't have to deal with polygamy. But guess what? She really didn't have to because it doesn't take away that neither did Nature Boy, because if he truly believed in polygamy, he would not have legally married her. But they didn't know to throw that at them, right? So that means he didn't believe in it, but like any other man, he's a cheater. So he was just cheating with y'all because that was her legal husband. So which means he did believe in monogamy because he married her. He just was cheating with y'all.
And where's your husband, Fufu?
Right. So at this point, she has every right to feel the way she feel because that's her legal husband. But again, nobody pointed that out. I should have went and represented myself. I'd have tore their asses up. I'd have tore their asses up. You can't
I want to know
like
where
for
Fufu's husband is. Where's her husband? When's the last time you seen him? Why'd you marry? They said they was in Vegas. What was y'all doing in Vegas? You can ask that
and
question
they
now.
didn't thank you. And they never even said, well, is that your husband? You call them husband. And soon they would have said, yeah, like, where's your real husband? Like again, they people want them to have a fair case, but it can't be fair because it could be fair, but it has to be fair with the truth. A lot of truth is not being told because they want them to have a fair case, was an oxymoron. Then that is not being
You can't have
fair.
a fair case while they are lying, number one. Number two, certain questions have to be asked in context because context is very important.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't cherry pick the truth. That's why the
Mm-hmm.
Bible's so manipulated. Like you can't cherry pick
Mm-hmm.
the truth. You need full context.
I'm sure y'all never been my age. I've been, damn, this shit going fast. I've been yours as to why proudly I made that call to blank blank that were blank blank. Okay. Hey Nick, I'm out. They took me out. I'm glad I'm not sitting there. I am exhausted. They have exhausted the shit out of me. And if that jury don't see that, at least all of them had their own stories. Like they
Was that improv on the plane? Was that improv on the bus? Did the police know about that? We don't stink. You stinked in
and I
improv. That was a whole plane.
I'd have been, I'd have been like, if that's different characters or he got different personalities, right? Like, well, what's what is it?
Mm-hmm.
All that
And was
slapping
he
and stuff? No, no, no.
was he three guy when he
You
was doing
gotta
upside
prove
Malia's head? Maisha?
exactly. Then you and the proof that for the shock value, you would have to prove to me that we said we like this, the audience that we like this, and you have to prove why we don't like y'all, right? That our troll, why would people troll you? And what are they saying in these trolls? No, we just talk about what y'all do. This is
They said that,
I'm done.
but they keep saying that it's for attention. Okay, now you have the attention, and it's a way for us to slip in, learn, knowledge. Where's the knowledge? Point it out. Now you got our attention. What we learning? E equals MC square. What are we learning? Especially when we got to Atlanta when the incident happened. What are you teaching? Because you're drinking again. You're never outside. You didn't go down when the sun was down because we have you partying and roller skating all over the house. Like, what are you teaching?
That was the purpose of him leaving the court. Everything is calculated. That's the purpose of and then that lady all of a sudden says the same bullshit, right? Oh, I went home, but I was scared for my health. And that's because she can't show that phone for evidence, so they tell her to go on home. Booker, you involved with a lot of that stuff. You are collaborating with their lies, right? I understand you have to do your job, but damn, I'm like, uh, mm-mm. I mean, whatever they tell me, I will work with, but I'm not gonna. For me to stay, for me to stay pure, whatever you say, that's what I work with. But I'm not gonna help you with your lie if I know you're lying. I'm gonna be
Well,
your
that's what
lawyer,
defense attorneys do. They like, well, come on
right?
now, they do that.
Right. Like, but you could tell that they're working together. Right? No, I'm not going to help you. No, I got to still make it to. I still got to go. It's bad enough. I have to be your lawyer. Whatever you tell me, I will work with. But I'm not going to help you after hearing all the women, because then that makes me now part of it in God's eyes, right? To the universe eyes. My job is
That's
to
why I
be a
can't be
lawyer.
a defense attorney.
Mm.
I would never be a defense attorney because you represent a bunch of liars, a bunch of like criminals, for real, a bunch of abusers, a bunch of
Mm.
like unalivers, like all that.
And
Ted
then
Bundy had well, no, not Ted Bundy. That's John Wayne Gacy had an attorney. He
and then how is there not communicating when they did the malicious intent, and then all of a sudden, if they wasn't communicating, how? No.
What Nature Boy should have did was sit back and let his attorney do his work, and he would have got him out of there on a technicality. But he want to run his mouth so much and talk about why he and his people can't speak. Nigga, it's the prosecution's argument right now. You have a
They
chance.
couldn't even
Shut
do
your mouth
that.
and you'll get to it.
They couldn't even do that. They couldn't get back. They was trying, but he kept trying to find one, a technicality, but he couldn't. But he
So
couldn't.
it's a
So
but
they
said they
had
had
2
2 years to
years.
get their lives straight, and this is the best y'all could do. Exactly. But here's the thing: when you lie, it has to change because you don't know how knowledgeable certain people are. The truth remains the same. You don't got to get really prepared for the truth. But the lie, oh no, they know too much. They seen this video. They've been here. They did there. She said this. This one is out now. Jump ship, and then now on their side. So you got to keep switching around the lie. It is no getting the lie straight.
They was better off saying I was downstairs. Even the guys, you cannot say you went upstairs to get her stuff when we all know that y'all couldn't go upstairs. So you say, which fucking light is it? I thought that was for the women. They must have forgot that part. One section is for them. So all of y'all, she only had 2 bags, and she left y'all most of her clothes. So like, God damn it.
And they could have just said nothing. Didn't Manson's wives go on stand and just remain silent?
And then I like how she switched it up. She said she wanted to tell him bye.
Oh
Right?
yeah, she
She
asked to go upstairs, and then yeah, she went to tell him bye. So then he said,
and
"Will you come upstairs?"
then
That's
one of them, well, who is the one that ran up there? Remember, somebody called downstairs and said, God would like to talk to you. So when she said that downstairs, how did that message get to Nature Boy? Please, this jury got to listen to this dumb. They good, but they not that damn good. Right? You ain't that good. If she said it, who will she say it to? Because according to the witnesses, Zucker, so one of them, Zucker was downstairs, whomever, was the one who said, tell her to come up. So somebody then came downstairs and gave her the message. So which one is it? So she said, you know what? Tell them I want to say bye. She wouldn't need for them to go tell that chief. She could have just did it herself. Right? They called her back in there. But again, they've been listening to us. So everything that we say and all the advice that they don't know, the truth gonna be the truth. We don't go by what we say. Okay? Don't listen to us and try to fill in the gaps. You can't fill in the gaps.
Tutu said there's cameras everywhere. Where's them tapes? I still want to see them tapes. I want to hear the phone calls from jail between all these people because y'all wasn't supposed to be talking to him anyway. So all those need to be called into evidence. Oh, we
And
wasn't.
then
One said they never
he
did. The other one
wasn't
said they
there.
did.
I think he wasn't there, Booski, because being that they still brainwashed, I think looking at him would have gave a lot of shit away, right? Because they would have been constantly looking at him to see if what they're saying pleases him. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, there would have been a wave of emotions. Happy, sad, scared, anxious. Anxious would have been the top one. Because looking at him, to
Like,
them, especially the women, is very anxiety written. They like, am I stepping
right,
right? Are my
but
shoes tied
they
correctly?
right, and they know the people would have caught on because that's what they do, right? So they would not have been able to look nobody else in the eyes. So that's when Nature Boy had to make a decision. I know they're gonna fuck up if I'm there. They're gonna keep looking at me, of course, and the juror's gonna catch as they're speaking. They're looking at him for his approval. So he removed himself out of it, so they don't have to look for him for approval because he knows himself. And again, if it was the truth, you wouldn't have to add in all these lies. You could have just said, I don't know, right? And the minute you say, I don't know, I wasn't there, that would now leave it between Nature Nut and Nay. But being that y'all injected yourself in it and we know you're lying, that means all of y'all lying because you didn't have to interject yourself in it. See, you're too busy listening to me. You're fucked up. Stop listening to me and other people. You should
I
never
sure
have
you.
injected yourself.
I
Mm-hmm.
used to be the most quiet. What happened to that? I wouldn't have said a word on that stand. You like I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't recall. That's the most you would get out of me. Is your name such and such? Yes. Anything else? Yeah, I was there. I heard some stuff, but I don't recall. We was party. We had a good time, and
That
we
could have
had.
been it. That should have been it. Her and Zoka and them got me. Yes, we walked up to the door. We walk up there, but it's too late. You injected yourself in the fucking room. So, which means being that you didn't tell what happened, you heard something, but now you're an accomplice, right? You're a witness. Why did you?
And the Zoom
And then you
homegirl,
injected yourself,
I don't know her, but
and
I met her, and she's
they
still
weren't
here, and then
about
I seen
Janae.
her, and
Mhm.
we were
They
friends,
weren't
but we
about
weren't friends. Like,
yeah. And she wanted the tits. I'm like, what the fuck? And then she got it. I'm like, John is about as stupid as they come, right? About as dumb as they come. They was waiting for you to even say that. I mean, they was waiting to hear. I mean, if all of them is together, then you could have at least. Okay, here go Nene. Yeah, baby, you back?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm back.
I am so. Oh, you want? I gotta send your lunch money.
Where you at?
We
You
live.
still on the live?
Yeah, we live. We waiting for you.
Okay. You gonna put me back on?
You are.
Oh, crap. Hi, everybody. Well, I have some answers for you guys. I'll get right to it. Nature Boy has decided not to testify in his own defense. He will not be testifying.
I said that.
And he also will not be returning back to the court.
That we knew.
Decided to remain in the courts for the remainder of while once the jury was released, then they brought Nature Boy back on the camera, gave him a couple minutes to talk with his lawyer, and then brought him back on camera to let the judge know whether or not he was coming back to the courtroom and whether or not he was going to testify. Now, I will say she is giving him a lot of latitude and a lot of grace because she is still going to give him at least one other, maybe two other opportunities to decide to change his mind about coming into the courtroom. So she's giving him a lot of latitude as far as that's concerned. I need to know how much of the disrespect did you all get to see?
None. That's why you here.
Okay, so let me focus on that. It sounds like you guys already know about the plethora of lies that were told up there on that stand, but I want to start by saying from the moment that Jack hit that stand,
Ooh.
not only did he start lying immediately, but the disrespect started immediately.
Mm.
So there were numerous outbursts by every single one of them that took the stand, with the exception of the lady that was testifying.
The liar, who,
Yes.
the one who all of a sudden had to leave because of covert, because she didn't have them phone messages. But go ahead.
Exactly. So he's so starting with Jax, he started by saying, let's see, mostly everything, mostly everything was an act. As far as everything we saw online, that it was all an act. Oh, okay. I finally just today did Booger finally reveal his hand to let us know what the actual defense is. And here it is. The defense is that Carbonation is nothing more than a music and video production group.
Ah, we kind of, yeah, we got that part.
Yes. Okay. So, the lies went as far as, everything we saw that was legit and abusive and toxic. All of that was acts that they collectively agreed to perform these acts, including hitting one another and other things. That was all agreed or collectively, allegedly, in order for them to film and produce a documentary, which we know that's a lie, right? Okay, so I was looking for sort of the telltale signs that says these people are a cult. And you guys know for days I've been saying they're gonna get up there and start throwing up pyramids and stuff like that. So unfortunately, while I didn't see any pyramids, what they did do is every last one of them got up there talking about some excuse myself, and they all talked about their lower selves versus higher selves. Every last one of them got on that stand and tried to teach this fake pseudo knowledge. Every last one of them. Their whole position was that they are the teachers and we are the students. And damn it, they came for us. We were all there to sit under their tutelage. So much so that they overtalked the attorney. They overtalked the judge. The judge had to stop every last one of them multiple times to tell them, hey, just answer the question. Enough with these narratives. Hey, we didn't ask you what you think and your opinion. Hey, you can't tell us what so-and-so said. If they're not here, we don't want to hear about what they said. They were so incredibly disrespectful. I want to talk a little bit more. Oh, feel free to ask a question while I go back to my notes. Because my notes are thorough, y'all. Okay, so he claims, I'm still on Jack for a moment. So Jack admits on the stand, when asked by the prosecution, that he is still a follower of Nature Nut. That they all, at first he said they each paid their own rent, okay? But then later, Juju forgot that their stories were supposed to align. And so he said that they pooled their resources, meaning everybody gave their money up to Natureboy. Jack said he never saw any physical abuse from Natureboy or at the direction of Natureboy, and yet Juju contradicted that by admitting that there was physical abuse, either at the hands of Natureboy or at his direction, but said that was all part of the act. A pivotal moment was when Jack went to explain to the judge and the jury that Black people are full of drama, see, and we need the drama. So
they came up with this scheme to have skits because us as Black people, we need the skits of the drama and the abuse so that they can slide in the knowledge. Okay?
I got you.
Let's see. What else? I paid very close attention to the jury as each one of these folks testified. I caught all kinds of things. I caught smirks. I caught head shakes, absolute frustration, hands being slightly thrown up, and this is all by the jury because they're over it. Okay. So he said that he did not. He is Juju. He did not observe. Let's see, what do I call her? Well, I'm just gonna say it. Soka hit Nay. But however, Juju contradicted that. So Jack said he didn't see it. Juju contradicted it. Oh, this was the kicker. Juju got on that stand and wasn't up there for 90 seconds before he called out the content creator that they did the interview with out using both her government name and her YouTube name. And said specifically that she is amongst the haters. First of all, this is news to me. We're all haters and trolls of Natureboy as a whole. And that particular content creator is the number one hater.
Well, at this point, we just like anything else, if y'all is a TV show and we don't like the show, so we don't hate you guys, then technically we hate the show. Like, just like you ask anybody when we're watching a show, being that you guys are all actors, no, I hate that show. So at that point, we got the right to say that. Y'all acting, right? We don't like it.
Exactly. I was shocked, and so was everyone else in the courtroom, including the jury, because not only did he call that content creator out by her government name and her YouTube name, but he even said that she is in the courtroom, which she was, along with all quite a few other internet haters. So yeah.
Can y'all hear it? Well, let me just say that legally, they don't have no hate groups. You can't just call somebody else. He has hate pages, and while she's getting it together, like legally, yes, nobody likes Natureboy, but nobody has proclaimed themselves this is a Carbonation / Natureboy hate page. Shug, you muted yourself. I think she might be just give her a minute, y'all. Y'all can hear me though, right? Juju and Jax, they weren't even in Carbonation that long compared to everybody else. But that's why I was like, let them keep talking. Let them keep talking because they just digging a bigger hole. They're proving themselves
Right. So
ridiculous.
yeah, I'm sorry. But okay, so at this point, well, he's banned, right? Because I heard him say at the end, the malicious intent, they were like, get him out.
Yes.
I'm like, well,
Yes, he was thrown out and banned. I do want to say there was a moment.
but it's the end now, so he don't give a damn.
Exactly. There was a moment in which he was asked
About his parents?
No, the question was asked, did Natureboy sort of live separately only with his main wife? Okay? That was the question. Juju's answer was, they're a tribe and they don't recruit anyone. That was his answer to the question.
We heard a lot of dumb shit too.
Right, and that was with the jury present, and of course, he was immediately shut down by the judge and told to get off the stand at that point. Okay, so some other inflammatory. So okay, you had Jax, you had Juju. Then there was a lady in Dallas. There isn't much to talk about with the lady from Dallas except to say her testimony was absolutely pointless.
Mm-hmm.
When I say pointless, I do mean pointless.
They didn't even ask. You like fuck it. At this point, they're like fucking. And like you said, we could tell it was that pointless. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So then, Aya was the first one up. Okay. So of course she denied the food restriction. She denied ever seeing anyone abused, be put in a closet, punished with disagreeing with Natureboy. Totally denies it all. Although she does admit that they lived off of people sending them money so they can pay their rent and their bills. During her testimony, Booger is still drilling into the jury that they are merely a music and film production group and nothing more. At that point, Aya goes on to say, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. She goes on to say that the slaps did happen. This is after she denied ever seeing any physical abuse.
Mm-hmm.
She then goes on to acknowledge that the group, after seeing Will Smith slap Chris Rock, they all laughed and thought that was very funny. And that the group decided that they would, they would start doing the same thing. And so the slap happened because they saw Chris Rock get slapped by Will Smith, and then decided that was a great way to get attention. However, when the prosecution, went up for redirect, the prosecution very quickly pointed out to Aya that the Chris Rock slap happened after the bid. So how could y'all agree to, y'all all collectively agree to slap one another because of the Chris Rock slap, when the Chris Rock slap happened after they all dispersed? So she was caught in that lie, to which everybody laughed. Okay, so she admits that Aya went on to that you could not have a job in the cult. If you wanted to work, you need to go outside the cult. She admits that Natureboy said women are less than men, but that he only said that for a wow factor.
Mm-hmm.
That's her word. She admits that if you're in a relationship with him, that you're his woman. You belong to him. I do want to note that Aya, Jax, and Jew all wore similar colors.
I pointed that out, including Natureboy. They had that tan. Mm-hmm.
And the girl on
remember, we already know they're speaking to each other. That's how they speak. And he knew for a fact that he couldn't. He's the smartest dumb man I know.
Absolutely.
And they made sure that girl left. Right. Oh, please, guys, if you are liking this information, hit that like. Please be nice and hit the like. And we have this. We're not going to keep her on too long because when she could get off of work today, right? When she get off work today, she's going to fill us in. But if you would like to send her and put her I'm gonna say Wi-Fi. This thing got me terrible, right? Wi-Fi and Cash App don't sound nothing like right. They got me all effed up. All effed up. I'm going to put her Cash App there. It is $1 or $2. Pink said something. I'm gonna send that over to you. Right? She has to eat. She has to eat. And if anybody send you something, just let us know.
I sure will. Thank you so much, Pink, for the donation. I want you guys to know I have to come out here every 2 hours to put $6 in for parking. So any donation of any amount is appreciated. I sincerely appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much because that's helping me get the information to you all in real time. So I appreciate it.
Right, because we would never know how their faces look. See, even though we watching it, we got boots on the ground. We got boots on the ground. And then I wish I would have had like a Sugar Love t-shirt for you, or the Love Train t-shirt, so you could have had that.
Yes, yes. After this, I'm gonna have to get them made somewhere somehow. Hey, while I have a few minutes, I do want to mention Fufu, because her testimony has to be, and they were all extremely smart, dumb ninjas, but her testimony stands out as exceptionally smart, dumb. First of all, I did not know, me personally, y'all probably know, but I did not know that girl dropped out of college in her 3rd year. I knew that part, but I didn't know she was majoring in psychology, which kind of helps me understand why she has this arrogance to be such a smart dumb one. But her testimony was extremely incriminating for Natureboy, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because even though she lied like all the other ones did, she contradicted something, at least one thing that each one before her said. Straight up, contradicted them. So, as she gets caught contradicting prior testimony, I actually watched as various jurors shook their head no. They look flustered. A lot of twitching in their seats. A lot of I can't believe this issue going on. Every reporter at some point looked at me, made eye contact with me, and said, "Do you believe this ish?" Every last one of them. So, let's see. The jury is hanging on to every word because the lies are so intriguing. So why Fufu's testimony was particularly incriminating? Because she could not help herself but to say on the stand that a lot of women want to leave because they're not getting their way. That's the same message that they gave on that first news report when they were standing outside of that house. And on the stand, she gaslit and said that it's because women are not getting their way. They tried to paint Nay as extremely jealous of Malaya, which we all know that's a bunch of crap. She went on to say that the night of the incident that they was very flirtatious with a house guest, although they did not name the house guest. I really believe that they were talking about Solar and that whole interaction from earlier in the day, and just found a way to spin it to not have to go too far in depth. But in any event, they talked about how they was disrespectful and that's why they beat her. So she admitted that Zoe and Malaya cornered Nay and put their hands on her that night.
So which means the way they threw Zoka under the bus, I guess that I don't for them to say, oh yeah, Zoka. So at that point they still excluded themselves. So remember, we keep saying Zoka, but she ain't the only one.
And she didn't exclude herself. That's the funny thing. She included herself as well. Now she hesitated. She acted like she didn't want to answer it first, but she did ultimately admit that her and Zoe slapped Nay, and I put it in quotes because she was disrespectful.
And then how are you going to say one thing she said too, something about the jagged when they said they seen no fights or something like that, it's something about, I think it's in that thing where something about, I don't know, but she caught herself out there. If I be winding this footage, I would say it, but I ain't be winding the footage, right?
She caught herself out there so much. Oh, the other thing she did that did not sit well with the jurors, because I was paying close attention, y'all. She said that when they left that room with Natureboy, that her and Malia, that she got what she wanted. She wanted attention and she got it. You guys know that you cannot blame a great victim like that in front of a freaking jury and think that they're going to let your dude go free. Not gonna happen. So Malia was put out the courtroom, y'all. She cannot come back.
Malia? Oh, that's why we didn't see Malia?
Yeah, that's why.
Hey, see, exclusive news, baby. You getting all the exclusive news right freaking here. So Malia's not testifying.
No.
Because they had to take her all the way out. Though she got to explain.
All the way out.
She did, listen. I can't explain none of these ass whoopings. They're like, you know what to do, right? Act the fool.
Yeah. And the reason why she was put out is because while Fool was testifying, she wanted to be the peanut gallery, amen, cornering it, right? And when the bailiffs went over to her, they were originally just going to tell her to shut up. But no, she wouldn't stop. What she went on to say is that it's malicious prosecution. That was repeated by several of the defense's own witnesses, by the way. Several of them spoke out of her and said it was malicious prosecution, and she even stated that the whole fake love comment, which we understand what that was really about, but when it was put out the courtroom for first, for that outburst.
Yeah, it's like I need for you to say this, so maybe the prosecution can hear that piece of evidence. But you're gonna get thrown out because Malia, you got the answer for every ass whooping. Because she knew that day before was coming up, baby. And she knew that whole queen talk.
Jackson's parked right in front of me right now. Girl, if I had bail money, I promise I'd ram his car. He's literally we're facing one another currently.
And wait,
I just want y'all to know it's really hard for me to keep my peace. I really, just for real, it's hard. It's real hard. But anyway, so yeah. Two other women were put out in the courtroom in addition to Malia. Two of their quote unquote supporter flunkies were also put out in the courtroom. They did everything they could to slander, name, to further victimize her. And I want to say, this is my personal opinion right here, that my views do not reflect the host's views, but I lost any amount of empathy or sympathy that I had for those throne sisters today, because what they did against themselves and against that young lady.
A couple of other people said that, but
it's inexcusable. I'll save my tears and my prayers for the young ones coming behind these fools, but I have no F to give for those three.
A couple of people said the same exact thing. Whatever bit of empathy I got for them, yeah, we know they brainwashed badly, but that's dangerous because you don't.
In my face right now, staring me down like they don't smoke. They don't know. I keep a puppy on me. Stick with a puppy.
You better
And my street folks know what that means.
But you better make sure.
My street folks know what
you
that
sure
means.
You don't want
Because you know what it ain't in me? It ain't no vagina over here. Except for what's between my legs. I am never scared. They all trying to scare me down right now. They stare me down.
You want to put that? You want to put that on camera to save it? Just to, get off this phone. I'm gonna send you that in video. Videotape that, please. But you gonna need evidence. You need evidence.
I'm sorry.
Just in case you need evidence.
I got it, y'all. So
with them looking at you.
Yeah. Somebody just put up the threes, the gunshot, the puppy sign, all of that. But it's all good, y'all. Like I said, ain't no vagina over here except for what's going on between my thighs. I got zero F to give to any of these folks at all. But I wanted to be known that I'm gonna be out here. The judge does plan on allowing both the argument today. Court will go over so that can happen. And they will start deliberations in the morning, most likely.
If you're trying to get us, and then yeah, and you gotta remember when all the debate took place, the cameras wasn't on no damn way. Like shut up, shut up. When I'm not talking about just her, I'm talking about all of them. Was y'all acting then? Was no cameras on?
Talk about it.
When Joy first got there and y'all was in the hammock, no cameras. We didn't see her in the hammock, did you?
No, I did not.
We didn't see none of these sexual escapades. So that's what we're talking about. Things that's not done on the camera. So what they're talking about is 100% real. We don't give a fuck about all that.
Exactly. So listen, it's 3:20. I got 10 minutes to get back to security support to reconvene. So I'm gonna head on up. Which I know I got my head on a
Okay, once you get your pass, you can walk on to Young Thug and say, "Hey, my pass."
Hey, you know what? That's a fact. And I have some folks that are working with me to get that done too. So it's all about relationship building, and that's something I'm good at. Thank God.
Yes, you are. Well, sis, protect yourself out there. Thank you for the boots on ground work. So you heard it here first. Malaya, who pants on fire, cannot testify because she's going to really break this case. But okay, you got your lunch money, right?
I don't know, but I'm gonna check, and I thank y'all in advance. Thank y'all, and I will check back in for closes for the day.
All right, baby.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all gotta remember, if they was telling the truth, if Booker knew how to do his job, trying to create that, you didn't have to create that, right? You didn't have to create none of that.
Well, he tried, Chuck. In the beginning, he tried to get the technicality, but
All that night. Oh, my headphones is not on. I'm so sorry. I'm like, what is this sound coming from out my headphones? That's you. I'm so sorry. Now they back on my ears. Sorry, Booski. I'm always in trouble.
It's okay,
Go ahead, Boo.
But you got to give him a little bit of credit. He tried. He tried to run with the technicality. But imagine having these crazy nuts as your your client.
Yeah, but even if we do it by technicality, that still don't prove him innocent. That means he got off because he's still a rapist. So even if he get up that way, he's still a rapist. I just want to know for the people that's listening who is going to be like crying tonight, right? But either way, we don't know how it's going to go. But either who, that's I'm munching before somebody else. That's I'm munching. I need to munch. Damn it. I know y'all don't. But I don't know how all these activities that's not being filmed. So hopefully the so hold up. They never brought Janae back up for them 4 questions.
I thought they did. I thought I seen it somewhere, but if not, then they're gonna have to. I'm mad Malia is not going up.
Let me call her back real quick. Let me call her back real quick.
Okay.
And I didn't have my headphones on, so you could have had asked me that to ask her, and I wouldn't even heard it. Okay, let me call her right now.
I want them all up. Run your mouth.
And guys, please keep some prayers. Please put your prayers up because she said they all surrounding her right now. And y'all heard that. Don't mess with that. I will take a trip.
First thing smoking. It's the weekend coming up too. First thing smoking. Kids will go right to grandparents.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Let me text her. Unless she went back in.
Yes. Malaya would have started glitching. That's why I want them all on the stand. Just run your mouth full of lies, full of nonsense. Just keep running, keep talking. Shut your mouth and keep on talking. It's comical. They always think that they could pull the wool over somebody's eyes. And the funny thing is that Natureboy don't give a F about none of them. He probably in there trying to figure out a way to blame everything on them. He already got Portia with the text. What else can I put on them? What else can I put on them? My favorite part was too, like, did you say that you were continuously loyal or gonna be loyal for the rest of your life to Nature Boy? Did you not say that? That tripped her up real good.
No, the funniest part, I'm God. Yes, he's God, and you God, and I'm like, if they don't, they're like, what the fuck?
It's like,
they teaching us old folks like.
I'm loyal to everybody. Oh yeah, where's your loyalty to the prosecution? Where's your loyalty to them?
Oh man,
Miss, I'm loyal to everybody. Really?
And Rambo going there, jumping on panels. Him and Serenity. Y'all better talk about why you picked up that lady, Mama Dia. You need to explain why you took her when you didn't even cover her up, you son of a bee. But you up there jumping, thinking like we need to hear from you. Your ass is gone already. And y'all left because it was so happy there, right? You just said, yo, they contradict themselves too.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go. Now you were so happy to be there, but you had to go, right? You had to go. Then why you had to go? If we talking so good about this man, and obviously something was not good in that water, but they want to jump on panels, and I'm like, I seen my girl Miss Lee. I wanted to help her, but I didn't watch it. I just seen pieces. Now that Miss Lee, you should have called your girls in. We would have came to help you, but I don't watch that because I don't have time for the back and forth, and them girls, he would have had to eject me and all that stuff. Because I was not trying to hear nothing. I ain't trying to hear nothing. All that, no. And I'm like, but if we would have had to come up there to protect Miss Leo, I would have been there, right? But she should have let us know. Hey, I'm on there. We would have came, pop, 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 pop. You nasty son of a something. You picking up that old lady with no clothes on. Explained it. What Dr. Margaret, how does this go, Mr. Mateo, Mr. Rambo, Mr. Zukis, whatever your name is, Zuknik? Explain to us how that's done in Mexico. Explain to us how that shit is done. That's why I said she got blocked. Oh, I'd have been super blocked. And y'all people listening to this bullshit, right? And then what? He shouldn't get. No, he does. Love got life. Mama Dia got life. Even Fufu 2 Kids got life. Why he don't deserve life? When they gave him 7 years, even he felt he deserved life because I would have took them 7 years.
Mariah Lynn's mom got life.
Yeah, Mariah Lynn's mother got life.
These sons and the kids that were left, they got life too. Their life will be permanently damaged because of this.
Pops got life.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though it was the C word, let's not forget he still broke down a lot. So that makes your system a little bit weak. So if I ain't saying the correct word, y'all can fill in the words when y'all want to. It's
just compromise your immune system.
Yes, thank you.
See, that's another thing. Disease. I thought diseases were in the mind too. No, sweetheart. They start in the mind. And where was all this concern for COVID when you was touching them turtles? And hopping from plane to plane to plane to plane. The plane was the worst place to be during the sea. How many planes ask them that? How many planes did y'all go on since the panorama? During the panorama.
The minute they would have hit me with the cold C word, I'd have threw that damn Hawaii video up right at that part, right? Right there. And when it was really bad, your ass still took your ass on the plane. You wasn't scared on that plane. Your ass wasn't scared when you got off that plane. You did not quarantine because you didn't care. And then you want to touch them damn turtles and stuff. But now all of a sudden, it's not strong as it was. I don't know. Now all of a sudden, you're scared about your health, right?
You're stronger than their God.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden.
But I'm glad that he, remember, he made his own decision, which we heard numerous times. I don't want to hear the cops. The judge did anything. At this point, I'm frustrated. I don't have, and guess what? She don't have to like him. I did never seen where a popo, a judge, even us as human beings that have to do a job have to like you. If you're in the nursing field, you got the worst patient ever. That doesn't mean you don't take care of the patient. So I don't know where y'all get. Oh, the judge was she supposed to like him? I don't. Y'all confusing me. What she doing is lawful, but I'm trying to figure out what is she supposed to like him? Like I said, this took me out.
The
Right?
community needs to learn how to circumvent their emotions. Sometimes business is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck? Everything. I don't care if somebody like me or not. It's not about like you. When you say you don't care if somebody like you, it still means you're gonna get the mission done.
Mm-mm.
Respect is cyclical. It's a coming and going. You gotta earn respect, and they losing that.
I don't know if they're going to even continue this being that that damn Queen Malaya got the fuck out of Dodge because y'all been listening to us. Right, God damn it, y'all been listening to us. And I told you, Malia is the fucking weakest link. She is the weakest link, and they could not afford for her to puppy. Poppy. Well, you the queen. Y'all the queen. Call me the queen. Like that, damn. And the queen of what? The group. Mm-hmm.
Airbnb has queens now.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna blame this
And
all
she
on
mad
Malia and make the other girl smack her? Watch. I want to hear the jail
because
tapes.
I'm crunching. I'm going back on mute.
I'm sorry. I know there's a little delay between us. That's why I keep talking over each other, y'all. But them jailhouse tapes are so important because, especially in the beginning, he was still having them smack each other over the phone. I want to hear it all. That's the state's evidence. That's the state's property. They don't even have to get a warrant for that. So what's T? Why they not calling that out? Because one said that they don't speak to him. The other said that we do speak to him. Like, what's going on? They wasn't supposed to speak to him at all. What was said? Now he needs to speak to y'all that much in a week, almost 100 times. But he wasn't telling y'all about the case.
And I'm glad that they brought that up too. I'm sorry, listen, I got the munchies. But I'm glad they brought that up. And how many, he said within the last couple of days, 84 times. I said, God damn. Right? I was like, damn. Right? So they would know about this concoction, right? They would know, or they'll tell Booger, this is what we're going to Booger knows what's up. Booger knows what's up. At this point, he don't give two fucks. Right? You done caught me impotent. He probably like, I see Booker, stop lying. Even you don't like that ass neither, right?
And Fufu,
They
why you married? Why'd you marry this person? Do you know who your husband is? Who was there at your wedding? What's going on there, ma'am?
He never gave an F, especially after the tried to fire them. They're not supposed to. But the thing is, they're not talking about the case. They're like far as with each other. He's just running his big mouth. So they're not talking, but that doesn't cut your ears off, right? You still can hear what he's saying. So they can't prove that when Natureboy went live, they can't prove them girls at that minute, even though they know at that minute them girls are listening, but that thing they can't prove.
And they can't play other people's video. I tell you why people wonder why T's video is not admitted in court. Her video is not admitted because that's not the it's not either one of their videos. Like, you feel what I'm saying? That's not like Homegirl put that video out herself on her channel. So how can that, like, it would be inadmissible? The videos that they played of him were his videos of him. You feel what I'm saying? That's why they could fight that. And she's not a government agent or anything like that. She's not. So, like, it wasn't a legal like, you feel what I'm saying? There's a lot of reasons why they can't play that video and they won't play that video.
Then you got dumb people who don't even know the story, right? I'm just gonna cut this off, right? And then when it go live again, I will stop. But remember, we don't know because Malaya was the next witness, right? She was the next witness, but now she's not. So we don't know. Again, if y'all want to, I sent her the money that y'all sent me. If y'all want to send her a couple of dollars too, that is her thing. But I'm going to remove this. Y'all know what it is. But at least we knew firsthand that she wasn't going to be able to. She wasn't going to be able to. The heck? Did I stick something?
Where's Carter? He's
After
doing
he heard,
horses
after
dance.
what Carter heard yesterday, yo, that shit was because he was.
He was gagging on the thought.
He said, I'm like, what the hell did I see? He started shaking and shit. I like, Nick, what? His boy's so scared to damn dog. Damn it. I gotta have a talk with Carter after this. After this is over.
Carter needs a therapist. He needs some rehabilitation.
I kept telling y'all, Malaya manifest this. It was if she didn't manifest this, her body did. Her body said, "The hell with your mind right now. God, please help us." We would like our system to go back in order.
He keep messing with these Louisiana women. That's the problem. Keep effing up their life. Them ancestors gonna get him back.
And then they were trying to throw as much as they could. And poor Juju, you could tell your ass was shooken and shook. Jack's trying to act intelligent because he been in jail before, right? So
And he's a scientist. Don't forget.
yeah. So Jack's being that he been in the system a couple of times. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. But the damn Juju ain't never been in the court. So he was like, blah, 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 blah.
And you ain't speak to your mother in 4 months, but you speak to your parents all the time. What's the tea there? Well,
They didn't expect for them to hit them. They didn't know about you. Just like the mama went looking for. Did you forget? And like,
you can't outsmart them. They've been into school for 7 years to become what they are, and they work daily on dummies like y'all.
the truth gonna stay the truth, right? So, why you putting yourself in? Stop listening to me so much. I said your ass should have said that then, not after the interview, and not after 20 years later. I mean, 20 years later. God, y'all know I'm roasted, right? I ain't got brain fog. Not 2 years later. Y'all should have been like, I know we was upstairs, we ain't hear nothing. See, that's the part you forgot. But you try to fill in when nobody spoke to us. So we didn't have nobody to tell. Bitch, you done made a whole motherfucking malicious intent video. You was scared to tell them. Like, what point in time? Now you didn't have nobody to tell. I'm like, And then they lied. They the ones lied and say, oh yeah, they only spoke to Malaya and Zoka, which means, yeah, y'all two got spoken to. You can act her ass up or you won't. But then they had to exclude her because everybody said, well, Malaya got beat. Well, Malaya. So now they don't have to even question her about the girls fighting. She gonna have to admit, no, they probably beat you. No, they put you in the closet. No. And everybody said, And they was lucky that they didn't even bring up that incident, that July 4th incident. Because they would have had to lie about that too. Like you wasn't in the circle. None of y'all was in the circle. I mean, besides Juju and Jack, they wasn't there yet, but y'all know what I mean. Juju came to carbonation at 16 years old. He's only 18 now?
Right now, the prosecution is collecting all of these perjuries. And I know them emails is blowing Uh, Goofies. Put Malia on the stand. Her name has been brought up more than the whole daggone victim. Put her ass on the stand.
Talking about, oh, F was smart. No, we smart. Right? She didn't think of none of this shit. They've been listening to us. But now, man, you need to go like this. Or then you need to go like that. Oh, she can't send a message. Oh, she can't send a message.
And they call him three God. You don't call yourself Malia goddess or Aya goddess God or Fufu God goddess. Nah, none of that. He's
See,
three God.
hopefully the prosecution realized that it doesn't matter what Booker says because you could say all that, but the shit happened. What happened to them was it's not on camera. So whatever, yeah, you could take our mind from whatever we have seen, but that didn't happen. Them babes, we didn't see what happened to Sarian. We didn't see what happened to none of these. That's off camera. At that point, they are not acting. It was never lights, camera, acting. It was never a cut. Velvet never said that. He put them against each other.
People never come to him. He made everybody aggressive with each other at his command. It was never no, oh, I really need to get this out. Let me put my hands on this other person. It was all because of him. His manipulation, his baiting, his triangulation. He could never have peace. There was plenty of times when they had opportunities for peace. And he just made some shit up. Like, who left the cap off well, they don't use Two-Face, but like, you feel me? Who took seven sheets instead of six? It'll be some shit like that.
There. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people too, like a lot of people are trying to use their own logic, but if even by using your own logic, god damn it, your logic ain't so good, right? It ain't so good right now. They're gonna have to find another logic to use because this shit. Listen, we are not the jurors, but we don't know what they're gonna do. But what we do, what we do know,
I
that's
know if
that
I was a
bullshit.
juror and I randomly heard some shit like
All right,
this, I
they're
would be
back in
like,
court.
what?
Hold on. Okay, let me see. Mm. Okay, where we at? Where we at? Okay, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Uh-oh. Mm-mm. Where the heck did I have it at? Shit. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Damn.
Yes, it's exactly.
and 1.34.10.
Yes, Your Honor, and the 1.3.
So I have it right here as redacted too, Taylor. So we'll just add in the one that I've been giving multiple times, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it the same for 1, 2, and 3, 5?
There's two for B.
I will be shouting out those people who have contributed to the channel, and you can thank those people for keeping me here.
So can we do both of them and say in counts? Well, I guess they were a little different.
They were different, but I think don't we have copies of those somewhere?
Yeah.
Do you have an I have the one that says counts 3 through 5, which is the revenge court. Do you have the other one?
That was the one we doctored up with all the writers.
Yeah, but I have 1,000 pages. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got it. But I got it, yeah. You come up here and take a look at these just to make sure we're all on the same page. And then Joe, you can have those in. Please, thank you.
So I just banned someone from the platform. Not just because of this stream, but because they've been doing some really weird stuff. I just banned them. I'm not going to say his name. They're not. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Sorry, my cold. Sorry.
That's the one? All right.
So it's 1.3410.
Right, but this is already tailored.
Yeah, we already.
As is written.
Yes.
So it would be for both, same charge as Taylor did.
Okay, but this one's already in here. No?
The 413 charge. The 404B charge. So that's 404B.
Okay, so this is just, I'm going to pause it right now because this is just them going over the jury instructions. We're going to get back into it. They're going over the jury instructions. But right now, I want everyone just to hit the flag button on Denard's page because apparently he's flagging. He's streaming the video. So if he's streaming the video, just go flag his page. And I'll send this link to who I need to send it to. Just flag his page because he's in my chat talking trash. I just blocked him from the chat, not for this reason, but for some other issues that apparently was been brought to my attention. But if you see anyone streaming, flag their page and send me a DM and we'll deal with it. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do.
It seems so nice and peaceful in there now, right? It seems really nice and peaceful. But we thank you. Damn, they had to blow me up like that. Why I gotta Sugar? Whoever Miss C is, Sugar streaming. Damn, y'all gotta blow it up like damn. Why y'all blowing people up like that? Shit.
Wow. Give him kisses.
Damn. I'm not doing that. I didn't say nothing wrong.
Did that always ruin it for everybody?
That's what happened last time too with Neek.
He just can't help himself.
Miss C.
It's not
Whoever
their
you
place.
is, like, damn, I don't even know you, Miss C. Why you blowing up people?
Watch you catch it now. You go outside, your tire be flat or something. If you do things out of spite, it's gonna come back to you.
Like, damn. And somebody said, who I like to see that. No, I don't bother nobody. That's why they're saying who. We don't bother nobody. I'm like, I'm not down to get somebody private. We already got somebody in there. As you see, the case is really over, right? That's what they're talking. They can't do nothing until the jury deliberate. And they almost finished with that, thank goodness. That's why Nature Boy was too cowardly. He was too cowardly to face. He didn't even want to see them one last time. That's fucked up. He didn't want to look at none of their faces more. Even if he come in, we don't know. Right? Right. But he said, I don't want to even look at y'all pictures one last time.
That
Damn.
narcissism is in his head right now, trying to
Oh,
find ways to
man.
blame it on all of them. It's their fault now. Why should it be their fault? You said blue, and I told you to say light blue. That's why I'm in jail for the rest of my life. He don't,
That
and
is
that
crazy.
man. I would never tell people to report any page that's playing my stuff because that's free promotion. Do you know how much marketing costs these days? You're very lucky, dummy.
Yeah, in my bio, is my email. But yeah. Sure. In my bio. Do I got any mods in here? Shit. That's right. I put it in there. I put it in there. But that's that bull crap. People go around just telling like why y'all going around like them? You can't. I feel like cause them boys that was overlooked, or maybe that's why some of the guys were separated. But there's no reason he had underage boys there. Oh, that's what he caught him out there. And you know that they didn't have to do no math equations, right? No math equations at all. To the point Fufu don't even know when she graduated from high school or college, right? Or middle or college, right?
She graduated from high school to middle of college.
And
And like I said,
she bought her mama pictures, like, yeah, and right, and right there. And people kept saying, tell her, I'm like, no, she's purposely talking low. Yeah, and you can see, yep, and right there, and our family's cake.
she said hi.
Well, she took the blame for that. And then
They
she
said
tried to
that they
fix it.
spoke to their family when they needed money, and
Duh.
Aya confirmed that today.
I didn't even hear that part.
Yeah, when she said she spoke to her sister sent her some money.
Oh. Drop the link. I'm gonna just drop it for you. For you. Right. But we are exhausted. I mean, we had this whole week. We got boots on the ground. I can't wait. I don't know what that poor jury going through, but we would definitely hear it. And whew. Mm. Hey, bro.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting something in the back chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go back and clip it. I just want you to see that. I don't know if you was aware. I literally just heard that, but I'm about to go clip it and I'll send it to your email.
Oh no, I heard. My people's is on it. I just didn't want to mention
Okay.
the name. But I'm
Okay,
like,
yeah.
at that point, because of the haters, I'm like, you can't strike the page. You can like you can get it taken down. But I'm like, it's always do not. He had to go on there and start shit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just heard that, and I'm like, oh, hold on, let me tell sis real quick, because I'll be doing, I'm in the bushes, but I'm like, hold on, man, I don't want. So I just wanted you to be aware.
I'm like, it's always the one like bad apple. But we went through this before. So I mean, they can flag it, but I don't know if they can stop it. But at this point, we seen it already, right? We seen what we need to see. Got the, I'm this exhausts the shit out of you though. I can't lie. This from the 2 weeks proving our own the people's case, right? The people's case. They're just trying to send me a message, but they're not. They won't. Whatever she's sending is not coming through, right? I do remember hearing Zoka was never attracted to him because Alicia was her father's age. Someone is being arrested. Oh Lordy. Whew. We are fully exhausted, man. Don't worry, this case be over. I'll be back over there. But we started it from the beginning. And we had to end this shit, right? Oh. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know if she's texting me that, but wherever she's at, her Wi-Fi is not coming through. But she's gonna call. Who getting arrested? That must be on the outside. That might be on the outside.
It's probably Juju.
I want to go with Poppy. I want to go with Poppy. Yeah, I want to go with Poppy. No, y'all going to different places. The only one left to be arrested is her. She would have. She was the catalyst of this whole thing. The catalyst. She used
Unless
that.
they got them for perjury or even just talking to him because they are not supposed to be talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they don't let them walk out of there. Because you just admitted
And
on the
for,
stand.
and for the slow people, the ones back there, they saw the evidence that the police had. I don't know if it was admissible because they leaked it before, so now they cannot use it. So stop. Oh, he did that. They didn't see everything. Somebody said also. So that's why they couldn't play it because again, Nature Boy wants to be where he's at, right? He wants to be exactly where he at. She's trying to text me something, but it's not coming through. Okay. Um, from the X education videos in exchange from the Beagle beings, luring them off trafficking. Ain't nowhere in the world. I mean, they came there to teach us, right? Which means he got somebody else that's going to be there with them young boys that's going to carry on. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. They all committed perjury. Now, who? Pick any one of them. Right? Choose one. Any name you pull out the hat will be the correct one. always got to go messing it up for people. Even when it came with the nickname, he the one set that off. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna see if what they doing.
You should
Right?
have seen him in the JAG sector talk about setting something off. There's a lot of people that need to take their medication over there. He was. He's so mad about being kicked off Clubhouse. He said he's not testifying. He's a punk. He is chicken shit. He admitted he sucked his thumb. Fufu already testified. So Malia is the one that didn't testify. The one that can't hold together a complete sentence. That was me. She not only admitted contact with him, so did Aya. I think the males didn't. I didn't hear all of Jackson testifying, but Juju said he didn't. And they don't need a warrant to check the phone records. Oh, well, he said, please, he don't give a F about them girls. He gonna be the one to say, I told them they shouldn't do it. You know what's gonna be said? Yeah, Poppy told us not to do it, but we did it anyway. That's how weird they get.
They so stupid. They was formulating their case from what we be saying. No, I did. I was going to tell you something else. You shouldn't have ran with that. Right? I was there. You've been listening to me a little bit too much. Why you say nothing then? So everything that you could tell, like which content creator they sort of kind of got some stuff from. So they pulled from all of us. No, we didn't tell you everything, right?
And then random things that never was said before popped up out of nowhere too.
You was good. You were good the way it was, not knowing nothing. Now you know a whole effing lot. Right?
He gonna have them smacking each other as soon as they get back to wherever they headed. He gonna call and be like, "Smack her, smack her."
I know, right? At that point, they're gonna throw their phones out the window. We don't care what he say to them girls now. Yeah, you like it? Go right ahead. Do you work now? No. Everybody, do you work? No. Do you work? No. Do you work? Oh, our people's so that's gonna show you they got a lot of damn thing. And that's why we ain't got no time for no damn appeal, okay? We can't go through this shit no more, okay? All right.
Appeal what? The fact that they went through so many attorneys right now says a lot. This judge has had enough. She gonna send him under the jail. You were like, send him to Dr. York. That's it.
We're gonna finish this out. If we're in trouble, we're gonna be in trouble.
We're saying in that moment, once she went up to that bedroom, he physically took hold of her and would not allow her to leave, even though she said, "No, I have to leave," so many times she couldn't remember how many times. That's the moment of the false imprisonment. It's not this abstract idea that, well, she was so attached to the group, she wouldn't be allowed to leave. It was, no, we are charging in that moment.
Thank you. That's what I was trying. That's what I said in that. He was listening to me too a little bit, huh?
She was not allowed to leave. And false imprisonment, there's no time element to it. The judge isn't going to tell you if you find that she's held for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. There's no minimum amount of time because the injury is the violation to their liberty. People are allowed to come and go where they want within the house they're living in. And he can't just hold her in the room because he wants that opportunity to convince her or bully her or badger her into getting what he wants. She had every right to leave. If she wanted to go upstairs and say goodbye and then walk right back down the stairs and leave,
exactly.
she can.
And she never officially called off the Uber. The Uber left. You can make the Uber on hold.
Duh.
He would not allow her to leave. That's the detaining. In this case, not allowing movement, not allowing her to exit that room. Remember the testimony that he closed the door. Kendra said they went into that room, the door closed. Janae said he closed the door, he was between me and the door. He was holding her. He would not allow her to leave. About legal authority, so that applies more to like police officers. Obviously, they have legal authority to detain folks if there's probable cause that they committed a crime. Also, sometimes you get like the shoplifting situation where an employee of like Target sees someone taking something and they may have, under certain circumstances, legal authority to detain somebody. But there's nothing like that in this case. So if you believe the defendant, Legio Bishop, would not let Janae leave the room that night, find him guilty of count 2, false imprisonment. I'm going to call counts 3 through 5 the revenge porn statute. That's what it is. On the indictment, it's listed by its long name, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. It criminalizes the posting of revenge porn, so we'll call it revenge. It has a lot of elements, so follow on. Knowing the content of the transmission, so you know what you're posting, and we'll go through them again one by one. Without the consent of the depicted person, so the person shown in the video, electronically transmit causes the transmission or posting of a video depicting sexually explicit conduct of an adult. No kids involved in this case since they're having sex in the videos. The transmission is harassment, and it serves no legitimate purpose. Again, we'll take these one by one. Knowing the content of the transmission, again, there's no suggestion that anyone was unaware of what was in these. These were sex videos and they were uploaded. Without the consent of the depicted person. All right, the moment that matters is the moment it's posted online. All 3 of the videos that were body camera videos showing the Twitter video, I'm sure that you all remember having to watch those. They were all 3 posted on March 27th. Janae was not in the group or in any sort of contact with Mr. Bishop on March 27th. She testified over and over again, she did not give her consent for those videos to be posted on March 27th. Even if she consented to it being filmed. Even if someone, take it outside of this case for a second, even if someone sends an intimate photograph of themselves to a loved one, to a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, they end up, that relationship doesn't work out for whatever reason, but that person to whom that photograph was sent decides to post that photograph online. The question isn't, did the person who sent it consent back when they sent it originally, right? The question is, did that person, the supposed victim in that case, consent to ex-boyfriend uploading it to the internet? That's where the harm is. That's where the consent goes. It doesn't matter that she consented to that sex being filmed originally. What matters is she didn't consent to being harassed by it and having folks be like, hey, did you go back to the group? Because I saw that you and Luigi are back doing whatever. That's where the harassment comes. Because now there's this confusion, and there's just the humiliation and embarrassment that both Janae and Velvet had to describe of having that out there. I don't really even think there's much dispute here. There was not consent. There's really no hint of consent for these photo videos to be posted on March 27th, which is the date they were posted. Electronically causes a video to be posted or transmitted. It was uploaded and shared on Twitter, which is an electronic message board, technically a website. It's an electronic means of transmitting something to other people. And causes, we asked pretty much all of the former members, did anything get posted on Mr. Bishop's account without him having caused it? And the answer was unanimous. No, he was in charge of that. Maybe Loyal and some other folks had, access and helped him out with his social media stuff, but he was the driving force. Nothing got posted without it having been caused by him. The videos obviously depicted sexually explicit conduct of an adult. I think also the harassment isn't really an issue. Obviously, she was harassed, and there's really no other purpose for these videos to have been posted, especially of her just 3 days after she left. You heard Velvet's testimonies. So there's no legitimate purpose. This is an exception for if there's medical diagrams or teaching instruments, things of that nature that need to be shared for one reason or another, and there is some legitimate purpose for this images that otherwise may be sexual in nature. Yeah, this wasn't for science or medicine. All right, so on the counts 3 through 5, there's 3 different counts because there's 3 different videos. There are technically 4 posts, but 2 of them were the same videos, which are 3 different videos. They're separated in the indictment by their length. So 56 seconds, 28 seconds, and 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's what separates count 3 from count 4, count 4 from count 5. And there are 3 separate charges because there is a separate harm. There's a separate injury each time. There's a separate humiliation each time somebody posts a separate video. Do you believe the defendant caused the posting of these sex videos of Janae without her consent and with the purpose to harass her, then find him guilty, counts 3 through 5, for revenge porn? Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have for the first part. Mr. Booker will address you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, you sure can.
Okay, so there's his closing. Now the defense has opportunity closing, and then the prosecution comes back and do their, I guess, their rebuttal to the defense's closing.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're here to decide the case of the state of Georgia versus Elijah Bishop. Elijah Bishop, we started this case a few days ago, last week sometimes, and we're here finally at the conclusion of the case. And so just like across this courthouse, across this city, there are jurors sitting to decide issues, whether it's an issue regarding a fence line, or whether it's about probate, or whether it was a car accident. Your job in this case is to determine whether the state wins or whether Mr. Bishop wins. And it's an important, bless you, it's an important decision for you to make. That's why when you come in the courtroom, we stand up. Because despite the fact that Judge Hodrick is Superior Court judge, and these are two very fine, smart lawyers here, we stand up because you are the most powerful people in this courthouse. Your decision impacts people that are in this county and in this city. And so we're going to ask, as you go back to deliberate and you consider this case, that you use your power and wield your power appropriately. Now, last week, we were here, you guys were out there, you were in a big group of folks, and you heard the judge read an indictment. And in that indictment, the very first charge was the charge of rape. And so I do this for a living. I'm a defense attorney, okay? I sit over there with people and I look up at the people that are there to the side. And the question that happens in my mind is, what exactly are they thinking when they hear the word rape or murder or something significant like that? Because many times we've already made decisions about people. We've already made a decision. You're charged with it, good enough for me. And so there it goes. The case is gone. You're already starting from behind. And that's why when we asked if you felt like you could be fair and impartial in the case, you felt like you would be able to look at the evidence and not make a decision just based on the fact that there was a camera in here and that he was charged with this charge. And so the state questioned you, I questioned you, and we believe that you guys were the best group out of the people that were here. You were the best, that you would be fair and impartial, that you would listen to all the evidence, that you wouldn't make a decision before all the evidence was closed. And so that's why you're here on the jury, because we didn't believe you were going to go on a witch hunt, that you were going to make a decision just because Mr. Bishop was charged with the charge of rape. And I put rape up there because obviously it's the most significant of the charges that we have here. Now, in a case, there's a couple types of evidence. There's direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge was going to give you some instructions on the law, but direct and circumstantial evidence, there's two types. There's direct evidence, means that you have proof of something tangible right in front of you. And then there's circumstantial evidence. She will explain the difference in both of the two. Now, there's no legal difference in which of them you can have a conviction on direct evidence or on circumstantial evidence, but I would argue that this is a circumstantial evidence case. Now, the judge is also going to tell you, though, that for a circumstantial evidence case, the state must exclude every other reasonable theory other than guilt of the defendant. That means that the state has a burden to not only prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but they must exclude every other reasonable theory of innocence. And I'm questioning you, has the state in this case proven or that every other reasonable theory of innocence is not true? They have not. They have not. Now, credibility of witnesses, I'm going to skip through because the state gets up. They're the government. They can get up and start. I jump in the middle, and then they get to come back and tell you how I'm wrong. And so I only have so much time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on every single piece of it because the credibility of witnesses section, you're going to get from the judge, okay? But you can consider credibility of witnesses. And what I like to use for credibility of witnesses is I have two children, Hannah and Justin. They're my children. 16 and 10, they're most important. If you show up at my house and you say, well, you're going to be the caregiver of my children, okay? And you tell me one day that I did this. This is my background experience. And then the next day you say, you come in and you tell me something different, you're not keeping my kids because I can't trust what you say. Trust in what you say means you tell me something on Monday, when you come back on Tuesday, it's the same thing. And so I'm asking, when you look at the credibility that you have been given from that witness stand, it's not what I said, it's not what the state said, it's not what the judge said. Credibility comes from the witnesses. Have you been satisfied that Ms. Newell, as she got up there, that you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that you can trust what she's saying? That's what you have to determine. Now, presumed innocent. Defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So simple, not a complicated thing. I'll use the same example I had when I was in law school. Professor comes in on the first day of school of the class, criminal law 101. I am scared to death. There's 150 other students in here. 149 of them are way smarter than I am, and they should be there, and I should. That's exactly what I'm sitting up there. And the professor goes up front, and I'm praying to God, please don't let him ask me anything. But he gets up there and he says, ladies and gentlemen, this is a presumption of innocence. He's wearing a jacket. And he simply just makes this really weird argument, but it's actually true. Person comes in, they're presumed innocent. This is the cloak of innocence. Until the state has removed this entire jacket all the way off the person, they remain innocent until the state has proven them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Bishop is still wearing his jacket. The state has not removed it. When you look at this case and you go in the back, Mr. Bishop is still wearing his jacket because the state has not met their burden. They are the government. They're the ones who had access to these phones. They're the one who had access to all hundreds of thousands of videos. When you look at the evidence in this case, when you consider the evidence in this case, this is what we have as far as evidence. We have a case that's a rape case where these people were online every single day for years. Don't you think that if people were online every single day for years, they're on social media, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, and there's not one picture, not one single picture of a woman with a physical injury, not one video of somebody being slapped, but they're telling it because they want you to believe it. They've given it to you. You are the deciders in this case. If they got it, why don't they show it to you? Because they don't have it. It doesn't exist. They want you, he gets up here and tells you, oh, it's not because he's in a cult. They're so interested because it's not because he's in a cult. He's in a cult. The entire case has been about anything other than March 24th, 2022. We've had 3 other girls come in here and tell us that he's supposedly raped them because they don't want you to look at the case. They want you to look at other things. Look at other things because if you look at those other things and you don't like them, that's the whole objective. Now, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. Nope. And the burden rests upon the state to prove every material allegation. And I'll go through the same way they did because I have to cover the argument and the law, but I'll go through the elements. But long story short, they have to prove the elements of rape. That's what they have to prove. They have to prove the elements of false imprisonment. They have to prove the elements of revenge porn. And we'll go through that. Now, before I was an attorney, this is my 14th year as an attorney. I was a school teacher for 7 years. I have a bachelor's and master's in education from the University of Florida. And so when I was a teacher, I loved it. It was great. But there would be afternoons at 2 o'clock when you got a bunch of 4th graders standing in front of you in Gwinnett County. You didn't know why you did it, but you loved it. They were very special children, nothing more unique and more powerful than kids in my mind. But one of the things I would ask the kids at the first beginning of school is, what's the most important ingredient in chocolate cake? I bet you don't know what the most important ingredient in chocolate cake is. It's chocolate. Can't have chocolate cake without chocolate. Unfortunately, kids will spend a lot of time bubbling around and say, you know, cake mix, whatever. In this case, there is no important ingredient. The state must prove every single element of rape to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the burden of proof is on the state. It never switches to us. It's not on Mr. Bishop. Okay? It's not on Mr. Booker. It's on the state. They brought this case. They charged it. Please don't lighten their burden. They must prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge will tell you that after considering if your minds are wavering, unsettled, then that is a doubt of the law. Use your common sense in this case and acquit Mr. Bishop. Now, prior statements, the judge is also going to read you instruction about prior statements. If a person's given a prior statement and they give a different statement later, you can consider that for purposes of credibility of a witness. Now, jumping to the point, Janae Newell, she says she's at the house on March 24th or March 25th, 2022. That's what she told me. That's uncontroverted. She says that she meets with the cab officer, I believe, I cannot pronounce his name. And she also does an interview with the T. You've heard a lot about the T. I'm sure the T is going to be super popular. They're actually here to courtroom today. She meets with the detectives. And she's interviewed in Fayetteville. They go out there. She gets pregnant months later by
shameless plug for the T.
And then she's interviewed by the DA's office here in this year, in February. And then she gives you testimony in court. And so I want to run through those real quick. So the first one is the first prior recorded statement of Janae Newell with this officer. She called police and she told police that this was revenge porn. This again goes back to credibility. It goes back to credibility. The first thing she told them was, hey, there was revenge porn that happened to me. This was on March 30th, 2020. She never said anything about it. Okay? Never said that. And in that interview that was recorded on body camera by the investigator, by the police officer, the state has not played that one single time. What is in that interview that you don't need to see? Why is that not played? Again, it's not Mr. Booker's burden to play any of the investigators for you.
This is a
Why
Hip Hop
hasn't they-
Inquirer exclusive.
When they get up here to close, when Ms. Thomas gets up, ask her why. Why hasn't the state played that evidence for you? The 20 minutes, because he was up here, the witness was up here, they could have put it in for him. Why didn't they play it? Again, it's sometimes evidence and sometimes it's lack of evidence. But the first statement that she gave was that she'd been a victim of revenge porn. She described Mr. Bishop as her boyfriend, and she was interviewed on body cam. Doesn't describe rape, doesn't describe fighting, doesn't describe false imprisonment, none of those things. It does she describe. Second time is the T interview. She goes on YouTube. There's a 6-hour-long interview on YouTube. 6 hours.
There will be a clean
Okay, so
video
I
after
love
this
my wife.
case is
We
over.
go to visit my mom sometimes. She lives in Jacksonville. Takes us 5.5 hours to get there. We don't drive in Jacksonville. Probably take way too long. But we get there. My wife may say something to me between here and Valdosta, or Macon rather. She may say something else a little further on. We've been married for 24 years. Nobody talked for 6 hours about anything. But they talk for 6 hours about Mr. Bishop. None of that's played though. And when I'm trying to introduce it in evidence, obviously they don't want you guys to hear it. But she indicated in court that she was being truthful in this interview, is what she said. Now, what she also told you was, well, I was still under the influence. In 2022, I was trying to protect him, is what I was told. You can't be one or the other, okay? Or you have to take one of the other. But think about this. If she was trying to protect him in 2022, and then she was still under the influence of the cult, why is it in 2024, when the DA's office interviews her and she's preparing for this trial, why in the world does she say to them that he said to me, can you do it one last time? And what her response was, okay. That's what she told them. Ask them why they haven't told you that. Because would she still be under the influence in 2024? I wouldn't think so. Because she wasn't under influence then, she was being truthful. She describes in detail what happened on March 24th. She doesn't describe her rape. She doesn't describe being fearful of being falsely in prison or any of those things. Again, this is still the interview. These are some of the statements she made. Baba G, how you pronounce that, which was Elijah, would have never treated me this way. You bitches are jealous. Excuse my language, mom. But that's what she said. Uncontroverted. She looked Elijah in the eyes, and me being dumb, I got manipulated back in. I couldn't resist him in that moment. Not that he beat me or I was scared that some woman was going to do something to me. That wasn't said. Never was said. I was really vulnerable. And he knew exactly what to say to make me stay. And we made love in that moment. Those are her words. It's uncontroverted. That's what she said. But maybe she was under the influence. That's what the state wants you to believe, that she was under the influence of Mr. Bishop. He was so powerful. I wanted Dick in that moment. That is so crass to say, but I'm sorry. I wanted Dick in that moment, but I was stupid, and what I really needed was uncontroverted. That's what she said. If she didn't say it, the state would have put it in and said, hey, do you remember Mr. Booker asked you this?
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
They haven't shown you that. And is that how somebody describes when they're being raped? No, it's not. More on the TV interview. I didn't want to resist him. Letting him manipulate me, I'm a sucker for fucking love. I felt like he was faking it to just keep me. Why in the world would he be faking it? You're faking being with somebody, yet you're raping that person? That doesn't make any sense. Then she gives an interview with the detectives. They played Mr. Bishop's interview for you, but why didn't they play Mr. Newell's video for you? Why didn't they play that for you? What did she say to the detectives? The same detectives that was up there. She interviewed with them too. That's because she describes making love throughout the interview. She never uses the word rape. It's not until 20-something minutes into the interview that he asked her, well, maybe, would you really want to do it? It's not a discussion about rape. The detective introduces that idea to her mind. But the detective who was even there wasn't even called as a witness. They had two detectives, a male and a female, but they put the female up. And you can tell how prepared she was. She didn't even know what she'd done as far as an investigation. Did you see when you ask her a simple question? Well, did you get this text message from such and such? Wouldn't you expect that people who are police officers, when they are making life-altering decisions for people in this case, in this state they live in this county, they are responsible for They're making life-altering decisions, life-altering investigations that they can't even remember when you pick up the text messages. These emails here that she had, that she's emailing with the T, that she wouldn't know that the messages came from the T. Oh, I got it from Kelly Johnson's phone. Oh no, I got it from the Terry phone. No, you didn't. And you're up here under oath. Wouldn't you be more prepared to know what you did and what you didn't? I mean, it's a life-altering decision for Mr. Bishop. And despite whether you like Mr. Bishop or not, okay, because obviously there's family people that don't. And I really don't care if you like them. I don't have to like them. None of us have to like them. It doesn't matter. This is about the law and whether or not the state has proven you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a character assassination ultimately, but that's not what you're here to decide. Trial preparation, meeting with the DA's office this year. Now, this one, surely she's gonna use the word rape. She has to. I mean, of course, she's not gonna come in here and not use the word rape. She's not gonna say that, avoid it here, because then she's gonna be in front of the whole world. She's in front of you guys. She's caused all that to happen. She's not gonna say something different here. But in trial preparation, one last time and okay. Really? One last time? Okay, I don't think so. That's not rape. And nothing with them about force. Hey, I said okay because I knew he was going to beat the crap out of me if I didn't have sex. I had seen him beat up a bunch of women because they didn't have sex with him. That's not what she said. That's not the evidence in the case. That's what the state wants you to think, but they produce zero evidence of it. Please be from Missouri. Be from the show me state. Make them show you evidence. Don't just go back there and be okie doke because they told you, or because you don't like Mr. Bishop, or because the camera's here. Make them show you evidence. So, what actually happened? There was a disagreement in the group between the girls. You heard that. She described that she went upstairs at least twice. You don't really even get to compare her statements, all because you don't have her statements in evidence. You don't really know what she previously said other than what I got to ask her because we couldn't play it for you. And they didn't want to play it for you. But consider all that. This is what she ultimately said. She went upstairs at least twice. When she went upstairs the first time, Malia, who's the queen, told her to go downstairs. Because that's really what this case is really about anyway. And she admitted, hey, I want to be the queen. I want to be the queen. Too many women. My mom used to tell me that my middle name is Lamar. Lamar, you have one girlfriend. My dad would say the same thing. One girlfriend. It is hard enough to keep one woman, I mean this in the nicest way, satisfied. I've been married to my wife. My wife's from Jamaica. Been married to her for 24 years. She is a wonderful woman. But I can tell you, I couldn't have even another half. I have two other people in the house that are women too. A 10-year-old and a 6-year-old. It's hard enough for me when there's enough estrogen in the house for me that sometimes I need to go sit on the back. Because it's just all too much. It's too much drama. I go here, oh, here comes somebody. I go there. It's so much drama. This dude has all these women around that he's having sex with. There's going to be some problems. But she admitted on the stand that she wanted to be the queen because she could show them how it's done. She could do it better than Malia. There was a pageant. The lady told her this day, there was some sort of pageant. And that Ms. Newell said, Elijah said that she could be queen. So this further upset her. And she ultimately goes outside. She wants to be the queen. They say, hey, Baba G, God, whatever the world they call them, hey, he wants you to come back inside. And she does. Isn't that what you do, that you go outside when you're trying to get away from somebody? You know, in the movies, when you go this weekend, you can talk about cases. This case is finally over. Okay? And you're watching a scary movie. Okay? Some scary movie watching.
Assuming the case is over by the weekend.
To the door. She's running through the woods. The bad dude, is running behind her. Do you think she's gonna stop? Because she's seen this before. He's coming with a chainsaw. He's got a mask on, or whatever it may be. He's scared. Okay? Is she gonna stop and call an Uber? Hey Uber, can you please come pick me up? Because I'm scared to death this dude is gonna get. It's not like I can just walk out and leave if I'm so scared. It's not like I can leave. Because would you wait for an Uber if you were afraid of somebody? I wouldn't. And what I wouldn't do, I wouldn't wait for an Uber, but what I also wouldn't do is get all the way outside to the Uber and say, oh, I'm gonna go back inside. And go all the way back upstairs. I wouldn't do that because I'd be too scared. Because I've seen a whole history of violence. That's what they told you. It's been a whole history of violence. So, but no, I'm outside. I got my bag packed. I can get the heck away from this dude. But oh yeah, let me go back inside and say goodbye. It's fine. I'm gonna just go back inside and say goodbye because it's all good. Just use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to be with him. It's evidence, which is also uncontroverted. The state is putting in nothing to show that this phone call right here, that there's no prior phone calls to. State's Exhibit 2, that you heard from Miss Eva Wilson, that she called Elijah Bishop after March 24th, 2022. Said, hey, Mr. Bishop, she wants to be with you again. She wants you to get in contact with her. This is uncontroverted. If it wasn't his phone number, don't you think these really good and really smart lawyers would have told you, hey, that's not Mr. Bishop's phone number? But they didn't tell you that. That's because this lady contacted her. She has no reason to come in here and lie. She's here on Zoom because she came here the other day and we couldn't finish. But she has no reason to lie. She don't know Bishop. She don't know this lady that well. She knows because she came and stayed at her house. But if she had a bone to pick with her, why would she allow her to stay in her house, read tarot cards or whatever that stuff is to her, and then come in here and lie?
Is Booker cooking?
The state hasn't proven she has. The state hasn't proven that she's lied. That's uncontroverted that lady called Bishop on behalf of Miss Newell. If somebody raped you, why in the world would you be calling? Why would you call and say, hey, I want to be with you again?
Where did all this fire come from?
The detectives already said these text messages came from a certain location that we know is not true. Not going to spend a lot of time on that. Text messages came from the T. Okay, you heard that the T doesn't particularly like Mr. Bishop. How did the T even get the text messages? Why would they have the text messages? I don't know. It wasn't until I was sitting at home one day and I decided, let me look at these text messages again. And I looked at the very top and I remember the young lady saying, that it was a long time between messages. But these say 11:51, 11:51, 11:51, 11:52, 11:53. That's not a long time. That's like 2 minutes.
For the true supporters, I am leaving this up like this. For the true supporters, you know what it's about.
Somebody must have taken pictures of the text messages and they sent it to the T. And then I started looking and I said, that seems odd. Why would the T have text messages? And here's an email chain between the detective that testified and the T. Hey, by the way, here's some text messages from the T for Mr. Bishop. You can get him. It proves your case. Oh, by the way, here's some videos from the T. It proves your case. Please consider all that.
So the YouTuber is the state's witness or evidence, or I don't know.
I mean, is that credibility? Is that an issue? What else was in their phone? I mean, was there more messages in the phone? We'll never know. The state never showed it. We don't have that. The detective interviewed Janae again. Did they really go out? Two detectives go all the way out to Fayetteville because they believed that this was just revenge porn. Because that's all she had reported at this point was revenge porn. She hadn't said anything about race. The two detectives leave here in DeKalb County, go out to Fayetteville. They were there for what they believed was more. They were after Elijah Bishop. And so at that point, he suggested her that, hey, maybe he raped you. But you'll never get to hear that because we can't play that. Now, they did a search warrant at the residence. They searched 11 devices. What did those 11 devices show? You know from me asking the detective that there were hundreds of thousands of photos and videos. You know that the subpoena power of the court, that these lawyers right here, who are very, very good lawyers, who work for an extremely good district attorney's office. This is one of the best prosecuting offices.
Hey, stop kissing up now. Just do your job.
That they know how to get videos from YouTube, videos from Instagram, evidence off these phones. If there was a single video that existed, they would have got it and showed it to you. Where is it at? Ask her when she gets up, because she's about to get up in a minute, and she's going to say, Mr. Booker, he told you a lot of wrong things. I'm going to correct. And I respect it. She's a very good lawyer. I've known her for a long time. She's going to do her job.
Stop the co-signing.
Not wrong. Because they don't have it over there in that pile of evidence.
This is war.
Why is it not for you to consider? We don't know what the devices show. They did a search warrant for physical evidence in the house, and the detective said that she told the crime scene folks what to check for and what not. And then Ms. Thomas got up and said, well, you know, you'd expect his DNA to be on the bed. Okay, great. You did, but I mean, if there was a rape took place or there was some physical evidence, why didn't they even check it? You got the GBI crime lab to determine if something like that happened. They didn't do that. Mr. Bishop's interview, he invited the police to go through his phone. He gave them the code to his phone. He described why she would be upset. You don't have any evidence that contradicts what he said. The phone that they had, they didn't even look at it. He gave them the passcode to all 11 devices. I thought if there was something bad in there, where do you have it? I generally am not giving people the ability to check my phone. I have something bad on it. I don't want people looking through everything I got.
We need to see Mr. Booker's phone.
There were 10 people in the house. Why didn't they search and interview those people? You've heard from some of them today. And they tried to contradict, oh, this is the first time you've ever told anybody about this. You know, look at you, young lady. You've never
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
But the fact is, nobody's ever asked. They've never called them and said, hey, by the way, what was your position on this? The police have never interviewed them. So Ms. Wade, Ms. Buckner were neither weren't interviewed. Who was in fact interviewed? Because they said they interviewed 4 people. Who was the 4 people that interviewed? Where's that evidence at? The detective said we interviewed 2 guys and 2 girls. Where's that at? Who was it? We don't know. What they learn from it? I don't know. I mentioned you should be from Missouri. I know we're all Georgians. I was originally born in Mississippi. I lived in Florida for a few years. Never got the pleasure of living in Missouri, but I love when I see that plate, the show me state. There's a bunch of stories of what that really means. I won't waste your time on what that show me state means. But for me, I need you to not be from Georgia today. I need you to be from, unless you like football team, Missouri's football team.
Enough of the jokes, man. Come on, stay on track, sir.
Be from the show me state. Make them show you the evidence. Make them prove it. They haven't proved it to you. Make them prove the evidence. Now, we have the allegations of revenge porn. I'm almost done. There were 3 porn videos shown.
Take a breather, sir. Take a breather.
Posted? And were they posted and taken down? If you recall, Ms. Newell said that she consented to them being posted at a given time. These videos were posted, reposted, taken down. I don't know, but have they shown it to you? I'm not the smartest person in the world, but typically, if I had porn from my wife, which we don't, but if I did, on my phone,
Sir, you're telling on yourself.
Wouldn't it be on my phone? Wouldn't it be among those 11 devices that they said, oops, Mr. Bishop, we got you. Here it is on your phone that you just gave us a passcode to. It shows that you posted it on Twitter on this given day. That you infected because it was your device, you had it. They didn't do that. Or did they get a search warrant from Twitter to say, hey, Twitter, what MAC address, what IP address, what location? Because this really good lawyer here, he talked about something called venue. Venue means that it happened within the county of the CAB. So let's assume you do believe that Mr. Bishop posted revenge porn. Well, what evidence do you have that he was within the county of the CAB when he did it? How do you know, if he did it, that he wasn't just making a loop around 285, going to see all these girls or to do all this fake ideology that he's got? Because what people say he's a fake. And
wow.
Well, we don't have evidence of where it was posted. How about it could have been there in Gwinnett County? We still don't have evidence because venue is the area where it actually happened. What evidence do you have? And I'm not advising you guys to go back in there and watch the videos because I did my best I bounce to not look at those disgusting videos. But I can tell you that when you look at the videos, if you haven't looked at them in the back, take a look and see if they've proven to you where they were posted at. What county? Because Twitter would have been able to tell you.
Please don't look at those videos. I saw those videos. Please don't look at them.
Now, allegations of physical violence. I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can. But logically, if there was evidence of physical violence, they would have shown it to you. They told you that she was beat up. They told you, she told you, she was body slammed. I mean, could you imagine being in a park with 15 people around you and you're being body slammed and kicked and punched that nobody ever noticed it? That these people, they were live on social media every single day, and the state did not go and get that evidence and say, see, here's the girl with the black eye. Here's the girl with the busted lip. Here's the girl with the busted nose. That all those videos that were posted, they would have done it. They didn't do that because it doesn't exist. And then the crime scene, obviously, there were no physical findings at the crime scene. They just want you to assume she said he raped me. He says he doesn't. You go with her because we have an expert that came in, Rick Ross, who tells you, well, he's in a cult and all those things. Because I wonder, you know, he said that there's a line of people there.
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
Because he's a cult leader. Okay. He's a cult leader, and that's what it is. But we were worried about this. Well, if that was the case, why y'all call Rick Ross to the stand? What was the purpose of calling him? I mean, to me, he came to talk about cults. So if it really wasn't about that, then why'd y'all call him as a witness? I think you should ask her that when she gets up here. Why would you call Rick Ross as a witness if it's just about what happened on that day? Because it's not about just what happened on the day. The state wants you to look at everything else other than March 24th, 2022. When I got up here and opened the statements, I asked you to look at that date and to focus on that date. It has been so hard to sit over there and listen to everything other than March 24th, 2022. But that's all you have to decide. That's all you have to consider in this case.
And I thought I was long-winded.
All right, physical evidence, there's no blood, there's no semen, there's no used condoms, no sheets, bedspreads, video evidence of physical abuse, photo evidence of it, phone messaging, threatening violence, hundreds of thousands of videos. Again, that stuff just doesn't exist. State wants you to look at other things. They want you to look at Breonna Jacobs. Breonna Jacobs said, hey, you know, he sodomized me, there was blood. But did you notice that Velvet Marquez did not tell the same story, and no other women have said anything about it at all? State doesn't want you to look at March 24, 2022. Kendra Carter, what supported her testimony? Velvet Marquez. It's so crazy they come in and say, we couldn't even use the bathroom. And we've studied this guy for all this time. But we couldn't use the bathroom. I mean, that's not really the right thing to say because you could use the bathroom. You the one chose to go to Costa Rica or Puerto Rico or whatever and go use the bathroom outside. That's your choice. And then you come in here because you just want to throw them under the bus. Oh, we can't use the bathroom outside. Oh, we couldn't even leave. You couldn't leave, but your dad comes out and visits you 3 times in 1 year, and you left frequently. Don't look at March 24th. Portia Wade was one of the 2 young ladies here. She's known him for 6 years. She's never seen any physical violence perpetrated by him. She said that the crazy behavior online was for the wow factor. She was in the room when Bishop and Newell came in. Newell came in first, so that he wasn't pulling her in. They asked to be alone, and she spoke to Newell afterwards in the bathroom. Kayla Butler was the other young lady here. That's the one that you saw a picture of her and her mother here. She also has known the defendant for 6 years. Obviously, she had pictures with her mom, so her mom was around. She's never seen physical violence perpetrated. She was even friends with Miss Newell. Tell me what you can find in her testimony that was not believable. She described the specifics of Bishop and Newell being affectionate at the top of the stairs. She fell in his arms. She cried. Miss Newell describes the same thing in her interview, that she cried in his arms. And that she got the impression that Newell just wanted some attention, and she got that. Because she's like, ooh, girl, when she saw her. I can't do it quite as good as she did, but that's what she said. And she told Newell that Bishop would never treat me like this when they were fighting over a cell phone charger. So Rick Ross was the expert. He's the guy who got up here. And I'm not trying to minimize a high school diploma because I told you I was born in Mississippi. I come from a father who was in the United States Army. My dad, he never had his high school diploma. He got his GED in the Army. But he came from a family of people that was something maybe you guys have never heard called sharecroppers. My grandfather was a sharecropper. And so my dad didn't have an opportunity to go all the way through high school because he had to go work for his family. They had to pick cotton. That's what something they did in Mississippi and raise crops. So to minimize Mr. Ross as an expert because he has a high school diploma and no further education, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent because my dad is the most intelligent person that I've known, and he had no high school diploma. He got a GED. But Mr. Rick Ross is here to be an expert for you. And I know many of you guys are extremely bright, having high degrees and very extensive jobs. Think about what power he had as an expert, what he actually told you that was irrelevant. Because if they didn't make it about a cult, why was he even up there? Wheel of Power, domestic violence. Again, this case is not about domestic violence. And that she was forced to have sex because she was afraid of physical abuse. Again, there's been no evidence of physical abuse. Witness in peace, the judge will explain what that means. But Janae Newell has given multiple statements. That's called witness impeached. And ask the state to play those statements for you. See what she recalls. All right. What's most valuable to you? Your family, your home, your health, money. When you consider this case, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Elijah Bishop is guilty in this case. Well, for this case, what's most important to me is Elijah Bishop. He is the most important thing to me because he is my responsibility in this case. My job is to zealously defend. You think of the judge with two arms, the defendant's job is to zealously defend. That's my job. I'm an officer of the court. So Judge Hybrid is wonderful and brilliant judge. I'm a right arm or a left arm, whichever one she wants me to be. And these two lawyers, they're the other side. Their job is to seek justice. My job is to zealously defend. So if I've said something during the trial that you don't like, I apologize. I'm doing my job. That's my obligation to my client. Okay? So don't hold it against my client if I argue too vehemently with a witness or you didn't like something I said. Please consider the case based on the evidence, not how you feel about me or whomever. But in this case, would you tie your health, your money, your family, your children, whatever it is most important to you, will you tie it to the evidence in this case? I would. Mr. Bishop is your most valuable asset in this case. What you're not to decide this case on is sympathy for Janae Newell, sympathy for Elijah Bishop. It has nothing to do with sympathy and not anything about Elijah Bishop and his teachings. Okay? Not about Elijah Bishop's teachings. The state will tell you that it's not about that. Even though that seems so intertwined in this case, we can't get away from it. This is what you are to consider on, and just look at a couple of conflicts in the evidence, missing or questionable. Use your common sense and reasoning. Medical reports we don't have. There's no science in this case. Use the testimonial evidence that you have. Things upon it, I'm almost done. If the defendant was such a physical threat, what evidence of there does that exist? And if there were allegations by Janae Newell of him being physically violent, there would have been some evidence before now. Wade testified that she posted a video with her and the others in for sex education. That's for you to consider. Did she testify that Bishop had her to do this? No, she didn't. And if the state had video of Mr. Bishop somehow making these witnesses testify in some way as they tried to solicit from them, they would have played there for you. They don't have that. March 24th, 2022 is really what this case is about.
That's a good point. Where
And
the
I know I say
jail
I'm
phone
almost
records?
done a lot. I really am almost done. This text message, I think, is a really telling text message. This is the one that says, if, why ask them for a ride? They're not going to take me. We know there were two cars there, but who is they? When I asked her who was they, she said, I need to go use the bathroom. Why does she need to go use the bathroom? Maybe she needed to come up with an answer for what that they pronoun meant for her. I don't know. But I couldn't imagine that I'm in a house where I've been a victim of physical abuse, violent abuse for so long. And the person that can get me out of here, and I asked the people who are the same folks I'm so afraid of, can you please go drop me off? That doesn't make any sense. Look at the text messages. Now, in Walmart, I worked in Walmart for a while, really cool place, Home Depot too. There's a big customer service place at the front. And if you go to Walmart and you buy a hammer you don't like, you buy
Shout out to Walmart.
shoes you don't like, you buy some bacon you don't like, you can always take it back. Okay? Because there's somebody there that'll take back things that you don't want. Okay? We don't have anybody to correct if you make a mistake in this case. That's why I'm asking you, when you deliberate, that you deliberate in a way that you consider each other's position, but you deliberate in this case too. Because every night, tomorrow night, Friday night, Dateline comes on, 2020 comes on Sunday. There's always a person who's been there. That this criminal case that they had, they've been in jail for 20 years, and all of a sudden they realize, maybe that person lied, or maybe there's some DNA that exists, or maybe something else. Okay? There's nobody that's going to come back and fix this if you are wrong. This is not Walmart. That's why you guys have the most important role in the courtroom. More important than Judge Hyder, more important than anyone else. Please do not let the fact that there's a camera here, that there's some outside interest in this case influence what you do. Because in this world, it is so easy, so often that we go and do what everybody else says to do. We don't stand up as an individual and say, hey, I don't disagree, I don't agree with you. Everybody else, because if everybody else says Mr. Bishop is a cult, if everybody else says he's a wacko, he must be crazy. So as a result, we must find him guilty. Society wants us to find him guilty. We're just going to do their job for them. Please don't do that. He's already explained what rape means. That's what the judge is going to explain. Carnal knowledge, female force went against her will. Against her will means without her consent. 2022 to 2024, she's given the exact same description every single time that they made love. There's two ends of a continuum. There is love making at one end of the continuum and way down on the other end of the world. And the Bible says, it says as far as the east is from the west, that our sins are forgiven, is what the Bible says. And I would say that this is extremely far. The east is from the west. I can't imagine how far that is. But love making to rape, they're not on the same line. But she described love making from 2022 to 2024. It's not until she came here in court that she said that he raped. He did not rape her. He's not guilty of that. He did not falsely imprison her. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. He did not post revenge porn. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. I'm asking that his beliefs not be on trial. I believe in a holy God. Mr. Bishop is not God. God created the heaven and the earth that we're here for right now. He ain't got nothing. Mr. Bishop has nothing to do with that. Now, their beliefs that we're all God, that's on belief. That's not what's on trial. What's on trial is whether on March 24th, 2022, whether he raped this lady or not. And I'm asking you as you go in the back and as you consider each other, that you consider that. Now, you guys are probably, you're very bright people. I know you're tired of listening. I'm almost sitting down. Mr. Bishop's not over there. Why is he not over there? Well, 2 days ago, we came here and the court had tested positive for COVID. Mr. Bishop was concerned about his well-being and about getting COVID. And so he elected to not be present here in court because he was concerned about getting COVID. We are all segments, different sections of the population. You guys are sitting here with this plexiglass between you. I don't know if that stops you from getting COVID. I just know a few years ago, millions of people were dying as a result, and he is not here as a result of that. So I'm asking you not to hold that against him. I'm asking you to decide this case based on the evidence that you have before you in this case. He said that she was bullied into sex, yet there's no evidence of that. That he was in a scenario where he intimidated her. She has never said a single word about being bullied into sex, about being intimidated into sex. There's been no witnesses that came forward. Please, as you consider the evidence, please balance all those things. I say this and I'm going to go sit down. As an attorney, it's extraordinarily difficult to get up and argue in front of people, especially me. I'm an introvert. If it wasn't for the fact of me being here in this courtroom, you would never see me because I'm the kind of person who goes into a room who doesn't listen. But I have to get up here and argue a case in front of people that I have no idea what you're thinking. I have no idea what you're feeling. But I owe an obligation to Elijah Bishop. I owe an obligation to the court to get up and argue a case. And it makes it really challenging to go sit down because I know once I sit down, I never get to say anything else to you. But I want to tell you on behalf of Mr. Bishop, on behalf of myself, I appreciate every bit of opportunity it is to practice in front of you here. I enjoy what I do as a practitioner, but I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to practice in front of you guys. I appreciate the consideration in the case. And I ask that when you go in the back and that you consider this case, that you return a verdict of not guilty on behalf of each and every count. Be from Missouri. Be from the Southern State. I'm not a woman. I don't know how it feels to be in a position where you would be raped. I could never understand that. But what I do understand here is that you are given a responsibility and a role here in DeKalb County. And your role is to stand here as a citizen of DeKalb County and determine whether or not the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there a reasonable doubt today in your mind that Mr. Elijah Bishop is not guilty of rape.
Thank you, sir. Take your seat, please.
That beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's when you go in the back and you decide who's going to be the fourth person, for a woman, for a man, whatever it may be. That you, whatever your position is, that you stick to that position and you argue it, and that you don't give up on that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your time. The state's about to come tell you how I'm wrong and all that stuff like that. But I appreciate the consideration and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Coveney, do you need to be connected back to the? Computer? I'm sorry, Ms. Thomas. My apologies.
Put a 2 in the chat if you think that he did a great job. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he failed his client. 2 in the chat if you think Mr. Booker did a good job. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he did not.
It's not about winning. It's not about the state winning. It's not about Mr. Bishop winning. This case is about doing what is right. This case is about getting justice for Miss Newell. Now, Mr. Booker proposed a number of questions to you all. Ask Ms. Thomas this, ask Ms. Thomas that. Why didn't we play the body cam? Mr. Booker knows the rules of evidence. They say if a witness gives an inconsistent statement, you can play the prior statement. You know why that prior statement wasn't played? Because it wasn't inconsistent. She testified, yes, I said lovemaking. Yes, I said I wanted the deed. Yes, I said that. So that is the answer to your question. Mr. Booker is very skilled. He knows the rules of evidence. He knows what evidence is allowed. If that evidence was inconsistent or contradicted something Ms. Newell said, you would have heard it. It did not. So he started talking about reasonable doubt, or he left off talking about reasonable doubt. The judge will instruct you that reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. That's your job. You're truth seekers. You decide what happened March 24th, 2022. If you have a doubt, it must be based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague doubt. It's not an arbitrary doubt. It's also a doubt as to the elements of the offenses. So Mr. Coveney already went over the elements of rape, false imprisonment, the revenge porn. So if you have a doubt in your mind, it's got to be based on an element. It's got to be related to an element. So it's not a doubt as to, well, when did Brianna join the cult? That really doesn't matter. It's a doubt as to the element. So keep that in mind when you're thinking if you have reasonable doubt or not. So I like to give examples. I know reasonable doubt can be a difficult concept to grasp. So let's say my job was much more pleasant than it is, and I have to convince you that this image on the screen is a dollar bill. Now, there are pieces missing. In this case, there's no video of rape. Obviously, rapists don't record themselves sexually assaulting someone. There are pieces missing. I recognize that. No case is perfect. But if you look at this picture, you look at it based on your common sense, life experiences, you know that's a dollar bill. Just like in our case, you take a step back, you look at the picture as a whole, and context matters. That's why we presented, I think, 11 witnesses. Context matters. You look at the picture as a whole, you know what happened.
What do I say?
2022. So it seems like ages ago now that we picked you all, I believe it was last Wednesday, the 21st. And many of you had life experiences, or you knew someone who suffered a traumatic sexual assault. And all of you said, even though I carry that life experience with me, I can still be impartial. We went through hours of questioning you all. And every single one of you said, yes, I can be impartial. And if you sit here now and you feel like, and you believe Mr. Bishop is guilty, you have to ask yourself, what got you there? What got you from completely impartial last week to guilty this week? It's the evidence. Witness testimony, pictures, audio recordings, the defendant's videos. Evidence is what got you there. Like Mr. Coveney said, the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. So while we don't have to prove corroboration, we do because it's helpful. But if Janae was the only person we called and she testified that this sexual assault, that this rape happened, and you believed her, you're authorized to convict. So the defense, there's a number of them. She's lying, she's inconsistent. As I mentioned, if there was something inconsistent in that interview with the T or her interview with the detective, you would have heard it. Videos, photos, audio recordings. Y'all think we've been here long now. Imagine if we played every single video this man has ever recorded. As Mr. Booker said, the state has the burden of proof in this case. It's our responsibility. Defense doesn't have to call a witness, doesn't have to produce evidence, but they have the same subpoena powers that we do. If there was something in Mr. Bishop's phone, on his YouTube, that exonerated him, you would have seen it. It doesn't exist. So the fact that we didn't come in and play 1,000 YouTube videos or show photographs is of no consequence. As I mentioned, most rapists don't video record it. Of course, Mr. Bishop wasn't going to do that. No physical evidence. If there was DNA or semen on Mr. Bishop's bed, would that have really given you any indication? No, because there's no dispute as to whether or not intercourse occurred. We know that. What you have to decide, was it forceful? Was it against her will? So let's talk about the current members. I suppose they're in the hallway, but all of them justify the physical abuse. Everything bad about Mr. Bishop, oh, that was just an act. Oh, we were just doing that for clout. That's a lie. He did it. And it wasn't for clout. It wasn't to act. It wasn't to get the people to watch. That's how he felt. Let me slap you to get you in line. Juliano Diaz. I asked him on cross, have you ever seen Mr. Bishop slap somebody? Oh, no, never. No, he's never been physically violent. That was a lie. He is a liar. That's a lie. Because I specifically asked him, there's a video, Mr. Diaz, with you, Mr. Bishop, and another individual named Loyal. Oh, yeah. And in that video, Mr. Bishop slapped Loyal. Then he remembered, then there was an explanation. Same thing with Miss Wade. She has got loyalty that I've never seen. To take this witness stand and lie and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. Admitting to a crime in a courtroom full of people, in front of deputies, in front of the media, that's a lie. Mr. Bishop posted it. But imagine that loyalty to come in here, take the stand and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. I submit to you, she didn't. But if she did, Mr. Bishop told her to do it. And then this lie about, well, we do everything for clout. You know, we saw Chris Rock get slapped. He got the attention. And you know, we really liked that. That was March 27th. That was well after they started slapping each other. She is a liar. She is unworthy of your belief. And Miss Wade, Miss Dulé, Miss Buckner, you didn't hear from Aaliyah, but Miss Wade and Miss Buckner all told you, or both told you, that they talked to Mr. Bishop over 80 times since last week. We are, 8 days from when we started? Over 80 times. You can only imagine the conversations they had. I believe Ms. Wade admitted, yeah, we talk about the trial. He tells me what people are saying. We discuss what Janae said. You think he didn't influence her testimony? Of course he did. Janae's story. They're having a party at the house. She's too friendly with Fauna. She decides, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to take my stuff. I'm going to go home. She's starting to get her bags. Maybe Giuliano's helping her get her bags. She goes to Uber. Zoka, Efru, someone calls her back. God is calling. Why don't you answer the call? Come on back. She goes in that house. And you know, Mr. Booker talked a lot about what he wouldn't do. I wouldn't do that. He's not Janae. It doesn't matter what he would or wouldn't do in a situation. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. You know what that is? That's victim blame. Well, I wouldn't have done what she did. Don't fall for that. It doesn't matter what he would have done. This is about Janae. She goes up the steps. And you know, Amanda Plancher, the domestic violence expert, told you that there's still feelings of attraction between an abuser and a victim. And we'll get to her testimony. But she goes up the steps. She's trying to say bye to him. He pulls her in the room, and she's like, no, I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I don't want to do this. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. No wasn't good enough. No obviously did not matter to Mr. Bishop. He took her in that bedroom, raped her. She told you that her body began to reject him. And he believes, oh, how dare you have an orgasm and I don't. So he flips her over and penetrates her from behind. And she told you in that moment, she was still saying no. At that point, she said she was crying, but he kept going until he ejaculated. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. All it takes is one time. One time. One time wasn't enough for Mr. Bishop. Why didn't Janae report it immediately? Remember, she told you that part of this group was us versus them mentality. The police aren't going to help you. It's the white man versus us. They're not going to help you. That's why she didn't go to the police. She doesn't think they can help her. He's conditioned them to think the outside world is Babylon. They're hell. They can't help you. Why would she run from law enforcement? And when she reported the statement to Officer Hugh that there was revenge porn, they were outside in the parking lot. Can you blame her for not reporting a rape? They're outside in a parking lot. And she's still trying to process what has happened to her. She doesn't really know what happened to her. Even when she did the interview with Fatih, she told you, I still felt some sense of loyalty to him. I'm still trying to protect him. I believe that was maybe a week after this happened. She still felt like she had to defend him. Now, why you should believe Janae, we'll get to some reasons why, but think about how humiliating it was for her to take that stand and watch those videos. I can't think of anything more embarrassing. I watched y'all's faces. Some of y'all didn't even want to look. And while we're talking about the videos, those videos are in evidence. If there is a piece of evidence you want to see or hear that you don't have in the back, sometimes the CDs you won't have because there's nothing to play it back there. But if there's something you need to hear or see again, the judge will instruct you on how to communicate with the court that you want to see or hear it again. But on those videos is the defendant's Twitter page, and it's the date on the actual video. It was posted March 27th, so there's no discrepancy on when it was posted. But how embarrassing for her to have to sit in here and watch close to 3 minutes of her having consensual sex with the defendant. Ms. Newell knew that when this case went to trial, that would happen. A courtroom full of people, Mr. Bishop, his supporters, the news, the state, the defense, spectators. How humiliating. What does Janae gain by coming in here and lying on Mr. Bishop? Nothing. Nothing. So let's talk about context. In this case, context is huge. Context matters. What Janae thought would happen to her, what Janae believed, it matters in this case. You all have heard all the rules they have about eating, about sleeping, using the bathroom, relationships. Mr. Bishop determined who was going to be together. There was really no clear rule. It was just, well, today I want y'all together, tomorrow I don't. Social media. We know he was the only one that controlled the social media. Every single witness, former Hulk member, testified. He controlled social media. Aaron Dixon told you that. Courtney Townsend told you that. All four of the girls told you that. He's the one that controlled social media. He always told them the outside world was hell or Babylon. All of them, all of the former members saw physical abuse. Now the defendant would say, well, that's just discipline. Every single one of them, Kendra Carter, Brianna Jacobs, Janae Newell, Velvet Marquez, Aaron Dixon, Courtney Townsend. When Mr. Coveney would ask, what would happen if you said no? They were like almost shocked. Like that was just not an option. Like they couldn't.
Uh-oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to get to the courthouse. So I apologize, but this is going to the jury today. and we may have a verdict this evening. The judge is not letting the jurors go right now. She's going to have them work, and I had to get to the courthouse. I do appreciate everyone joining this live. Uh, you can thank the other individuals that have stolen the stream. Why I won't be able to stay here. But with that said, I have to get to the courthouse. Won't be able to continue the stream. So those who have gotten the stream up, I intentionally put the logo there so when we go strike the pages, we're going to strike the videos. So with that said, I will be reporting live outside the courthouse as we wait for verdict watch.
Uh
Any questions, any comments, any concerns, please DM me at that address. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate you. Uh, I gotta go. I really gotta go.
Oh man, she was driving it home. She was taking it home. Booker, you not fighting for your life, okay? You fighting more for your life than Nature Nut. Nature Nut ain't fight that hard. It wasn't about you. It wasn't about you. Oh my God.
Yeah, we know what his daddy did, what his grandpa did, how many
That's
kids he
what
had, where he
I
went
was
to school. His father got a GED. Did his father run that business out?
but I'm not saying, but I'm not, what was that smart shit he said? When he was trying to talk about the DV education, the cult leader education. Well, I'm not saying, he's trying to say everybody there got a higher degree than him. Okay. 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 Ah, we have come to the end.
But his
To the,
daddy is the most brilliant man he know. His GED daddy. Shout out to all the GEDs.
everybody heart beating fast. They said today, because they know that ninja is a monster. They sick of his ass. They at this point, I know what they want to happen, but at this point, they don't care. Right? They would like to move on. They would like to move on. But she was bringing it home. I would love to get the end of the thing, because she was breaking him down. That's probably why the guy didn't get into it so much. He just did the technical stuff. And if she is the one being the woman is gonna bring in the human, like we were saying. But like we were saying, they're gonna have to have a decision to make, right? And like I told you guys yesterday, we the people have our own say so. We the people don't want him back in our community. If legally y'all want him to win, let him go stay in your community. So he could go get some more young girls, have some more babies, and what he say? He's gonna inbreed, and he also is gonna break their hymens. Him, the father, like a lot of people don't know. They really don't know. So when you hear people who been following Nature Boy, for them even to say the word, well, she said make love, then you don't know Nature Boy. You don't know Nature Boy. So when we say the people who've been covering this story for years know that he used to correct them and make them say make love, because that's how sick he is. He's that sick. He called it making love, so you would think that is love while he's torturing you. That's what he told that young girl too. When he made her come in the back of that room and sodomized her, that was called made love too. No, he ended it because he's going to the court. And during the, yeah, well, if he comes back, I shall see it. I shall see it, right? Hopefully, but again, people who, oh, no, I understand the law gonna be the law. We ain't trying to change the law, but we know what they're lying about. We know what's being left out. You cannot correct us, and we're not the jurors. So go on with the jurors. But the people who don't know, stop telling the people who do know. Come here trying to convince old school heads. Like, Ninja, we know him. There's plenty of videos when we clipped the part. We found the clips where he said, no, making love. And they all had to keep correcting themselves and say, making love. Yeah, that's part of the brainwashing. Correct. So we can scratch that off. They don't know the cult lingo. Because they don't want you to think that he a cult leader. They want you to think that he a regular old man. And let's forget all about this. No, you can't. The cult leader you have to mention it. They want you to think about the cult. Yeah, because in cults, people cannot say no.
He tried to drive home the fact that Alicia was recontacted and she didn't report right away. That is a common occurrence. Anybody that has been essayed will tell you that. Above all else, like for real, like he still had her stuff. She still wanted to keep the peace because he's known to harass people back into submission, back into contact, and he was posting her videos against her want. Why wouldn't she contact him again? How was she raised when it comes to essay and her knowledge on essay and grapes and attacks against actual attacks? She she in the island where her family's from, like this wouldn't even get a second look. So who knows her concept on even what constitutes essay and what doesn't? That's why somebody had to tell her, hey, that is not legal what he did. That don't mean just because she didn't know it does not exonerate him. Because she didn't know. Did you know, nigga?
And that's crazy because she shot him with a pow pow. And she said, well, if something was inconsistent, if it's a lie, and no reason to keep bringing it back up. Was no lie told, right? He didn't say there was lies on there and I want to see it again. He never said that. They all want us to not think that he's a cult leader. Like, how do we not think? Like, how do we forget that? Like,
they're back on apparently.
They got the judgment.
I don't know.
Verdict would take less than 30 to 60 minutes.
It will. They want to go home and they tired of his shenanigans too. He ain't that three God.
Oh. And that's all the character. I'm like, Ninja, I know you gotta do your job, but the point of the way he's going at it and made it more about, because he got nothing good to say about Natureboy. Anytime you gotta turn yourself instead of like, no, you're not on trial, Booker. He is.
You know he tired of Natureboy stuff too, and that's why he brought that up. He know exactly. He know what he doing. He gonna get. He want a guilty too. Trust me. Because nothing he said makes sense. Why you bringing up your family history and what state they from and they pick cotton and all? What, nigga?
He said that? I must have missed
Yes,
that.
you didn't hear that?
I must have missed that part. Oh God.
He said his father got a GED because he had to jump out of school and go pick cotton.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, none of them niggas work. None of carbonation work.
And then again, people coming in here, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is life. Okay. Ask Mama Dia got life too. Baby Love got life too. People, they ain't on this earth no more. They got life for real messing with Nature Nut. They got life. And nobody couldn't talk about their life. You want us to talk about Nature Boy getting the life. And oh my God, it breaks your heart. Mama didn't break your heart. Baby Love did not break your heart. That girl mother, as soon as she left there, being that she was not deprogrammed, she went home and took her mother out. That didn't break your heart. All these innocent people, y'all seen all the video, all these innocent people, that don't break your heart though, right? See, that's how y'all are a pure example how cults stay with people in it. Because look how quick he got y'all. He got y'all feeling sorry for him. Like y'all don't see none of the stuff he do. Y'all, all the laws they have broken, that court had to put up with a lot. From her calling out the judge, her calling out to bringing up the names. And Booker knew the other thing could not be the one with her talking could not be shown with the detective. Why? Because his crew leaked the evidence. So now they cannot use the evidence.
And her story hasn't changed either.
I made the point that if they're going through all of that, first of all, I would never have injected myself in there. Like you know, this was the last plea. Yeah. And I was laying in the bed. You was not laying in that man bed just like that. Aya, we already know your ass don't lay nowhere in there. We all know if he ain't in that room, ain't none of y'all laying in his bed. Sorry. But again, if you don't know Nature Nut, you gonna go about what you hear. Y'all don't want to hear people who say, no, this is what's up. You gonna try to tell us, no, this is what's up. That's not what's up.
No, it's because they with it. They know exactly. They hear it. They probably even seen it, but they agree with it. That's what that means. They not ignorant, and ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance is no excuse, especially in a court of law. Just because you didn't know a law, if you broke it, you still guilty.
And then why would you put your daughter? Somebody said that in the chat because I didn't hear that part neither. Why would you put your daughter and Nature Boy in the same sentence? Booker, you sick. You sick. Booker gonna have a flat button, a couple of shots when he done. I wonder Booker got his last payment. I'm like, hold up. Well, my daughter. What was that he said when he put his daughter into it? I would never.
I don't know, but he said some shit about how he don't like to sit around women because too much feminine energy. Sometimes he goes sit in the car because he got his wife and 2 daughters, 10 and 6.
They say this stream is back up, right? I'm gonna let it be heard from now. Okay. Give me a second. Well, shit, I might as well finish it though, right? You're gonna clap it anyway, right? Poor Juju get it. They were like, it's the last day. F it, right? My oh my. And that lady ain't lying. Imagine she would have showed all his video. If they would have showed just some of these man's videos, especially the ones with the I let the dog lick my butt and he liked it. What he would do with the kid? Do y'all really want the prosecution to show those videos? I don't know how this man back up. Yeah, he back up. Let's see.
I want the dog video sent to Peter.
I know, right? Help the dog out. Give me 1 second, guys. That's why he couldn't even face his last day. He played that shit to the T. So he figured either I'm gonna walk out or I'm gonna stay in. Right? He couldn't even look at them one last time. Like, damn, ninja. He didn't even want to see their face. They must have definitely heard me talking about Malaya, goddammit. They heard that shit. Cause she would have sealed the deal for him more than Nene and Velvet. You gonna bring up Velvet. All right, though, Booker, stop.
They took him back to county.
Hold it. Cause he bitch. That was that bitch shit. Mm-hmm. He couldn't face it. Okay, it's no sound. We're gonna find out like right now. It's no sound. She just came back in. I don't know what they're talking about. We're gonna find out. It's okay. Uh-oh. Not no more. He couldn't face nobody. Uh-oh. It's black. It's back on this. It's back with the all colors. It's back with the all colors. And then, crew, we got to ask ourselves, who's next? Who is next? Right? So you ain't going Rasha something Jamal. You ain't going Dr. York. Nigga, please. Please stop. Stop. I don't see it.
Yes, I would have been, Judge. And looking at the charge, when 5-1, now 2-0. I think they're skipping over the homicide charge and outside the state and all those other pieces down to the last one where it says crime in more than one
I think this
county.
happened already.
If in any case it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, then it's proper to include in any county.
That's
The state
them.
has averred to try to prove that this happened in that county. They haven't alleged in the indictment that it was in more than one county. And the indictment says that it happened in Gap County, and so they allege that the victim potentially pocket.
It is what we're locked into, but when part of the argument in closing is that the defendant could have been driving around I-285 and that we don't know exactly whether he was at his house or not. I just think it clears up that the correct legal standard is whether by direct or circumstantial evidence there is sufficient evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime was committed in DeKalb County, and this is just clear because it makes it clear that if it cannot be determined what county the evidence was committed in, then this is the proper standard. It's in the pattern charges for a reason.
It doesn't have to be alleged that way in the indictment, though, is the question.
No.
I would ask for a case that says that, Judge, because I think it needs to be alleged. This is not a financial crime case where a person could have got a card in one county and used it.
Damn, Booker, let it go.
Let me go for the charges are back in the office. You know which ones they are? What's the number? 1 point what?
5-1-2-0. 1.51.20.
1.51.20.
And it's the very last paragraph of it.
Okay. All right, let me just go take a picture.
It's low. Can you turn it up?
You can't. They're talking low. They're really low. I guess they figure cameras is off. We can talk low. No, they're not talking at all. Actually, they're not talking at all. It's back to the It's back to the colorful thing. They're trying to figure out now what county did this happen, and you would think you would have had that established a little bit earlier, right? I think the judge said they want it today. And the minute they when they come back on, I'll go live again. I got my TV on 60 right now so I can hear. I wish we would have heard the end of it. But again, for the people who work and stuff, we will be playing it again, but just going strictly to these testimonies. I'm like, even if I was a juror, I'm like, Booker, did you see them fools up here? If you don't sit your ass down somewhere. Oh man. Did you see them fools? I guess hood facts, right? Now I'm gonna say something to you, hood facts. You know what? Go bring back baby love. Being that you care about life so much. Go bring back baby love. Go bring back mama dear. Being that you care about life so much, right? Yeah. You ain't here. You go. Y'all people are twisted. Y'all don't, they don't even want to hear nothing. They don't want to hear nothing because that's who they serve. So you will lead me to believe you are a deviant person, Mr. Hood. I mean, hood facts. Where that come from? Oh Lordy, where that come from? Hold up. You got these people coming up here because they worrying about a man who is still living, who could still get an appeal, right? Yeah, he needs to be in jail for everybody. You goddamn right. You is there. He deserved to be in there forever. Because you can't bring back Mama Dear. You can't bring back Baby Love. That's exactly where he need to be. At least he could still breathe. At least he could still breathe. He could still put him for an appeal. Him taking her, that lady medicine, and then beating her. It was already know that he beat on Mama Dear and took her pills and had sex with her. And when she said she was in pain, would not take her to the doctor. No, he killed them. He illed them. You fool. There ain't no pass away. Get your ass up out of here. Go over there with Nature Nut. You is part of the problem. You is the problem in the community. That's why our community is all effed up. You got grown-ass men. Oh, they passed away. Yes, he did ill them. He made that girl, he beat that girl and made her take all the alcohol and stuff. Zoka already said why the baby passed away. Everybody said he made her take them drinks. He made her do this. He made her do that. And your dumb ass gonna say he ain't do it. That's because you deviant. That's because you are deviant. Because nobody would never say that about an elderly woman and a baby that couldn't make it to this earth. And nobody would say something like that unless they deviant themselves. That is ridiculous. Nobody say no shit like that.
He's not getting out.
Oh, I'm not cussing. That wasn't me. These people is crazy. But I don't care. Mama Dia's kids care. They don't even know what the hell exactly happened to their mama. And it was okay that they couldn't even put a sheet. She wasn't even worth a sheet. How sad can you be? She wasn't even worth a sheet or a towel to put around her body. They carried her there with no clothes on. The female prosecutor is on where? On live where, Revel? I would love to get that. Let me see where I can get it. Because that shit was good. Is he back on? Let me see. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Dun 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 dun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Why is this logo in my face? this logo out of here. Okay. All right. All right. Now that we upset some of these streamers, I'm back. Right now, the judge is calling the jurors back out to the bench, to their assigned positions in the courthouse. She's going to read the instructions. I'm actually watching the judge right now. She's going to read the instructions, and then it's going to go to the jurors. I don't think there's going to be a verdict tonight.
Oh,
Hope the judge would allow the jurors to at least go home and come back with a fresh mind, so no one's rushed to decide the fate of Mr. Bishop. I think that would be the most prudent thing to do. Uh, the jurors have been in since 9 o'clock, and we don't want to feel like the jurors are being quote unquote waterboard to make a decision. I think it's best when they start fresh in the morning. Uh, they should just pick their foreman tonight, and then they can get some rest. It's a lot to take in. This is a serious case. So hopefully the judge doesn't keep them there longer than they need to. Pick the foreman, go home, come back fresh, have a full day of deliberation, and then hopefully they can come back with a verdict tomorrow. That's usually the way it works. Verdicts come back uh, on Fridays. If the case goes to the jurors, usually on a uh, Wednesday or Thursday, a lot of times I see the verdicts come back on a Friday. I just
I'm going to read to you this chart.
judge is
Will
back
you
on the
make it
bench.
clear if I take
So,
off this mask while I'm reading this? If you do, I would be totally fine.
Judge, please don't take the mask off, Judge. Please, Judge.
And I have all this stuff I need to read for you. All right.
Here we go.
You will be getting a written copy of this to go over with you during your deliberations, so don't feel that you have to write down everything that I'm saying, okay? You'll have a hard copy to go over. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. The grand jury has indicted the defendant for the offense of rape, false imprisonment, and prohibition of nude or sexually explicit transmissions. The indictment reads as follows. Count 1, rape. Grand jurors aforesaid charge and accuse Eligio Bishop of the offense of rape in violation of OCGA 16-6-1A. For the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 did unlawfully have carnal knowledge of Janae Newell, a female, forcibly and against her will. Count 2, false imprisonment. The grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of false imprisonment in violation of OCGA 16-5-41 for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 in violation of the personal liberty of Janae Newell, did unlawfully confine said person without legal authority. Count 3, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. Grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 56 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for purpose of harassment, and such video served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. Count 4 of the grand jurors further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 28 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment, and such videos served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. This offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law. Count 5, Grand Jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Alicia Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B, where the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022, without the consent of Janine Newell, the depicted person, to unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 1 minute and 8 seconds, with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janine Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment. In such videos,
The judge's voice doesn't sound right.
this offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Now, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime as charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. The burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict of the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are unwavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is the doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you'd be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law that I give you in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, the opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness or by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. That is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert like that of all witnesses is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. When scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might be helpful, a person who has special training or experience in that field is allowed to state an opinion about the matter. But that does not mean you must accept the witness's opinion. As with any other witness's testimony, you must decide for yourself whether to rely upon the opinion. In determining the credibility of witnesses and any testimony by them in court, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to attack the credibility or believability of such witness. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting their testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined, cross-examined as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime. It must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be in your discretion inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but simply means the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by the statute. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that 1, the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are a product of that person's will. 2, a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make such an inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. For rape, the state must prove that the defendant 1, had carnal knowledge, 2, of a female, 3, forcibly, and 4, against her will. Carnal knowledge means sexual intercourse, which is any penetration, no matter how slight, of the female sex organ by the defendant's male sex organ. Force means acts of physical force, threats of harm, or intimidation. Against her will means without her consent. The state must prove that the alleged victim did not consent to the sexual intercourse. If you find that the victim submitted to the sexual intercourse only because of fear or intimidation, or because of force the defendant used, then you may find that the sexual intercourse occurred without her consent. Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. A person commits the offense of false imprisonment when, in violation of the personal liberty of another, he confines such person without legal authority. A person violates this section if he, knowing the content of a transmission or a post, knowingly and without the consent of the depicted person, electronically causes the transmission or posting of a video which depicts nudity or sexually explicit conduct of an adult, when the transmission or post is harassment, serves no legitimate purpose to the depicted person, and is transmitted or posted via any electronic means. A statement that the defendant allegedly made has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given, and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not infer compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of his rights as discussed below, if applicable. You may consider the legality, duration, and conditions of detention as factors relevant to the question of whether or not a statement was freely and voluntarily made. However, under the law, in order for a statement to be excluded because of illegal detention, it must be shown that the statement was in fact induced by such illegal detention. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. 1, the defendant had a right to remain silent. 2, if the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything he said could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. 3, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with him at all times during any questions. And 4, if the defendant does not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for him to represent him before any questioning and to be present with him during any questioning. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary, that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find the defendant was properly informed of his rights and that he understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration to reaching your verdict. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or for some counts and not others. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose and only for the counts for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in counts 1 and 2, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider it only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts nor whether such acts if committed prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. In order to prove its case in counts 3 through 5, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes, except that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only, not for any other acts. Stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. Now, by giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. That is solely a matter for your determination. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim, the reasonableness of any alleged fears by defendant or alleged victim. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Now, you are only to be considered with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. The law provides that criminal action shall be which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in DeKalb County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offense. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, venue is proper. It may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, economic or corporate status, for or against either party. If after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in DeKalb County, Georgia, did on or about March 24th, 2022, commit the offenses of rape and false imprisonment, and on or about March 27th, 2022, commit the offenses of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit transmissions. You'd be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be we the jury find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reason doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be we the jury find the defendant not guilty. Now, by no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial, is the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you're convinced that it's wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messages, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous, that is agreed to by all. It must be in writing and signed by one of your members as the foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. We have prepared a verdict form. Very easy. You have to go through and make a decision as to each count or guilty as to each count. The second page has count 5, and it has the signature line for the foreperson and for the date. You're going to have this with you. You're going to have a copy of the indictment with you, and you're going to have a copy of the charge that I just read to you. All right. One thing, the law requires that the case be decided by 12 jurors. We have 13 of you. We have an alternate built in to the system, and in this case, the alternate is juror number 36. Where is she? Sorry. Now, we actually had 2 alternates. We've already had to use one because one of the other jurors had an issue, and there very well could be an issue where we need to excuse one of the members for travel if the jury doesn't reach a verdict by the end of the day tomorrow or by the time we adjourn tomorrow. So I'm not going to excuse the juror, the alternate juror. You can't participate in the deliberations right now, but in the event we need to bring you into the case, if we have to substitute you for another juror, then we'll bring you back in and you all will begin your deliberations again from the beginning with the substituted alternate juror. If any questions come up during the course of your deliberations, write them down on a piece of paper. There's a button in the jury room. You press the button, it'll turn on the light in here, and it'll notify us if there's a question. If you ask me, what did witness so-and-so say about such and such? I'm going to tell you, you have to remember the testimony based on your collective recollection. If you want to review either the audio statement of the defendant or any of the video evidence that was admitted, write a note, let us know. We'll have to bring you back up here and play it because we don't have the capability for you all to watch that stuff in the jury room. If you would like to order dinner and continue on deliberations this evening, we will take care of that. We can bring in pizza or something for you. If you decide you want to go home and start fresh in the morning, that's fine too. I'm going to let you guys go back there and talk about it for a little bit, and I'll let you get a guide for how long you want to stay tonight, and we will take it from there. So I think that's all the information. So I'm going to have the 12 of you go back to the jury room, and now you can use your notes and all that for your discussion. Select your foreperson, and if you have any questions or need anything from me, write a note, press the button, and the deputy will get it to us. All right, thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, what a day, what a day. So the jury has the case. The jurors have the case. Just a little housekeeping. For those who have been streaming this live, so you won't say, Mr. Byron didn't tell me. It was a reason why I placed the logo flashback on the screen. The logo's a trademark. Those who have decided to stream it, okay. But I'm going to ask you to not to keep it on your site because we're going to have to strike the page. We have to do edits on our stream. We're taking our stream down as well. So if anyone sees the stream up on any channel, just send us a link. We're going to strike the page. I'm not taking strikes back. There's only 2 individuals that were granted to be able to do a response to the trial from our company. So if you're one of those who decide to go cowboy or cowgirl with the stream without getting confirmation from us, myself, or anyone else from our team, then guess what? We're striking your page. We're striking the page. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it. Because I just had an individual 2 days ago from Instagram that he had about 450,000 subscribers on Instagram. He used an image he shouldn't have been used of mine, and they took his page down. He lost his page. He was making a lot of money with his Instagram page. Uh, I didn't rescind the strike. I mean, because if I say it and you guys don't listen, and then when I take action, then I get your attention. No, that's work for me. That's work for me. I mean, this is so. At the end of the day, you guys have been warned. Uh, there was some miss beeps, so we're gonna have to edit that out as well. So part of the cleanup is to remove channels, not channels, but send strikes out. I've done it before. We've literally taken 11 channels. So I don't want to take your channel. I get it. You want to, you want to show that, hey, I got that tea. I got that tea. But you didn't get the tea. You got the tea bag. You didn't get the tea. You got the tea.
Well, guys, we have come to the end, and we have done and said and did everything that we can do. Right? So it might be tonight, it might be tomorrow. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, if their mind is made up already, their mind is made up. If they're confused, but caught with the talk about it. Oh my goodness. We are I just think that at this point in time we feel so helpless, right? We feel so helpless because we've seen torture after torture. And it really wasn't so much like with the adults, even though I felt for them too. But for the helpless, like somebody like Mama Dia, Baby Love, like they even Baby Ellie, they didn't ask for this. Baby Ja didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for this at all. That's who our hearts go out to, including them, but y'all know what I mean. We don't know. They have to make a decision. I guess they could start. They have to go and decide if they want to do it today or tomorrow. If they do that shit today, if they come back today, shit. Nah, I'm cool. They could come out right now. Mm-hmm. Yep. If it was that quick, they deliver. However long it takes. Yeah, we feel helpless, man. Ooh. And again, I get with the beeps and with the names. And has to, somebody, I mean, after watching them fools up there, I'm like, yeah, he is a cult. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to get off of this and I'm going to come right back on. I'm definitely going to come right back on so we could talk about it. The judge anticipates, yeah. And so here we are. We never thought this day would come. He walked away too many times. So now if they go home, I'm like, if they go home, they need to put in Natureboy. If you go home and you need to decide, right? You need to decide what to do, right? Tell one of your kids be playing in the bathroom. Go home and pick us, go look us out. Shit. Mm-mm. But I'm definitely going to end this. And I'm going to come back on. And then we might go over some of it. I want to go over what the closing things was. But I'm going to end this. Right. Oh, Lord. I'm going to put that little ending song. Jeez Louise.